I could get a loan, but I don't want to do it because I don't want to pay. I don't want to have to pay it. I could get a loan and pay off all my debts and all that. I owe money to Nationwide and Capital One and bloody Vanquist and Omni Finance, and that's it really. Yeah, I paid them £1 a month. £1 a month. Omni Finance are getting £50 on Tuesday. Because I want to get them cleared up. They're the people that supply me with my new phone. Well, yeah, it cost me a bloody fortune. It's £1,500, right? And it was about £300 interest. Yeah. You're on benefits? You're on benefits then? Yeah, I'll get that. I'm severely disabled. Yeah. Yeah. I want to get rid of this packet of tobacco. Fucking it's empty. I've never been able to afford a house. I've always been a council tenant. No. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I was going to tap a man's door and ask him for some money, but I thought, no, I won't bother. I was going to ask if I could borrow 20 quid and give me it back on Tuesday, but I just couldn't be bothered, really. A bloke called Mark, he normally comes around my door and asks him for my tobacco or skins or whatever. Well, no, I didn't ask you, really. I could have asked you for some money, but it's all right. No, that's all right, mate. I got 15 pence in my bank. Yeah. Yeah. I got so clothes, man. I got so much clothes. It's crazy. Yeah. But no one's bidding on nothing, really. Yeah. No. Yeah. I was smoking the last roll up out of the packet, right? It tastes pretty shit, really. 30 grams is not going to last me. Mind you, I think Kate gets paid tomorrow. I'm sure she does. She might help me out for a day, isn't it? Five litres of what? Huh? All right. Yeah. I had to get £15 worth of electric the other day because the electric went. That's crazy, man. Congratulations. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Hey Google, I can't go on the internet now. Come back later. I mean, that's funny, really. Well, I've got my telly on, my new telly, and I've got my computer on, and I'm live on YouTube. I've only just gone live on YouTube. About 5 minutes ago. Well, no, that's not about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm always on. I am all the time, really. Actually, I had a strike, and I don't know why. But I think someone sorted it out because I put it on Instagram that I got a strike. And next time I go on YouTube, I'm all right. That's great. Yeah, someone must have said something because I was back on there again. I thought that's great. I don't know what I'm doing. See, I don't even know how to do monetizing and all that. I'd love to do monetizing because that'd be great. I'll make some money. It'd be all right. That would. I only go live because of the NHS because they section me so much over the years. It was crazy. So I was taking pictures and going live all the time. It was the only way, really. Oh. I can't believe how much I struggled to get back. Getting home was just like, oh my God, I'm back. It's crazy. Oh. So many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just naming it. Feeding stories specials, whether it's breastfeeding, bottle feeding, or a combination of both, inspired by 50
years of breast milk research, our most advanced formulation is also suitable in combination with breastfeeding.
I was going to get some sausage rolls, but they sold out. I got the receipt. Hang on, what day is it? 8th of the 10th. That's that, yeah, 8th of the 10th. 9:10. Oh, this is Luke. It was a lady. Pepsi, this is a different day. Well, it must be. All right, mate. Yeah, okay. Has she phoned you again? Yeah. Yeah, right, mate.
Stream weekly or watch live from Monday at 10:05. Documentaries on Ford, sponsored by Ford Puma.
Okay, Chris, with 12 recruits remaining forming a medical withdrawal. 12, unfortunately, they're going 3, but that's the way it goes. The DS regroup to discuss their performance in today's task. Okay, the second task of the day is movable. Good effort by all four. The girls list of them. That's all fucking hell. Number 11. She fucking went impressed. I was impressed. She took a call out.
I've got member discount. Like I work at the shop. She goes, I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it. I thought that's great. Got my price down a little bit, and I just about managed to buy 4 bananas, some tobacco, and a bit of chicken. The chicken was lovely. I've eaten it. It was down from $3.75 down to $1.20. And I've just caned it. I've had it already. There it is. Oh, and I've had a banana. That's it now. I've got 15 pence to my name. Oh.
Score number 5.
Oh. I'm a fat bastard. Look at me. I'm fucking fat. I can't stand it.
So, got rid of a lot of shit that I've been carrying for my whole life. From the age of 3, I was abandoned by my mother. My dad did his best to raise me most important times
I got a really cool telly. I love it. It's amazing.
for the child. You know, I don't think anyone. Oh, I can remember anyone saying, "I love you."
There's my remote.
You know, I thought
Volume.
I was worthless. I thought that I was just baggage. And my dad turned to drugs. And in the house, it was like a drug den at times. And sometimes it was just running the street over football. That's just the one I'd be on. Oh. I fucking can feel the pain. Yeah. So I guess that's had a massive impact, right? Oh, huge, yeah. So I built up a barrier to protect myself. No one knows all the hurt and pain that I've actually been going through for my whole life. Oh. Okay, so when you get into football, people sort of recognise you got talent. It was hard because with no guidance, no support, so you come from nothing, and then you're getting your money, you notice, you're getting things thrown at you. I just wanted to let myself feel better, so I made rash decisions, take risks to mask how I was feeling. Trouble with police, yeah. As you know, drink driving, and that was a decision that I did regret. Decisions were made. You can't always blame what was your past. You've got your own fucking mind. You're a smart guy, right? That's the easiest thing to use. The past, you know. You've had horrible fucking experiences, but the only person I believe can help is you. We're gonna put you through some fucking places you probably never wished to be, but it's gonna make a better version of you. You've got a lot about you. Don't waste it. God! Dig. That's not. It's crazy because you see, in his own right, man, he's played for England, Arsenal. It just shows you, you know, the depth of what is really behind the person. Kids in a lot of pain.
I did it. Growing up in a drug den, I had to take care of myself.
You okay, Joanne?
Yeah.
I had no one to turn to. If I
Drug
cried,
den?
no one would hear. So I had to be strong. And
My
always
mum's house
in
was a drug
survival
den.
mode.
And when you get a lot for shoulder, it does take out of you a little bit.
I was let down by my father, and I know it now. It's about letting go. And hopefully this course can help me release a lot of hurt and pain and suffering.
God, this is tight.
It's very
Oh my God.
situation. My boxes are just right. Once I got wet in the first day.
To be number 5.
2 more days of rain.
That's absolutely
It would be a horrendous situation. There would be blood all over the floor.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right, number 5. So what I want to tell you now is reading your letters one at a time, all the way around, okay? Yes, sir. Do that now.
With the range resuming, the DS are unable to test the recruits physically, so it's time to test their mental resilience.
30 seconds to finish up. Then we've got to read our letters out.
Resilience is more about what your brain thinks you can do. It's 70% mental. So whatever you've been through, you really do have to draw a line under it so you can move on.
To my beautiful family, I'm writing this letter in case I don't make it home from my mission. I want to let you all know
I can't wear this.
I miss you all so much. And it's been so hard not seeing all your faces.
I've been in the public eye for so long now, and when you're in that celebrity bubble, you just get lost in yourself, really. It's not reality.
I hope you're all being good for your dad.
Having my 5 kids has definitely grounded me. They are the most important thing in the world, and I want them to be proud of me.
I want to let you know I love you so much. I hope my beautiful baby girl enjoys her first birthday. And everything I do it for you all. Until we meet again.
Right. Dear Dad, hope this letter finds you because I didn't make it back from tour.
You should listen to this TV program. It's about mental health and about families.
I know there is a lot you wanted to say to me over the years, and you would have done things differently. And yeah, I wish you did, because the hurt and pain I suffered as a child had major implications. But Dad, this is a letter to say I forgive you, and I've always loved you. And I know you as a proud dad. Love you, your only son.
Well done, Jane. You're so good.
You're receiving this letter because I'm sadly not coming home. I'm the luckiest man on the earth. I've loved and deeply been loved, and couldn't have asked for a better life. Being in a boy band, you live your dream. It's been some of the most happiest memories of my life. I get to sing, I get to make music with my best friends. I like brothers. And boys, know that I've always held a tender place in my heart for you all. When I found out my bandmate, Tom, had brain cancer, it was heartbreaking. It was like time stood still. Find me in your favorite song. That's hard to talk about, Tom. I'm thinking about such wonderful memories, and then I'm here, and he's not here. I'm off to see Tom.
I miss my brothers.
And I'll send you a postcard. Love you all,
My mother got me sectioned.
but not too soon.
Mark was a drug dealer. Lee gets angry, give me a black eye. Russell was bossing, taking my phone off me in the section units. 18 years of madness.
That's horrendous.
Just for me, and not my brothers or no one else.
Next time.
There's no ceasefire! I have to fight!
When you're on a mission and chaos is reigning all around, you have to remain a strong unit and work together.
Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, mental health and all that. About some people there saying about their childhood and all that. It's ended now. Yeah, I was a Cub Scout, Army Cadet, and I kind of grew up and I was working all the time. But Mark was a drug dealer, and you know, a lot of people were going in my mum's house and all that. It was crazy. And the family next door, well, I helped them out because I had to, because I felt sorry for them, really, because they lived next door to my mum and my brothers. Yeah. But it's all over now. I'm free, but I've not been free long. Maybe about a year or whatever. I don't even know if it's that long, really. I mean, but I'm free now, and I actually stopped cooking because it was too much. Everything was going mouldy. all my food were like left in going mouldy over the 6 months or whatever it was, and then I was getting home, and then I was sectioned again. Fucking NHS, I just want to fucking pull out a machine gun and shoot them. There's a group called Lads 2 Wankers. I don't really want to join it, really, because it's wankers, isn't it? This is my remote control, my new telly. Me and my neighbour, we picked it up. We went to Romsey and picked it up. And I said, mate, can you help me? Because I've got an hernia and I can't lift it, really. And the man says, that's right. And he picked it up, big telly, put it in the back of the car and that. And then my neighbour carried it from the car into my house, and then I just put it up on the table. And there it is. Lovely. Yeah.
Weekdays at 6. There's no TV in the room. 4 in a bed on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
I'm Paddy McGuinness, and I've got 9 celebrities who are facing new heights, literally, for stand up to cancer. The only rule is, don't look down, because they're going to be 300 feet in the air on a high wire. It starts Tuesday, straight after Bake Off on Channel 4.
You can expect strong language and adult content now on Channel 4. Sitting in and speaking up with Gogglebox.
Oh, Gogglebox. Oh, really?
Gogglebox, sponsored by 3.
Did you get smelling salts for yourself?
This TV's quite basic. I'm gonna change channel. Let's see what we got.
I want to ask of Hamas, don't hurt them. Don't hurt little children. Don't hurt women. If you want me instead, I'm willing to come.
Israel's Prime Minister, meeting security chiefs this morning, has warned his nation of a long and difficult war ahead. Both sides have already suffered significant losses.
Hamas murdered hundreds of Israelis, men, women, and children, and took dozens hostage into Gaza. This horrific terror act demands a forceful, determined, and sustained response.
Israel's response has been swift and harsh, despite the massive intelligence failure. Its missiles filmed by our BBC team in Gaza. Jets have been hitting what they say are Hamas positions, but many civilians have also been killed in this densely populated Palestinian enclave, blockaded and nowhere else to flee.
Tonight, this is as close as we can get to Gaza itself, about 5 kilometers in that direction. There is a lot of military activity, jets overhead. Israel has told its citizens living nearby to leave. It's not clear whether that could signal a land incursion by Israel into Gaza itself. But inevitably, this will end up being more bloody still.
There's also the risk of escalation. Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel from neighboring Lebanon. They say a show of solidarity with Palestinians. This region has long been a tinderbox. And once again, the flames are being fanned. Jonathan Beale, BBC News, Southern Israel.
And tonight, Israel's Search and Rescue Committee has confirmed that more than 250 bodies have been recovered from the site of a music festival, which had been taking place close to the border of the Gaza Strip on Saturday. These images on social media show people fleeing from the Nova Festival. It was held near the small settlement of Raim. It's a kibbutz near the border with Gaza. Caroline Hawley reports.
Moments before, at a festival that brought together young people from across Israel, a carefree crowd, they have no idea of the horror about to erupt. Images posted on social media show people running for their lives. Witnesses say that after rockets were fired, Palestinian gunmen began attacking from several directions. Don't kill me, she pleads, as Noah Agamani and her boyfriend Avi Natan are both taken captive. Both are still missing, thought to have been taken into Gaza. Today, Noah's father spoke through his anguish to Israeli media.
I asked to see the video, and then I saw that it was definitely her. She was so scared, so frightened. I always protected her, and at this very moment, I couldn't.
Noah is 25, with a passion for travel. She'd been messaging a friend just before she was kidnapped, and then the live location ended.
It's just us waiting and hoping, really hoping and praying that everything is good, that she will come back home safely, her and her boyfriend and everyone that is in captivity now.
Also taken from the festival, Shani Luke, a tattoo artist from Germany, pictured here on holiday in Mexico. Her family recognized her in video of Palestinian gunmen celebrating her capture on a pickup truck. The images of Shani herself are too upsetting to show.
We were sent a video in which I could clearly see our daughter unconscious with the Palestinians and them driving around the Gaza Strip. I ask you to send us any help or news.
Jake Marlowe's family and friends are also desperate for news. He's a 26-year-old British man who was working at the festival. He's reported to have told his mother he loved her and promised to keep her updated before his phone began ringing out. On the road next to where the festival was taking place, the aftermath. We don't yet know what's happened to all those who came in these cars to party, to celebrate. Shell-shocked reunions with those who survived, but the brutality of the attack, the terror of it, will now be seared into the psyche of a nation. Caroline Hawley, BBC News.
In another development, Israel's foreign ministry has said that 2 Israeli tourists and their Egyptian guide have been shot dead in the Egyptian city of Alexandria. Another Israeli was also wounded. Local media reported that a policeman had opened fire on the group while they were visiting an ancient Roman site. Well, these dramatic, shocking, and unprecedented events in Israel and the Gaza Strip have raised many questions about what happens next and what can be done in the long term to resolve this long-running crisis. Our analysis editor, Roz Atkins, now looks at some of these questions.
Let's start with the Islamist militant group that carried out this attack. Who are Hamas? Well, its name is an Arabic acronym for Islamic Resistance Movement. It's sworn to Israel's destruction, and its base is Gaza. It's been in control there since 2007, though, as it's not held an election since, it's hard to gauge what support it has. This weekend, President Biden called Hamas a terrorist organisation, and the EU, the UK, and the US all categorise it this way. In the region, Iran is Hamas's primary backer. Indeed, Hamas has told the BBC Iran gave direct backing for this weekend's attack. Hamas also has close relations with the militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon, which shares a border with Israel. And Israel knows all of this and more about Hamas, which leads us to the next question. Why didn't Israeli intelligence know about the attack? The analyst Colin Clark describes how Israel has world-class intelligence collection and analysis capabilities. That includes using informers in Gaza and surveillance drones above it. In the words of one former US counterterrorism specialist, it's almost inconceivable how they missed this. But they did, and working out why is now a matter of urgency. Our next question is whether this weekend is different to previous escalations. Serious violent escalations between Israel and the Palestinians are not uncommon, but the scale of this Hamas attack makes it different. Israeli territory was infiltrated. Over 700 Israelis have died. As many as 100 hostages were taken. Saturday was one of the deadliest days in Israel's history. And the UN's Middle East peace envoy says this is a dangerous precipice. And I appeal to all to pull back from the brink. This is different. And the scale of the attack leads us to, how is Israel responding? Well, already Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talks of a long and difficult war. There are Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. At least 400 people have been killed. Military vehicles are heading to the Gaza border, and tens of thousands of Israeli reservists are being called up. As well as that, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has announced that additional equipment and resources, including munitions, will be sent. Israel's allies are offering solidarity and help. And while right now the focus is on the immediate threat from Hamas, Israel and its allies will also know that in the long term, this attack will reshape how they seek to maintain Israel's security.
Well, many here and far beyond are trying to make sense of this escalation, fearing what could happen next, and wondering whether there is a way out of this forever war. Let's cross to neighboring Jordan, where we can join our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, who has covered many of these conflicts, but all of these conflicts in recent decades. Jeremy, when you look at the situation now, can you see any solutions on the horizon as a way to resolve these persistent tensions?
The problems, these are enormously deep-rooted. Now, Israel right now is going through this most extraordinary, awful national trauma. And as you've been hearing, the military response has already started, and it's going to be considerable. Now, in the past, when there have been flare-ups, there's sometimes been pressure on Israeli leaders, including Mr. Netanyahu, to, quote, deal with Hamas once and for all, to get in there, to kill their operatives, get their leaders, smash their infrastructure. But actually, he's resisted doing that, and others have too. And the reason is they thought they had a better way, which was effectively to contain Hamas inside Gaza. And they've done that since Hamas took over there in 2007. The way they've done that is to keep it under a pretty tight state of siege, helped by Egypt, that doesn't like Hamas either, and also have confidence in their intelligence services and their military capability. And the events of yesterday have shown very clearly that all those assumptions were wrong, and that paradigm has been shattered. So what happens next? Well, a large military operation. Israel is a very powerful country, very powerful military, and perhaps it can go in and deal, as they say, once and for all with Hamas. But assuming they do that, I think the really big question, longer term, is what happens on the day after? How is Gaza going to be governed? Do Israelis and Palestinians need to talk to each other again? The last attempt at a peace process sponsored by the Americans failed 10 years ago. So I think longer term, in the end, they're going to have to try and deal with the roots of this century-long conflict. And that isn't just military, it's political.
Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, and that's how it looks, how it feels tonight, after what's being called the darkest day in Israel's turbulent history. But the fear now is that there could be even darker days to come for Israelis and for Palestinians. Jane?
Please, thank you, Lise Doucette. Well, Sir Keir Starmer has called Hamas terrorists and has said Israel has a right to defend itself. His comments came as the Labour Party conference got underway in Liverpool. Sir Keir outlined plans to pay doctors and nursing staff more overtime in order to reduce NHS hospital waiting lists, which currently stand at more than 7 million. From Liverpool, here's our political editor, Chris Mason.
Passion and noise, protest and argument. Party conferences are magnets for debate and eye-catching ways of making your point. But they are also a showcase for the party in question. The backdrop to this conference is the unfolding horror in the Middle East. Labour want to appear like a government in waiting.
Israel has every right to defend herself, and the perpetrators of this have deliberately pushed back the prospect of peace agreements, peace talks, and so an appalling act of terrorism. And I think everybody is shocked.
That word, terrorism, to describe the attacks by Hamas matters here and matches the government's language.
Do you condemn it?
Under its last leader, Jeremy Corbyn, Labour was riven by rows about being anti-Jewish. He was even thrown out of the parliamentary party over it. Today, he said,
And calling for an end to the occupation of Palestine, which of course is fundamentally the background to all this, and obviously all attacks are wrong.
over the next few days here, expect Labour to set out some new policies. They want wealthy folk whose permanent home is outside the UK to pay more tax here. They now say they'd use the money to try to get waiting lists down in England.
It's for 2 million appointments every year, 40,000 a week, to be done out of hours, but paying staff properly to do it.
But hang on.
Given some doctors are working in the private sector at the weekends, won't you actually have to change their contracts to make this happen?
You don't need to change the contracts for this because we will pay at the proper rates for out of hours. It's
What would they get in the private sector?
Well, this is to pay out of hours. Many of them
Is that more than they get in the private sector?
They will probably get more in the private sector.
And don't badge this as anything more than an interim measure, says the country's biggest trade union.
Lots of them work unpaid overtime at the moment, so this is a good thing. But it's not a long-term solution. It's a good way of temporarily improving things when Labour come to government.
This is a conference of cautious smiles, a party at ease with itself and daring to believe it can win.
And you know, there's quite a contrast really in the atmosphere here compared to the Conservatives conference of a week ago, which was an attention-seeking, quite noisy affair. And here, speaking to senior folk, a very different tenor. I was speaking to one figure who described the whole thing as like wearing a straitjacket and walking along a tightrope. Why did they say that? There's a sense here that it is pretty rare, if you look back over the last half century, that Labour find themselves in a position where they can believe that they might be able to win power and win the next general election. And they are paranoid about throwing that lead in the opinion polls away. The danger for them of being careful, of laying down building blocks of policies, and there'll be a few more that they hope will be doorstep ready to sell to voters to announce in the next couple of days, is that the Conservatives will argue and are arguing that they are making the big and bold ideas and Labour have a limited amount to offer, when plenty within Labour acknowledge they still have quite a lot of proving to do to quite a lot of people. Tomorrow here, the big focus will be on the biggest issue of the lot, the cost of living and the economy, when delegates here will hear from the Shadow Chancellor.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Mason. More than 1,000 people have been killed after a powerful earthquake hit western Afghanistan near the Iranian border. The 6.3 magnitude quake devastated at least 12 villages near the city of Herat. Rescue teams have been trying to find survivors underneath rubble, although more remote regions are proving hard to reach. There are serious concerns about freedom of speech at English universities, according to the man now in charge of ensuring it. Arif Ahmed is the new Director for Freedom of Speech at the Office for Students, which regulates universities. He's given his first interview to our education editor, Branwen Jeffries.
Protests outside a university debate this year. The speaker, Professor Kathleen Stock,
that is the basis on which
Some find her views controversial, that women are born women and gender identity is different. Just one high-profile case, but are there wider issues? There's a new Director of Free Speech for England's universities.
We do have a duty to monitor students' unions.
And he thinks there are serious concerns.
Speaker events is one thing, but there may be fears about what gets taught in classrooms, what people can say in classrooms, what research people can conduct, what questions people can ask, what perhaps they can even say to one another about really important and contentious political topics where they ought to be able to have at university a no-holds-barred discussion.
So, for example, this week, Rishi Sunak said we shouldn't get bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be. They can't. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. Is that the kind of view that should be able to be freely expressed on campus in the UK?
As long as a view can be legally expressed, such as that one, if it's legally expressed, then yes. But so is the opposite. So someone is equally protected if they can legally express the rejection of that view. So there is no question whatever that we have any interest in culture wars. We don't. With any interest in defending one or another political side, we absolutely don't. And on both sides of any issue, we will be equally vigorous in defending the free speech rights of students, academics, and visiting speakers.
A new law means universities in England would face fines if they fail to protect and promote free speech, and possibly student unions too.
We need to emphasise that nothing in these powers protects speech that amounts to illegal harassment. So, for instance, or speech that amounts to illegal incitement, or speech that amounts to illegal threats.
So do you think that free speech is in real jeopardy at the moment on university campuses?
I think there's serious grounds for concern, and that's why we're taking action now.
Student unions and students will be asked for their views on fines later this year. The National Union of Students declined to comment. Ramin Jeffries, BBC News.
Now, just to tell you, there is a new world record for a marathon. Kenya's Kelvin Kiptum took 34 seconds off the previous record for running the 26.2 miles. Kiptum crossed the finish line of the Chicago Marathon in 2 hours and 35 seconds. And that remarkable achievement takes us to a look at the weather prospects. Thomas Schaffernacker is with me. Hello.
Jane, hello. No weather records today, but it was absolutely exceptional as far as the temperatures are concerned. Let's have a look at those highs. It was pretty cool in Scotland because we had the rain, but in Northern Ireland, that's the highest October day temperature since the 1960s. In Wales, it was the warmest October day in over a decade. And in London, in Kew Gardens, 25.8 degrees. That was today's hotspot, the highest temperature for October since 2018. And these warm days are becoming more frequent now. In terms of the rainfall across Scotland, the wettest place was around here in the last a couple of days or so. We had about a month's worth of rainfall in some areas, but the good news is that the rain is now fizzling away. But the warm weather continues, not just here in the UK, but across many parts of Western Europe, as this dip in the jet stream is pushing that warm atmosphere our way. Now, yes, a warm start to the week, but not a dry one. There is more rain on the way, but wait until Tuesday before that rain arrives. Now, through tonight, just a little bit of dribs and drabs of rain there across the southern uplands and in Northern Ireland, some murk around coasts. Look at these temperatures, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday. 16 degrees Celsius in Belfast. That is more than what we'd normally have during the daytime this time of the year, to put it into perspective. So here's the forecast for tomorrow then. I think some murk around these western coasts, generally a much drier day. In Scotland, around 16 degrees Celsius there in the lowlands, but widely into the 20s. 21 again in Belfast, mid-20s possible in the southeast. And here's the forecast for Tuesday. Yes, the cold front is approaching, so everything this side of the cold front will be cool air spreading eventually across the UK, but not on Tuesday. Again, another warm, very warm day. By the time we get to Thursday, those temperatures will start to ease, but still hovering above the average, I think, pretty much for the whole week. Back to you.
Oh, thank you very much. And that is the BBC News at 10 for tonight. You can keep up to date, of course, with the situation in the Middle East on the BBC News website. Here on BBC One, it is, of course, time to join our colleagues for the news wherever you are this evening. From everyone here on the 10 team, a very good night.
Thanks, Jane. I'm David Howard with the late news now from South Today.
Good evening. Holdalls full of what's believed to be cocaine have been washing up along the south coast. Hundreds of kilos of the drug were found by a fisherman in the sea off St Albans Point and Durdle Door in Dorset. Another batch was discovered by litter pickers at a beach on the Isle of Wight. Police say anyone who finds similar packages should contact them. 2 people are being questioned by police in Sussex over an assault on a 74-year-old man. It's thought to have happened on Friday evening on Littlehampton High Street. Officers were alerted by Worthing Hospital after the victim was admitted with a serious head injury. A 21-year-old man and a 15-year-old boy are being held on suspicion of wounding with intent. The Labour Party conference is being urged to accept recommendations to reform the schools inspector at Ofsted following the death of the Berkshire head teacher Ruth Perry. Relatives have said the Caversham primary head took her own life after being told the school was being reclassified from outstanding to inadequate. The former Dorset MP Lord Jim Knight has led an inquiry into Ofsted, which is due to report next month.
We want to be really sympathetic to the stress that people like Ruth up and down the country feel as a result of the way the inspection system is carried out. And it doesn't have to be that way. We've looked at inspection services all over the world and the way it is done, and nobody else pretty much has a single word judgment to sum up a person's career.
Now, a new swing has opened at a playground in Guildford. Here it is, bringing together wheelchair users and non-wheelchair users. The charity Challengers says often wheelchair accessible swings are in fenced off areas or cages, but they want this to be an inclusive space where all children can play together. Michelle Cross reports.
This is a place where children of all abilities can play together safely.
Eleanor, who's just turned 11, she's got severe learning disabilities and autism. She needs one-to-one help with everything that she does. So it's really, really important that she has somewhere she can go and let off steam and have a laugh and be around other people, but also have the sort of help that she needs to do that.
It's run by the charity Challengers, who've been fundraising to build it.
We're here because we want to transform the lives of disabled children and young people across the South East using play.
The charity says 96% of families don't have anywhere inclusive to go. So how do parents feel now that it's open?
Oh, it's lovely. It just, it's how they make friends. It enables them to get confidence. It's great confidence building for them. And also just bringing Eddie's sisters, Phoebe and Libby, kind of into this community. So it's one big family, really.
Oh, I mean, it's everything, isn't it? I think every mum wants to see their children play. And for us mums, it's incredibly difficult to see that in a normal day-to-day life. To have your child go and experience what every other child does, it means so much more to us.
It's great seeing them in one place, having a great time, and knowing that, my child who hasn't got disabilities is really, really happy, and my child who has got disabilities is really, really happy. It's really, really special.
I can play with my sister, and on the other parts, there's nothing she can do.
And it feels happy, and we play together. And it makes our hearts burst.
Hundreds of families will benefit, and it's hoped it'll inspire others to do the same.
I would love for more people to come and see it, experience it, and then if they could replicate it in their area, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Smiles in the sunshine, and the warm weather's set to continue. Here's Emily.
Hello. We have got further warm sunshine to come tomorrow, but tonight it's quite quiet, it's dry, settled with light winds. There may be the odd mist and fog patch in sheltered spots for first thing on Monday morning, and we've got minimum temperatures between 10 and 12 degrees. Some more sunshine to come through Monday. Any mist and fog should clear, continuing dry, sunny and warm through tomorrow afternoon with very light winds and highs of up to 24 degrees. There'll be some more sunshine on Tuesday, mixing with some cloud, and then through Wednesday, cloud and rain arrives, turning more unsettled and cooler as well.
That's it from us. Sanjana Gagul is here with bulletins tomorrow in BBC Breakfast. But from the late team, it's goodbye.
All
around the planet, animals are making incredible journeys. The most remarkable of these are the smallest. Follow 6 tiny animals through the biggest adventures where every step counts.
Big Little Journeys continues next Sunday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Our Sunday night football fest now on BBC One, the women's football show at 11:50 after Match of the Day 2 with Mark Chapman.
Evening, 4 big games to bring you on Match of the Day 2 tonight. Alan Shearer and Danny Murphy are with us. Just 1 point separated Manchester City and Arsenal ahead of today's meeting in the Emirates. The games between the two sides were pivotal in last season's title race.
This season hasn't exactly been the all-conquering City.
Arsenal this year, for me, are the real deal. They deserve to be top of the league.
Arguably the biggest game of the Premier League season so far. City win and they'll go top.
They have gifted Manchester City over. Oh, level between the top two. Grealish. Manchester City are 2-1 up. Haaland. Settles it. The night, the complexion of the Premier League completely changed.
It's almost as if they think it's over. If they win the game in hand, we can have the league.
The Gunners 5 clear, having played 2 games more.
It's being sold as the big title decider.
If they win, the destiny will be in their hands.
We have toe-to-toe with them. Bruyne has the chance to shoot! Manchester City double their lead. De Bruyne! And it's in now. Retaining their title feels more certain than at any point in the season so far.
Commentary comes from Guy Mowbray.
Just 1 point between them again, but in their Premier League matchups over the last 6 seasons, there has been a gulf, with Manchester City getting every point going. Played 12, won 12. There's a feeling now that this Arsenal side could stop that run today. A task hampered, however, by the absence of Bukayo Saka due to injury. Leandro Trossard comes in, and 2 other changes from Tuesday's defeat at Lens see Ben White and Jorginho replace Takahiro Tomiyasu and Kai Havertz. It's White's 26th birthday. It's Jorginho's first Premier League start of the season. City are again without Rodri as he completes a 3-match ban. So Mateo Kovacic comes in to play alongside Rico Lewis, the 18-year-old reprising the midfield role he performed almost perfectly in Leipzig on Wednesday. In defence, it's Nathan Ake in, Manuel Akanji out. In attack, Julian Alvarez plays, Jack Grealish is on the bench. All weekend, the Premier League's No Room for Racism campaign is being highlighted by players taking the knee, showing their unity against all forms of discrimination. Back with Raya. His kicking was just called into question at Lens on Tuesday. It was an errant ball out. It's led to one of the Lens goals. An equalising goal. And that's been played away from Zinchenko. And it's going to be a Manchester City throw. So again, Raya's kicking just being looked at. And Ramsdale watches on. Certainly been one of the big talking points over the last few weeks. Raya's inclusion at Ramsdale's expense. Here it comes, and where is Raya going? He's heading off the line. Declan Rice has dropped back in, importantly so. Haaland helps it on his Ake now, and it's over. It really ought to have been put away. Arsenal under pressure. They're indebted to Declan Rice for this. Raya was.
I'm not trying to brag, but you did ask how I was going to take for dinner.
You're such an actor. You're such an actor. What else have you been in?
This house is haunted.
Nope.
Two beds, two baths. I've done 3 sketches on the Merv Griffin show. Did you ever see
All right, don't list your whole resume. It's bragging. I'm not going on a date with you, man. You're 15.
Man. I like that.
Kid, how about that? I'm not going on a date with you, kid. You're 15.
Don't call it a date. It's not a date. Just come say hello. I like the way you look. I like talking with you. Where do you live?
Encino.
Encino. I live in Encino. Where in Encino?
I'm Hatteras.
Hatteras and what?
Oh, wait. Hatteras and what? Hatteras and what? Not anywhere next week.
I'll be able to tell the doctor.
I don't care where you
We're there every Thursday for
I don't
dinner.
care where you. Wait, where are your parents?
They're working. They're working. Just come say hi. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I take my brother Craig to Tasty Fish around 6:30. He's in bed by 7:30.
But you go all the way from Encino to Tail of the Cock for dinner?
I live in Sherman Oaks.
Oh, come on.
I take my brother Greg to Tasty Fish around 6:30. He's in bed by 7:30. I step around the corner till about for my dinner. That's where I'll be. I'm not trying to pressure you.
You are pressuring me. You are. That's what you're doing.
If you want to come and say hello, it's convenient within your plans. I'd love to see you.
Convenient within my plan. But you leave your brother alone? How old is he?
He's 8. You're 9.
You're hilarious. You can't even keep your own story straight. What are you? You're like a little Robert Goulet, Dean Martin or something. Where'd you come from?
Sherman Oaks.
Sherman Oaks. Hi, Mother. Hi, Cindy. Did you know we got a big movie star here?
Gary Valentine.
Your name's Valentine.
Valentine.
Should I get an autograph? Don't bother.
I've been right here the whole time. I get this feeling I was meant to know you, Luana.
You know I'm 25, right? I can be your friend, but I can't be your girlfriend. That's illegal.
You give me hope. This is fate I brought us together. This is fate.
Oh.
I'm trying to spend my time with you. Is that something?
Look up, look up, look up. Close your mouth just a little bit. Just a little bit of teeth, little bit of teeth, little bit of teeth. Go on, left side. Okay, thanks. Next.
How have I never seen you before? How have we never met?
Stop talking so much, Slimy. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. Well, I gotta get back to work, and you have to get back to class.
Stop using time as an excuse, Alana. Our roads took us here.
Stop sounding like a philosophy guy, Albert Einstein. Maybe I'll see you later. I'm not gonna see you later.
Chin up just a little bit like that, right? Chin up, chin up.
I met the girl I'm gonna marry one day, Greg.
Oh, yeah?
And you're gonna be my best man. I'll be able to tell you talking to you. Love you, baby.
Love you too. Don't be creepy, please. Will you stop with the googly eyes?
Excuse me, darling. Can I have 2 Cokes? Really?
You got it.
Thank you. What?
I can hear you breathing. Stop.
Breathing?
Yes.
So long. What are your plans?
I don't know.
What's your future look like?
I don't know.
How do you like working at Tiny Toes?
I hate working at Tiny Toes.
You should start your own business.
What business should I be in?
I don't know. What do you like?
I don't know.
You're an actress. You should be an actress.
So how'd you become such a hotshot actor?
I'm a showman. It's my calling. I don't know how to do anything else. It's what I'm meant to do. I mean, ever since I was a kid, I've been a song and dance
Come
man.
on. Ever since you were a kid. Song and dance man. Where are your parents?
My mom works for me.
Oh, of course she does.
Yes, she does, in my public relations company.
And you're a public relations company? Because you have that.
Yes.
And you're an actor.
Yes.
And you're a secret agent too.
Well, no, I'm not a secret agent. That's funny.
Are you joking?
No, I'm not.
That's a lot.
That's complicated.
I'm sure. You know that math homework you have to do after everything.
My mom's in Las Vegas right now taking care of the Hacienda Hotel. Which leaves me back here.
Oh, well, that's wrong. A little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like Japanese food?
I don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
The Mikado? I'm taking you to the Mikado next time.
Next time.
Yeah. The food's magnificent.
You're sweet, Gary. You're going to be rich in a mansion by the time you're 16. I'm going to be here taking photos of kids for their yearbooks when I'm 30. You're never going to remember me.
I'm not going to forget you. Just like you're not going to forget me. If I asked for your phone number, would you give it to me?
Why should I give you my phone number?
So I can call you?
I don't know, Gary.
Why not?
How are you going to remember it?
It's only 7 numbers.
Seven 4686.
7564686. 7584686.
Write down Nichols. Don't call me all the time, okay? We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Remember that. Well, you know.
I know.
Hi, Dad.
Whoa. What's up?
What?
What's going on?
Nothing.
What time is it now?
10?
What do you do?
I told you what I was going to do this morning.
What?
Go to dinner with Lisa.
Lisa?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Lisa?
How do you know Lisa?
Lisa?
She works
I don't
with
know
me
Lisa.
at Tiny Toes.
What?
Yes.
How are you? Why are you dressed like that? You want a date? Looks like it's a long date.
His name is Jerome H. Frick. His friends know him simply as Jerry, and his attractive young wife as Miyako. Their new restaurant, Mikado, is a delightful dinery featuring foods of Japan, and it should be quite authentic, for Jerry had a restaurant some 15 years in Tokyo. The entire staff, with the exception of Jerry, is Japanese, and those little doll waitresses are dressed fittingly in colorful kimonos. Give it a try. We think you'll be delighted.
Oh, that's wonderful, Aviva.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, of course. It's just wonderful.
Oh,
Thank you.
of course.
Do you think we should mention something about the serenity, though? The pleasant quiet.
Yes, and I wish that we had space to include everything because it's such a beautiful restaurant. But if we choose one thing,
Okay, of course. Let's just. Oh, Miyoko, how you think of this? What do you think of item for newspaper?
ウェイトレスとかどうでもよくない？レストランなんだから。食べ物の記事でしょ。お料理のこと全然書いてないじゃない。料理よ、料理。
Oh, Yoko-san.
わかる？
I think the cuisine is not mentioned. She was wondering if we mentioned cuisine.
The cuisine. I think we did talk about that, didn't we? I have an earlier draft. There it is. There is a complete roster of Japanese appetizers available while sipping American or Japanese spirits. For the daring, sashimi is offered, but don't worry, there are many American dishes too. Mikado is for the gourmet and the non-gourmet alike.
What do you think of that?
この方がいいわ。刺身とかジャパニーズアパタイザーって書いてあるし。
Much better talking about the cuisine than the waitresses. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. I will make a note of that.
Sure.
That's what we'll send to the paper.
Ugh.
Thank you so much for coming. To
Really appreciate it,
Really.
Anita. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Oh.
So, I'm afraid you're going to be upset with me. I can't take you to New York for the Jerry Best show. I have to go to Las Vegas.
No, so.
No?
Why is that bad?
Well, you can't go to New York without a parent or a guardian. They're not going to let you do the press tour without a chaperone.
Our love is alive, and so we begin. We see it light in our hearts and
Sausage steak is delicious. How's the chicken?
Delicious.
our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight from catches, stumbling in.
Excuse me, sir. Can I offer you another beverage?
I beg your pardon?
Can I get you something else to drink?
What's your name?
It's Brenda.
Brenda. That's a beautiful name. I'll take 2 Cokes, Brenda.
Okay. Are you one of the actors?
Yes, I am. Hola. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo es?
Hi. Me llamo Alana.
Alana. Bien. Bien. There you go. Miles. How's things back here? Used to be Ryan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never flown this bird before. What'd you have for lunch? Salisbury steak.
I have the chicken.
They did have steak back here? Good. Good. All right. Well, hey, very nice to meet you, Alana. I'll see you on the time back.
Charmed.
Wow, super hot chocolate. Nice one. That's my friend. Don't think about that. Oh, man, are you kidding? My mind's racing in circles around that track.
Hello, boys.
Hey, Lucy.
Mark, how you doing?
It's him.
Hey, Lucy.
Harold.
My name's Heidi.
How you doing, Lucy?
Man. Valentine. Don't. Just don't in here. What's that? What is that? A V? Is that for vagina? Why are you doing that? Why do people keep doing that?
Peace and love, baby.
Shut it. Shut it. Cut the comedy. Don't be an ass out there. Good show, everybody.
send you a signal. I'll make a joke just for you.
Straight ahead. Keep going straight ahead to the stage. Right?
Lucy, I want to tell you how much we enjoyed your visit tonight. Before you go, I'd like the audience to meet those wonderful 18 children who
Wonderful.
played the kids in Under One Roof.
I think they'd like that.
Are they back here?
Yes. And here they are. Rise and shine. Rise and shine every morning bright and early. Look somewhere else in one stick of blue. Bicycle riding, singing, echo, illuminating. The fun of your heart we're going to do. Sometimes it seems like we're going round in circles. And we get hung up on every little thing. Pick up your toys, make your bed on the telephone. Why you live just like children? The garden is full of noise and life, and they're all yours. Mine and mine. It's a falling cloud that's spinning. It's gonna take everybody all hands on deck. If we work together, we'll make it. On the way down, sunshine down the shower, and they'll be on fire. Everybody, pow, 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 and they'll be on fire.
Lance, how's things in Hollywood for you?
Oh, things are going real well, Jerry. I just did a guest spot on Vanacek with George Papard for NBC.
George Papard, that's great. That's great.
Thank
How about you, Gary?
Well, last week I did 3 beavers.
Leave it to Beaver.
3 beavers.
Hi, what's your name?
Thank you for asking, Gary.
Bill.
My name is Mike.
Hi, Marco.
You think you're funny? You think you're funny? You humiliated me in front of millions of people! These are my fans! You cannot treat me like this! This is the end for you! I'm going against you!
She doesn't seem too happy.
She like that all the time.
More or less, yeah. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Alright, I should go get out of these pajamas.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Bye.
Thank you, William.
Thanks.
Right down the stairs, young man. Gary? Gary Valentine. Nice to see you.
Nice
What
to
have you
see
been
you.
up to, man?
I was in New York on a PR trip for Under One Roof, the Jerry Best show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, you're huge.
Oh, hi,
Wow.
Gail.
Gary,
Nice to see you.
really grown a lot, huh?
Yeah.
Eating your vegetables.
And action.
You can wear the new Sears Town One suit this way. Or this way. Or try this all new best suit look, or 7 other ways.
Perfect, man. You still got it. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
How you doing?
Good. Divorced, but losing it. Very nice.
Oh, we look great.
Thank you. A cold read?
Sure, let's do it.
And action.
My face is sorry, I don't sure. My face is a pimply mess, and I don't know what to do.
Cut. Fantabulous. You still got it, man.
Thanks.
Really terrific.
Thanks,
It was
Gary.
good to see you guys.
Great to see Bye, you. Gary.
Bye, you guys.
If you're listening to Todd Rundgren's new album, you have a pair of headphones, you better get them out and give them thing, because they're really going to help. Something Anything, written, performed, and produced by Todd Rundgren, now on Bearsville Records, wherever seen, wherever you go.
Mom, do you want to eat the burgers in the car or at home?
Do I go home?
Let's go home.
What you trying to do? Sleep with a kid? Tell him where you're going to go, or make sure they all have their own sleeping bag.
Make sure they all have their own sleeping bags.
What you want to do?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, who's this? Alana, Lance. Hello? Lance? Hello?
Can you hear me? I can hear someone breathing.
Phone's ringing. Festival the Hatzir Shabbat Amen.
Nice. Lance, are you ready for nice dinner? Very ready. Thank you for having me again. Wonderful. Are you ready to do a barucha on your challah? Oh, wow. Thank you. However, I must respectfully refuse. I'm an atheist. Well, you're certainly right. I was born into Judaism, but my personal path has led me to atheism. You see, I just can't believe there's a God when I see all this suffering in the world. Vietnam, you know? So, with all due respect, no, sir. I can't do the blessing, but thank you.
What does your penis look like?
What?
does your penis look like?
Like a regular penis, I guess.
Is it circumcised?
Yeah.
Then you're a fucking Jew! Why would you do that? Why would you do that? He was maybe gonna be my boyfriend.
Listen, young lady, you don't bring this idiot to Shabbat dinner here.
Listen, Dad, he's an atheist and an actor, and he's famous.
But he's Jewish.
He was gonna take me out of here. Effie, don't you even look at me. Don't you even look at me. You're always looking at me. What are you doing? Say anything. What are you doing? What are you thinking, huh? I'm Effie. I work for Mom and Dad. I'm perfect. I was motivated. Alana doesn't have a life together. Alana brings her stupid boyfriends all the time.
I mean,
I knew it. I knew that was what you were thinking. You're always thinking things, you thinker. You thinker. You think things.
gotta stop fighting with everyone all the time.
Oh, fuck off, Danielle.
Got to accentuate positive, even minus the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with business.
What is that?
That is a bed made of water, sweetheart. What's your name?
Gary.
Gary. Why don't you come in and take a closer look at it? You won't bite.
His last remark, Jonah in the whale. No, what is the art? What did they do? Just when everything looks
Accentuate positive, healing, minus the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. No,
hop on.
In Between.
Groove on that. How much does it cost?
$69.95. Do you dig it? Do you love it? Nobody is going to sleep on mattresses anymore. That's old hat, Jack. That's a square.
Do you sell a lot of it?
No, you're my first customer.
How long has it been out?
Just a couple of days. It's modern age. Out there. Sleep and dream technology. Liquid luxury for you.
You can impress your lady friend.
Come on, boys.
Sonny and Cher, Tim. Sonny and Cher.
No, sorry. Not open yet. No, we're not open. Yes, I'm the real Herman Munson. You can't be here right now. We're open here. Come on.
I got a really good idea. Okay. I have my dad's pipe, so we should give your customers some weed to help sell water pipes.
Yeah, that is actually a good idea.
Am I grabbing lights from the car? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Those. Taco mini bike. Let's sell some beds. There's my stuff. There's my stuff. That's good. Head right here. Facing that way. Love it. Love it. Look that way. That way. Arm like this. Arm like this. Who wants to be famous?
wants to be famous? Just guess the amount. I think I know where I can find some LSD. That would be better. No. Keep with the grass, man. Keep with the grass. Have you guys ever been to the ocean?
Yeah, why?
You remember that relaxing feeling of just laying on the water?
Water.
Have that every night with a soggy bottom. Hello, gorgeous.
Hello, handsome.
Come here often.
No, I'm not a teenager. I'm selling earrings for my friend JoJo.
Is your bottom soggy? Having trouble sleeping?
And now that you mention it,
Boyfriend trouble?
no boyfriend. I don't really have trouble.
Well, that's good. Let me introduce you to the greatest invention in sleeping since the Innerspring.
I've seen these before. These are far out. Oh, hi, Kiki. Hey, Alana. What are you doing here? Seeing this little David Cassidy. What are you doing here? I'm working for him. How's it? So how many dogs do you have? Who knows? I don't think they even know. Hey! What's going on? What here? Officers. What's going on? Then what's been a mistake? Here, what did you do?
What did I do?
Officers, anything you change. He has fights. I will be reporting you to the chief of police immediately when I get outside. Everything okay? Gary, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm gonna find you, okay? Don't worry, okay? Wearing a blue shirt, long way down there, like a garden dater. Fuck off, teenagers!
I'm not 16. I'm 15. My birthday's not till next month.
You're going to jail, big boy. You're going to jail for murder. Have fun in Attica, dickhead.
That's not him.
Come on. Come on. Why you guys have like so much shit in their pants? I know. That's not good. That's like funny to you guys. When someone wants to buy a bed, they don't want to think about shitting their shitty diapers or shitty pants.
Well, that's not just for sleeping on.
Well, if it's not just for sleeping, I think it's for sex. Talking about it isn't making anyone come up on it.
Does it make you laugh?
Everybody's talking about waterbeds these days, right? And it's for good reason, because the waterbed is the greatest thing to happen in sleep since the invention of the inner spring. Okay, if you've been thinking about getting a waterbed now, I can have one delivered to your very door. All you gotta do is call the world's largest manufacturer of waterbeds, Pacific Waterbeds. They present Fat Bernie's king-size waterbeds. A little bit. Yeah, 6 foot by 7 foot waterbed, $100 value from $39.95. $39.95 for your very own king-size Fat Bernie waterbed if you have now. Call 451-3631 and have a Fat Bernie waterbed delivered COD right to your very door. 10-day money-back guarantee if you're not qualified. Your loved one will love you for it. Now, remember, or maybe you have 2 or 3, or maybe you want to tell somebody that you love them. You're not exactly sure how you're going to do it. You can tell them with a king-size Fat Bernie waterbed. You'll even love yourself for it. Maybe all you want to do is just ensconce yourself in your own king-size waterbed with nobody around above you. That is some real narcissism, okay? It's KPPC Pasadena. We've got the tours coming up next.
Pacific Waterbed.
Small at the bottom.
Yeah, but it can be small.
You look funny.
Yeah? You know that?
No. I've never met anyone like Randy before.
Really?
Gary! There he is. Good to see you. How you doing? Good to see you, friend. Hi, Miyoko. Oh, no, Miyoko's gone. This is my new wife, Kimiko.
Hi, Kimiko.
Pretty as a picture. Who's this pretty thing?
This is my lady friend, Alana.
How do you do, Alana?
Business partner.
A pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Jerry, I wanted to talk to you about this, by the way.
Hold up. Let's do it right. Let's sit down and have something to drink first, okay?
Sounds great.
After you. Gary, I love you, and I want to do anything for you, but because these fit in my restaurant, which is Chinese, and this waterbed business is strictly American. You need to have a look at these waterbed.
こんな格好悪い。うちのレストランに置けないわよ。
Mm-hmm. What did she just say? It's hard to tell. I don't speak Japanese. Gary, I want to help, but Can I help without putting these out inside everywhere?
Oh, Helen. Hey, Frisbee. You work here? Unfortunately. Helping my son with his water bed business. Really? Yeah, you know? Yeah, I love it.
I'm so happy there.
Love him. How do you know him? He's in here all the time. He's a friend of Jerry's. Yeah. He's a cute little hustler. He's also really smart and a good businessman. Mm-hmm. Can you still work at Tiny Toes? No, I'm partners with Gary now. Oh, the handman. So you try and get a hand job from you? Yeah, all the time. What's going on to you? Okay, I'll see you later, Cookie. Okay. Say hi to your sister for me. I could describe the sensation as a soft, spongy, slow motion trampoline without the great bounce.
Sexy. Sexier, make it sexy.
No, I can't. Did the form up for the truck?
No, but you can get the bed, and if you don't like it, we can do a money back guarantee.
Oh, you have to be sexy. You have to be by. Don't let him get it.
What's your name? Ted. My name's Alana. Can I come install the bed for you?
What?
I'd lay it down and show you how it works. It moves in a similar way to the ocean. Wet inside. And it takes some getting used to, but once you're in there, Ted, I don't think you're going to be asking any questions.
Sounds like you just so right. Tell me, what time can you be over with that thing?
Oh, well, eager. I have to wait until my work is done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have a mean old boss that makes me work all day.
Why don't you tell Pepper he's your work to do? Get out of there.
Oh, that Bernie's so mean, Ted.
Sounds like it.
He keeps me locked up inside. But you know what? I know I can love toilet beds. You know what they come with?
What's that?
A wood headboard. And that wood is strong and sticks straight up against the wall.
That sounds great.
You don't have wood headboards.
I'm gonna hand you off to my associate Kirk, and he's gonna take down all your information. And I'm gonna be at your place later, Ted. Thank you for calling Pat Bernie's. Have a nice day.
What are you doing? We don't have beds.
Well, we better get some, because water in a plastic bag is a water balloon. But the frame is a bed. Let's just go to North Slumber Day.
I love your dialogue. You're improvising too much.
You told me to make it more sexy.
I told you to make it more sexy. I didn't tell you go over to the guy's house and get his bed.
I told you I'm a good actress, Gary. I told you. Don't tell me to make it more sexy, man. If you want it more sexy, I'll make it fucking horny.
Just say yes. To whatever she asks you, just say yes. Let's say, if she asks you if you can sing, say yes. If she asks if you can dance, say yes.
I can sing, I can't dance.
No, I know. I'm just saying that if she asks you if you might not know how to do, just say yes. Because you can only learn how to do something once you get the part.
So just say yes. She asks. Don't she ask? Just say yes. Just say yes. Just
Yes.
yes.
Oh, darling.
So, Gary tells me that you've been studying at Every Woman's Village with Milton Farmer.
Yes.
I love his work with young actors. He is a miracle worker. You have a warm smile, which is very powerful. And you have a very Jewish nose, which is becoming very fashionable. I'm getting a lot more requests for Jewish girls.
Really? That's great.
No. No. Are you athletic? You seem to have a very firm body.
Yes.
Do you know how to horseback ride?
Yes.
Do you know how to do fencing?
Yes, I can fence.
Basketball?
Yes.
Baseball?
Yes.
Soccer?
Yes.
Any other sports or special skills that I should know about?
I studied Krav Maga.
But I don't know what that is. What is Krav Maga?
It's martial arts from Israel. It's used in combat. Israeli, I mean, we all know it.
So it's a form of karate, let's say.
It's more like how to use a pen to stab someone's eye out.
You're a goddamn fucking fighter, aren't you? I like that. I can see that. You come here trying to be all pretty for me, but really you remind me of a dog, of an English pit bulldog. With sexy cute. Of a very Jewish nose. Do you know any other languages besides English?
Hebrew.
Besides Hebrew.
I'm so sorry. Spanish. French.
Mm.
Latin. And Portuguese.
Bueno. Fantastico. Would you be willing to work help?
Yes. No.
You will lose out on work if you are not willing to do nudity.
So you'd be making a movie, but you wouldn't make out with me. You'd show the whole world your boobs, but I'm not allowed to see.
You told me to say yes to
I
everything.
told you to say no to that.
Well, I didn't know what to say.
Say no!
I wouldn't get naked in a movie if it gave me the part. Actresses get naked in movies all the time. What's wrong with that?
Because there's too much nudity in pictures right now. And you're my friend. We're friends, Alana. And you do it in a movie. You show your boobs in a movie, but you wouldn't show them to me.
Why won't you ask someone for it? Just their boobs.
Because I'm asking you.
Do you really want to see my boobs?
Yes.
Where's Greg?
Can I touch them?
No. If you ever say anything to anyone, I'm never speaking to you ever again. See you tomorrow.
I think it's weird to hang out with his friends all the time. I think it's weird. It is whatever you think it is. I think it's weird that I hang out with Gary and his 15-year-old friends all the time.
Are you happy?
You're happy, I'm happy.
Of course I'm happy. You're so great.
Really?
Lambo, float away on it, break your back and your neck, and glue the bones and fish from the vinyl. We tested it under like the worst conditions.
This is on a Big Bernie, serious sleeper. It's the classic design copied by all the others. Guys, calm down. I'm rushing on the nut,
Sue Collins. This is our Arabian Nights, our highest end model, and also made from 100% Arabian vinyl. This is Dr. personal concepts now. This heater, the headboard, side ashtrays, and lamp fixtures.
What happens if that Bernie falls asleep while he's smoking and lose water?
That is a good question. Actually, the water is too cold to allow the cigarette.
No, come on.
So it's cool.
Well, in summer it is, and in winter it isn't. Music over here, lamp up the window, made it possible for
I love that Bernie.
Hi. Who is this, Gary? Gary. Hi. I'm the manager here. I'm Alana.
Alana, Sue, Alana.
Hello, it's nice to meet you.
Gary, can you stay for a second? I just want to see all these orders right now.
I'll be right there.
I really need to know soon because I really want the paperwork to be correct. We don't want to get it wrong on the first day, do we?
I'll be right there.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Is that your girlfriend?
No, that's not my girlfriend. Does it seem like she's my girlfriend?
I know that.
No,
Oh.
no, she works with me.
Oh.
She's been my babysitter.
Oh.
So high. Kirk got me stoned. Very happy, Gary. Congratulations. We did this together, Gary. We did. Are you happy?
Hey, I'm back, bud.
Excuse me? What the fuck?
You know, Rainbow, you're a complete mystery to me. I don't know a word about you. I don't know who your friends are, if you've got parents, if you're in some kind of trouble. You can tell me, you know.
There's no mystery here, Frankie. I come from Intercourse, Pennsylvania, and I've heard all the jokes.
Yes, they were.
It gets better. You have to pass the faithful to get there.
That must be quite some cross to bear.
My parents are dead. They were killed in an automobile accident 5 years ago. They were nice people. Nothing really happens in Intercourse, you know? So as soon as I graduated high school, I grabbed my bag and my guitar and I came to California.
And cut a root. Thank you, Alana. It says you know how to ride a horse.
Yes.
And you speak Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
Rainbow loves horses and archery. That's a subplot we've been developing. We would want to make sure that technicians under consideration are capable of doing these things.
Yes, I can do both.
Thank you, Alana. Thanks for coming. I feel like I've been with Rainbow for 10 minutes. Don't you, Jack?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
You know, you remind me of Grace.
Mr. Holden. Another martini, sir?
Yes, please. Another.
Sure.
I can see.
I've never had a martini before. They're good.
The jungle. That's where I lost myself. Not this jungle. Africa.
Yes, Africa.
I saw two of my best black friends. Comrade. I'll tell you intimacies I should know. But don't ask me about Guam.
Is this lines? Or is this real?
You're such a delicate creature. You are Rainbow.
I'm Jewish. What's funny? Ew.
It's that Rex damn Blau. Who said Blau? Right over here. Blau. Jack. Wait till you meet this kid. Jack, goddamn Holden. Hey, you son of a bitch from hell, get over here. You shiny, golden, tall, inexpensive prick. My goodness, so good to see you.
Always happy to see you. Hello, man. I'm good. Yeah, we can always take up.
Interesting developments of the plot. Well, there's no having trouble. Please. No trouble. No trouble. This is sale the card. This is not this. Yes, I'm sorry. It's a table for 4, please. Table 38.
Well, tonight you might want to keep the table.
Table 38, Henry. Direct sight lines.
Very exciting. Huh? Okay.
Have you ever seen it all, but I see it's good. I know you know I do, and no, I do. Okay, son of a bitch. The hell you are. Yeah.
Someone will be back home. Thank you.
I got watch all whatever it is. Okay. I know what I got. You mischievous man from Desert Sled. It's out there for you, Jack. It's built for you. I'm saying it's been I know it's spinning, and it's got to spin back.
Assassin's Focus. Grit of teeth and fix bandits.
Yes, is that? Come on, I need 3 mini chairs in the bar. I need a bottle of Everclear. I need plenty of grease from the kitchen. I want you to meet me on the 8th hole by the Santa Fe. 2 minutos. Pronto. Apúrate. Burning daylight. I gotta do some prep. I'll see you kids later.
Did you see No Time for Honor?
Jack Holden?
Yeah. You guys want to order martinis? I can get us martinis. I'll get us 4 martinis right now.
The bridges and a narrow gap between 2 targets, the most important targets of Korea. Consequently, they're fortified accordingly. Although we're only able to put targets 30 seconds into lifetime.
I don't understand.
Every gun imaginable is hidden in those mountain sides, and the men behind the guns, they know where we're coming from, and we're headed. We're gonna fly right between them. We're gonna fly low and straight with no element of surprise, and they're just sitting there, waiting for us, hoping we'll come. Those are the bridges of Tokosan, Nancy. Ladies and gentlemen, good people of the cock, put that dinner down, that salad, and wait. Let that steak get cold. Tonight, we have a man who needs no introduction, really. His name is Mr. Jack Holden. If you've seen his pictures, then you know that every goddamn one of them has got Jack riding a motorcycle as if it's the only way to travel. Whether he's in the jungle, or he's in Manila, or he's in Paris, or if he's in Rio de Janeiro, they don't have taxis in the day. And for those of you who perhaps may have seen a little film called The Bridges of Tokosan. Jack and the beautiful Grace Kelly. Well, tonight, you're lucky, because tonight, we bring Tokosan right here to Encino. That's right, that's right. Thank you. On your feet now, follow me to the 8th hole. Here we go. Would you mind to play Grace?
Jack, I don't know how to ride a motorcycle.
Just have to hold on tight.
Let's ride.
That's my rainbow rides. Fire up those guards! Now! Hold on, people, single file. Single Hey, people, I need some more flame. More flame. It's a great night for a job. All right. Can I have some quiet on the set? Roll sound. Roll camera A. Roll camera B. Mark it. Action, Jack.
Do you remember what my real name is?
Keep it as animal. Looks like he's coming in hot. Coming that way.
Danielle, the guitar.
Okay.
Guitar.
I'm all right. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. This man needs a drink. To the car. To the car.
ensure the lives of each and every one. In our factories, our cars, our homes, our offices, we will have to do less than we are accustomed to. The fuel crisis need not mean that
Did you know there was an oil embargo?
What?
Do you understand any of this?
Major tie-ups like these are becoming more frequent in Los Angeles.
Huh?
Well, I guess it's why
The beds are made from vinyl, Gary. Vinyl is made from oil.
It is?
Fucking devil, did you think it was made out of gold?
I don't know. I thought it was
Magic?
like a scientific fabric. I thought it was like a rubber.
Which is also made out of oil, dipshit.
I tried to come back on my way home last night. Had a little success. What little money I had on me, I got a couple of dollars for it, but I'm afraid for the weekend.
It's on the merry past orchard brow. Mickey Mouse had grown up a cow. Now the workers have struck the vein. His lemons on sale again. See the mice in their million horns. If you ever run, drag up the roads. Pretend you're as out of bounds. To my mother, my dog, and clowns. But the film is a sad recall. 'Cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be written again. As I ask you to focus on in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those keep and go. It's a freaky show. Take a look at the oh man. Get up the wrong guy. Oh man, if you ever know. This is the best-selling show. This is life on
Hey, fellas. Hello. Which one's in charge? Are you in charge?
Yeah, I'm in charge.
May I just speak with you for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. You can tell your crew to stop.
Stop for a second.
So this is what I want to say to you. You know who I am?
Yeah.
You know who my girlfriend is?
Barbra Streisand?
Barbra Streisand.
Sand.
Sand, yeah, like sands. Like the ocean. Like
Barbra Streisand?
No, but Streisand.
Sand.
Streisand.
Streisand.
Barbra Streisand.
Barbra Streisand.
You fucking with me? Alright, let's get past that. Hopefully you never fucking meet her. She'll fucking eat a cop head. So we're going to the movies right now, and I'm on my way to work. I'm gonna leave you here, but I would normally leave somebody in my house when I'm not there, but I have to go to some motherfucking lady.
I'm sorry, there's no gas.
Yeah, well, that's like you so much shut your fucking penis on, man. What's your name?
Gary?
Gary. How big's your penis on?
It's regular sized.
How would you know? Imagine what that would feel like if I showed that excuse up there. That would hurt a lot, right? Yeah. But that's what I'd like to do.
I'm sorry, I don't want to make you any later than you already are. You can leave.
Look at you cocky motherfucker. I like it. They speak the same language, now they're both from the streets.
Yeah.
I didn't say it before. I said, you get right in there and you do it. Right, you have a little you have a tincture in your left eye. You're deficient in vitamin K, like a fucking doctor.
You need to take me with my date. And how liberal is it? See that date tomorrow, Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine. Gary, that's filled with gas. That's gonna get him the movies on time. Because I'm not a shithead idiot fuck up. I'm John Peters. My only problem in life is I love tail too much. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. Is that your sister?
No.
Is your girlfriend?
No.
I love it so much it's gonna kill me one day. Do you know how much tail I get?
No.
All of it. It's all mine. You like Barbra Streisand?
Yeah.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
Yeah.
I do too. Gets boring, but you know. Yeah. I'm gonna kill you and your family if you fuck up my house. Okay? You got a cat?
No.
You have a dog?
No.
You have your brother and sister?
Brother.
Yep. Your brother? I'm gonna fucking choke your brother out right in front of you. Okay, Steve's gonna look after you while I'm gone. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gary. I want you to be horrified. Your life's on the line. But you know from that, right? It's way to the streets.
Miss Streisand. Hi, it's Steve. Yes, he just left. I also thought you might want to know they ordered a waterbed this evening. Right now. 4 small children, a girl or a young woman. To be honest, I don't know what she is. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Sure will. That's what I said. Okay. I used to look at Julie Andrews. She was difficult. Saves me till Greg. Let's go. Boo.
I'm gonna choke your brother. I kept inside, but what I wanted to say was, no, I'm gonna choke you. I would have said it. I was trying to stay cool though. I was trying to stay.
Scooch over. Back it up. We're going back up the hill, okay?
Okay.
How'd it turn out? It's good. Oh, well, you didn't fuck up my house, did you? No. You okay? Can you see okay?
Yeah.
Why don't you just back in the driveway and then you can go straight? Hey! Hey! You blew it, man. You blew it. You call?
No.
No gas going in the goddamn car, Steve-O! Fucker.
long have you guys been together?
Me and her?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not together.
Not together.
Why not?
I don't know.
I'm 20.
What's that?
I'm 25.
25. When's your birthday?
December.
December. We got Sagittarius?
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. December what? 13.
15.
15. I was only 2 off.
What do you want to do if you're not going to do hair? Do you have sisters or brothers or anything?
Sisters.
Are they older or younger?
Older.
So you're the youngest? How about your dad? Do you have a good relationship with your dad?
Yeah.
What's he do?
Real estate.
Oh, yeah? Did he teach you how to drive? You're really good at it. Yeah. It's not easy. Gary can't do it. Alright, just slow down now. Get your spears. Okay, you got enough room? Yeah? Sure?
Think so.
I parked on the side, so no one's. You know what, here? I don't want you to have to bear the burden it takes so you can adhere. Why don't I take the wheel and then you just put your foot on the clutch and just pedal to the brake? That's it. We'll do it together, okay? Yeah, we'll do it together. Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Slow, yeah. Just breathe. We got it. Yeah, we got it. I think we got it. Look. You see? We got it. You did it. It's so good, love. Oh, no.
Yeah.
You didn't hit it enough. Oh, you smell so good. Woo! Some gas, I'll be on my way. Oh, shit. It's fine, man. Sardines back to the key. Go, make a left here. Okay, wait, this one. Fucker. I let that car just go past. Okay, now stop it. Oh, no, stop it. Yeah, okay. Okay, stop the car. Stop, motherfucker. 2 miles territory. Damn sons of bitches don't even know where they are. Yeah, motherfucker. That's right. It's my nozzle now. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Just reverse it. Reverse. Your nose! Right. It's my nozzle.
Want some gas, John? I got your gas. I got your gas right here, John.
All right.
Where are we?
I literally ran out of gas to push the truck. Okay, Sammy, what are you doing? Get in. Hold on. We got lucky and make a line of return. I think it's make a right to go to the 76 station.
If you make the left, the mobile station's closer.
Oh, Milana! Hardcore Milana! Fellas, you did right there? You did? Oh, we did it! We did, you did, Alana, you did it! We did it! Oh, how did we survive? Yeah, that's Mike.
Hello?
Brian?
Yeah?
Hi, it's Alana Kane.
Alana? Wow. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing fine. What are you doing?
Not much. I was calling to see if you still work for Joel Wax.
Yes, I sure do.
Well, do you need volunteers?
We always do. Do you mean you?
Yes.
Alana, please come to work with us, will you? I've seen how you do your homework.
Oh my God, you remember.
Yes, of course, I'm gonna forget. You need to.
What would I give for just a few moments? What would I give just to have you near? Tell me you will try to slip away somehow. Oh, I need you, darling. I want to see you right now. Can you slip away? Slip away. Slip away.
Joel, you're the youngest councilman in the city. You're also its only bachelor. Yes. How do you find time for a social life?
Well, being single means I have more time to work, and councilman's schedule pretty much ruins the social life anyways.
What do your dates say about that?
Well, they're not saying anything. I'm not going on any dates. As you can imagine, it's probably pretty difficult for somebody to be a part of all the social events that I'm a part of, keep up with my busy schedule. But imagine someday soon somebody's gonna come along who wants to that with me.
Certainly you have some prospects.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard, boy, if I got the girl for you. And met some pretty magnificent women through my district residence. But I'll tell you what I tell them. And that's sorry, but my time is spoken for.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Let's get one photo for the paper if you don't mind. Councilman Watts. Wax. You don't mind? Let's have you. Yeah.
And we could meet somewhere where we're both not known. And you just can you slip away, yeah.
Oh, hey, oh, volunteer. Wow. Pleasure. No, honored to meet you. I'm on board.
I have integrity.
Me too.
I know.
Honest.
I got to.
This is public land, which the state bought for $34,000 when everyone knew it was worth millions. Sam Yorty and his cronies would gladly destroy this beautiful 225,000 square acre mountain chain for favors, payoffs, and ugly houses that only their friends can afford. But it needn't be that way. You see, I understand it's crazy and everybody's talking about a revolution, but it doesn't have to be that. All that we need are people in positions of power to remember to be who they were when they were voted in.
That was great.
I think that was the one. That felt really good.
Yeah, great.
That was terrific, Joe. Did.
You ready? You good? What would you say to the people that think you're too young and don't have enough experience?
I would say thank you very much for the compliment.
Sorry. Can you say that again? We didn't get that.
Really?
Yes.
Sorry, Councilman. Everybody rolling? Good? One more time. So, Councilman, what would you say to the people that say you're too young and don't have enough experience?
I would say thank you very much for the compliment. The way I look at it,
I'm sorry, are you rolling? Are you rolling?
We were about.
We're gonna need to take 5. I'm so sorry. It's okay.
So Joel, don't forget tomorrow you got that Luca Lake Neighborhood Council thing.
yeah.
We'd love you to attend.
what's been going on with the pinball? I was calling me.
Oh, did you hear about Judge Sachs?
I did, yeah.
It's over. He lost 5 games to nothing. So that's done.
That's it.
Pinball will be legal again in LA for the first time since.
Wow.
It's been illegal since 1939. Can you believe it?
I can believe it. You know, it's an outmoded discriminatory law in the first place. So of course, if I'm going to call art, 100% that this thing is passed.
Oh, it's passed. It's done. I talked to all my people at the court. It's over. It's decision comes out tomorrow.
Yes, it's Jerry Valentine. I started a new company and I'm looking for some pinball machines. No? Okay. Well, thank you for picking up my call. Have a good day, Jimmy.
Are you doing what I think you're doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Calling people about pinball machines?
That's what I'm doing.
Because?
Because we could be the first person that has them. Because we could start Mount Bernie's Pinball Palace.
You know, we spent the day with a great man who's really trying to make a change in how this city runs, and the only thing you fucking heard was pinball machines are about to be legal.
I heard other things too. Yellow. Jerry Valentine here. Don, thank you for calling me back so swiftly. Yes. Yes. Is there a time that's convenient for you within your plans that I could come lay some eyes on the equipment?
Give me a fucking
Great.
break, Gary.
Great. I'm 10 minutes to be right over. Thank you so much.
I'm not driving you.
That's great news, because I can drive myself.
You're gonna go on your own? Big man.
Yes, I am.
You smoke those cigarettes, you're gonna throw up like a little bitch.
These cigarettes? These ones right here? King size neighbor.
You don't have the balls.
I'm cooler than you. Don't forget it.
I don't need you to tell me I'm cool enough, old lady.
What was that?
I said,
What was that
lady.
again?
I said, milady, my lady. I don't need you to tell me whether I'm cool or not.
You're not cool, and your breath smells.
Says you. And you're old.
I'm old. I don't know what's cool. Changing the world isn't cool.
Go ask Brian if you're cool.
I will. Who thinks you're cool, Gary? Your waterbed fans? Sue, Kirk, and Mark?
I hang out with more people than that.
You don't even know what's going on in your life. You think that the world revolves around Gary Valentine and whatever stupid shit you come up with.
It does.
It doesn't. It's about more.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Alana, you would still be taking pictures at my high school of children if it wasn't for me.
You're talking about pinball machines. I'm a politician. I need to get my life together.
Let's look at it together.
Where are you going?
I'm going out.
Okay, I'll take you. Come on, you want to go see these stupid pinball machines or what? Gary, I'm going to take you. It's fine. Gary, what is your problem? Don't you get in that car. Don't you fucking get in that car. Gary fucking Valentine, get in that car. I will never speak to you ever again. Good morning. This is Lana King calling from Joel Wax office. Am I catching you at any time? I'm calling to ask if you heard of the councilman's efforts to reduce corruption in our local. Oh, fuck you then.
So, what's going on with
Good morning. This is Alana King calling from Councilman Joel Wax office. Am I catching you at a good time? Yes, I'm calling it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to go.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Is it okay if I tell you something?
Yeah.
I've been known to be a little forgetful, absent-minded, and I can't remember what I'm saying, but ever since you've gotten here, I've been very organized, capable, and inspired. So, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman.
That's it.
Good morning. This is Alana King calling from Joel Wax's office. Am I catching you at a good time? I'm calling to ask if you've heard of the councilman's efforts to reduce corruption in our local government. Fuck you then. Councilman Joel Wax's office. This is Alana. How may I help you? Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Gary just came by and brought up the flyer for his pinball tower.
What did he say?
Well, he wanted to see if we would go. He wanted to make sure you knew about it.
What else did he say?
Well, I think he misses you.
He said that?
No, but he looked really sad. Sweet. He asked about Brian.
Hmm.
You should just go to his pinball store.
I can't. I'm working.
But they have free Pepsi. And it's open till midnight. There's a band.
Free Pepsi. Danielle, I'm eliminating state property tax for the elderly and saving the moms, and you're talking about free Pepsi. Brian? You see that guy over there?
Number 12 guy?
I think he's spying on us. He keeps looking over here with a creep. He doesn't look weird to you?
Yeah, he does a little.
He's been there all morning. Go say something to him.
Just leave him. If he says they're too long, I'll say something to him.
Can I help you?
I don't know.
You're staring at our office.
Yeah, my eyes need someplace to go.
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my friend.
Who's your friend?
No one you know.
Move it. Away from our office. Go down the street.
Well, this is a free country, so why don't you going back to the office before I start asking you questions? No problem. Not for me. Why don't you get out of here? Oh yeah, I'm on my way. What's he saying?
I don't know.
Personal suggestions, and as many of you guys can. Love you.
No, it's good.
Hi, Jerry. Let's step up. You have a baby tonight, sir? I hope so. I hope so. Great. You okay? Buddy. You're ready to see. You can cool out. Can you hear me? Buddy, stop. Hey, I'm telling you to fuck off, man. Okay, you're out of here. You're out of here. Tell me, Randy. What is this? What is this? Lights to the side. Lights to the side. Lights to the side. Lights to the side. You're blocking the entrance.
Don't know who's in it.
I'm really glad you're here. I told you that.
I'm glad I'm here too. Councilman Rothschild, speaking. Oh, hi, Councilman. Me?
You, be nice, right? Just a quick drink. I was thinking meat coach.
That sounds right.
Just one small drink. I don't want to keep you too long, but you should come straight away. It's important.
Right, straight away.
Thanks so much. You too.
I'll see you soon. Councilman Fernand's wallet.
Again?
Yeah.
never gonna learn to be.
What do you mean?
Nice. Forgets everything. His John's wallet is his keys or his briefcase. Gone to his house 3 times to pick up paperwork.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's locking you in.
I'll go with you.
No. 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 Just finish locking up. Found it.
Guess I'll see you later.
Sure. Want to meet at towards the end of the box?
Forget about it.
Bye.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Leave. 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 I own the place. Leave.
Hello, Leslie.
This is really great.
Someone did the test.
I did.
I like that.
These are great. Did you get a chance to talk to Luana? Is she gonna come?
You know where she works, right?
Yeah. You're telling me to go?
Yeah.
Ilana. Ilana. Hi, I want to introduce you to my old friend Matthew. Nice to meet you. This is Ilana. She works with me. She's such a terrific help. Help me those TV spots.
Yeah. I help with the integrity billboard.
That and like 100 other things. Don't be shy.
Things come easily to me matter so much.
It's funny, we were just talking about that.
Really?
Madam,
Hi.
may I get you something?
A martini?
Look out, Jane.
Vodka gin.
Would you like an olive or lime with it?
Yes.
No, madam. Why am I even staying in this? Do you have any trouble finding a place?
Oh no. Well, I come here all the time.
And now you're dragging this poor girl into it.
Can we please just enjoy dessert? Everything's gonna be fine. Ilana's got her drink coming.
Is that your campaign slogan? Everything is going to be fine as long as no one finds out who I really am.
I'm dealing with so many things that you don't understand. So tell me. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable I am over
I can understand. No, because you don't tell me these things.
The one time that I want to feel comfortable, you go out and make me feel uncomfortable.
I haven't done anything unusual. I didn't call this girl. You called me.
But you're upset that I called.
Yes, I'm upset because nothing is about me. Nothing is about me.
I forget who I'm dealing with here. I'm Matthew Marshall. And it's always about me.
No, Joel. It's never about me. And that's why I'm saying,
Look, we're here. We're having dinner. You asked me to come to dinner. I'm tired, and I'm here at dinner. What more do you want from me?
I want you to myself.
Well, that's just not how the world works. Well, then we need to go.
There was a man hanging around the office earlier, and he's here now.
That's why I called. You see, I don't think it's wise for my personal life to distract from what our first priority is.
What is our first priority?
Well, there's the community, my campaign, and everything that I'm working towards.
Yes, and that's that. And this is dinner, so what are we working towards?
So, Alana, you came to meet me for a drink. You were running late, and now you're going to take your boyfriend.
Is she going to be taking her boyfriend to his house or to your house?
She's going to be taking you to your house.
Are you going to be coming there?
Can we just discuss this at another time, please?
Are you going to come to my house
Can
tonight,
we
Joel?
please just discuss this at another time?
Do you want me to? Do you want me to wait up for you?
No, Matthew. Thank you both for coming.
And
so nice of you guys too.
Thank you, Alana. You're very sweet. His boyfriend? Is he a shit?
Yeah.
They're all shits, aren't they? Oh. Thank you, sweetheart. You look very powerful to me.
Where's Gary? Are you okay? Where's Gary?
You left.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Hey, Silvana, good evening.
Is Gary here?
No, Gary didn't come in tonight.
You haven't seen him?
No. Do you need some help?
No, thank you, Henry.
Everyone, may I have your attention, please? Let me introduce to you Mrs. Alana Valentine.
All around the planet, animals are making incredible journeys. The most remarkable of these are the snails. Follow 6 tiny animals through the biggest adventures where every step counts.
Big Little Journeys continues next Sunday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Into the Science Zone now on BBC Two. Time to join the latest debate with Fiona Bruce.
Ban smoking one day, scrap A-levels, eventually replace most of high-speed rail with local transport projects across the country at some point in the future. Will all this help or hinder Rishi Sunak's chances of winning the next general election? To discuss all that, we're in the West Midlands city of Wolverhampton. Its 3 constituencies are all very much up for grabs at the next election, with very small majorities, one held by Labour, the other 2 by the Conservatives. But in a place where every voice and vote will really count, our audience, as always, reflects the electoral picture across the country. Welcome to Question Time. On our panel in a week of big transport announcements, we have Richard Holden, a government transport minister. Having previously worked as a special advisor, he became the first Conservative MP for North West Durham in 2019. From Labour, Jonathan Ashworth is Shadow Paymaster General, who will play a central role in his party's general election strategy, which is already underway, I'm sure. He has previously shadowed health and work and pensions. Emma Dabiri is a writer, academic and broadcaster. Her 4 books, including her latest, Disobedient Bodies, discuss power structures, race, and her own upbringing in Dublin. She's fronted numerous documentaries and writes for a variety of newspapers and magazines, from Vice to The Guardian. Richard Walker is executive chair of Iceland Food Stores. He's also been a Conservative supporter who wanted to stand as an MP until last weekend, when he surprisingly quit the party, saying he's out of touch with business, the environment, and everyday people. And Tony Parsons started out working life as a journalist at the NME, followed by spells at the Mirror and Telegraph. He now has a column in The Sun on Sunday. He's written dozens of novels, his most recent called Who She Was. Good evening, welcome to our panel, welcome to our audience. It's great to see you. Welcome to you at home as well. Don't forget, you can always watch the programme, catch up with it on BBC Sounds once the programme has gone out. And I thought I'd just mention it. It's the least interesting thing in the programme, but in case you're wondering, I broke my hand and I've got the remnants of a black eye because I fell off a horse. And that's all there is to say about that. Now, the question tonight, that's the most interesting thing. And of course, our panellists do not know what the questions are, but I'm sure they would like to. Let's hear our first from Jazz Chapper.
Has backing out of the high-speed rail extension helped or hindered the Conservative Party's chances of winning the next election?
So this was the big announcement, much trailed, obviously, the big announcement yesterday from the Prime Minister. Has it helped or hindered staying in government, Richard Holden?
Well, I don't think it's about whether or not you're staying in government. I think it's about the fundamentals of the project. And the fundamentals of this project have changed.
Hang on, you think it's nothing to do with appealing to the electorate?
I think it's about the
It's
right
nothing to do with politics at all?
I think it's about trying to make the right long-term decisions, actually. And just to go to the broader point behind Jazz's question is, I think the fundamentals of this project have changed. We've seen the COVID pandemic's totally shifted business travel. We're only seeing around 50 to 60% of business travel on many of the intercity lines than before. The war in Ukraine has caused huge upticks in inflation at the supermarket, and that's about 3 times the levels you're seeing at the supermarket in the construction sector, which means that the benefit to cost ratio for the overall project is now significantly below where it was before. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is, well, you could say we don't change it at all because it's embarrassing to change big projects like this. That would be the short-term political thing. Or you could think it's still the right thing to do. But I think we've got to do the right thing, which is say the fundamentals of this have clearly changed. And the question now is whether you press ahead, Jazz, with the project as it is, or whether you say instead we'll spend the £36 billion we would have spent on HS2, on other projects which are more likely to deliver bigger benefits for people right across the country. And I think that's the right thing to do. And I think the Prime Minister's taken a difficult decision, which has been widely criticised for. But I think it's the right long-term decision for the country because I think that the fundamentals have changed. And I think the easiest thing to do for short-term political opportunism would not have been take that criticism and instead stick with the project. But I think he's taken the right long-term choice in the interest of the country.
And can we just talk about some of these new projects? Because, for example, one of the suggested projects, which is very near your constituency, the Lean Side line, which would run from Gateshead to County Durham. That closed. It was in Network North, this big announcement that was going to happen, and then it was taken out today. And so that's not happening.
So the
When you say no, that is true, isn't it?
just to provide clarity on this, what's happened is it's instead of giving this money to the HS2 project, it's going instead to various different things. One is rail.
No, let's talk about this in the sideline. Let's talk very specifically about that. On Wednesday, the document that the Prime Minister was talking about said it was going to be built. Today, it's no longer in the document and isn't necessarily going to be built.
Well, so what's happened is what we've done is put a good chunk of that money in what's known as City Regional Sustainable Transport Settlements. So that's the money that the mayors get, whether it's here in the West Midlands with Andy Street or the new mayoral authority. It's going to be a brand new mayoral authority from next year.
So it'll be up to the mayor whether it's built.
But crucially, Fiona, what we've actually done is we've said that at the moment, that pot for 2022 to 2027 is around £600 million, I think, off from memory for the North East. That's going to go up to 1.2 billion. And with the extra money going in from the ending of the HS2 project, that'll go to around 1.8 billion pounds.
So why was the Prime Minister saying, yes, it was going to be built? He put it in the document. Today, he took it out of the document. So that could be up to the local mayor.
Because we don't know whether the local mayor is going to want to do the entire project as heavy rail if they want it to go ahead, or whether they'll do part of it as a metro extension, but for the time we're a metro Gateshead extension, or whether they'll do it as a mixture of different projects. So I think it's right when we're doing devolution that if we're going to give that money, and we're basically trebling the money for the next 5-year period for the CRSCS funding, we give that decision-making power to the local mayor.
Of course, that is not how it was announced yesterday. John Ashford.
Oh, it's a fiasco, isn't it? A complete and utter fiasco. Billions of pounds of taxpayers' money thrown away. Costs out of control. By the way, who was the finance minister who was supposed to be keeping a grip on these costs? Rishi Sunak, when he was in the Treasury, in the same way he blew a load of money on dodgy COVID loans and dodgy PPE in the pandemic as well. And now what we got yesterday was Rishi Sunak saying, we've got all these new projects across the country. But they're all projects he's announced before and never delivered on. Dualling of the A1 was announced in 2010. The Doncaster to Darrington A1 announced before. The Shipley Bypass announced in 2018. Blythe Relief announced in 2018. Bradford Station was scrapped by Boris Johnson in 2021, reinstated by Liz Truss in 2022, scrapped by Rishi Sunak later in 2022, and now apparently reinstated by Rishi Sunak. If they cannot build this train from London to Manchester, how on earth can you expect anyone to believe you're going to build any of these other projects? It's an absolute shambles, and you are taking a British public for fool.
Now, John, I've got to ask you, and the lady was talking about it today, lots of people, there are many critics of HS2, there are quite a lot of people who do want it built. Labour is not committing to building it.
Well, they've just taken a wrecking ball to it. So we can't commit to reverse that when they've taken a wrecking ball to this project. But do we support all these other projects? Well, we supported them on the umpteen previous times they've been announced. But the question is, their position is, when it was put to them, these are re-announcements. You know what the Conservatives said? This is an actual quote from the Conservatives yesterday. They said on all these other projects, they were the empty promises of the past. It's their promises. I suppose that's the same category as the 40 hospitals they never built, but promises we were going to get as well. The reality is they are now telling us that they're going to do things that they previously said they were lying to us about, because they've cancelled another big thing, which it turns out they were lying about then, and now expect us to believe us on this. It's an absolute shambles.
Let me ask you, what would you commit to building?
Well, we have got
to elections, not really that far off.
Well, first of all, we can't reverse this commitment because of the money that has been spent and the wrecking ball that they have now taken to this project. We of course support these various different projects they've announced, but I'm absolutely very sceptical that they'll never get built under this lot. And of course, as we go to a general election, when we know the full picture with the public finances, we will outline our plans. But you won't see us making irresponsible, unfunded spending commitments, because we know what happens when governments do that. It leads to turmoil on the markets and people's mortgages going up, like happened in the Conservatives a year ago.
There's lots of hands up. Let me have you say, the woman there, yes.
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister tells us that he's making long-term decisions for the benefit of the country. And we travel around on railway network that was built by the Victorians, and so I fail to see how cancelling a high-speed rail link is actually a long-term decision for the future of the country.
Okay, man here at the front.
I'd just like to say nobody asked us if we want this fast train. The only people I know want to get to London quicker is the Wolves supporters on the match day. And they'd like a much faster train getting out again after we lost. But nobody consulted us, you know. You just spent all this money. You know, I don't know anybody who wants to be up there. You know, we're quite intelligent. We get an earlier train if we want to be up there soon.
Was it the HS2 actually a Labour initiative back in 2008 and a concept in 2009? And isn't it part of the kind of the out of London initiative that they had that the BBC followed through and went to Media City, as with ITV and Channel 4? So my question, my thoughts are on this, that basically, if you look at the statistics from the Office of Rail and Road for the last year, 1.4 billion rail journeys were taken in the last year, financial year. Out of that, 1 billion were in the south, east, and in London, which leaves 400 million for the rest of the country. So isn't this a kind of a Labour folly that the Conservatives inherited and now fortunately have put a stop to?
You better answer that, John.
No, I will answer it. It was a Labour policy at the end of the last Labour government, and one that was thoroughly embraced by David Cameron, George Osborne, and Boris Johnson. In fact, if you look at Twitter, there's various very prominent Conservatives, including Jeremy Hunt, embracing it only in the last couple of years or so. The idea behind it wasn't just so people could get to match day to go and watch, get to go and watch Wolves play in London quicker, as our gentleman here points out. It was also the building of another line would have freed up capacity on existing lines for freight, which is why you would get a lot of Conservative politicians saying that this extension was good for business and good for investment. Of course, they pulled the plug on it now and left us with this complete shambles. Richard.
Yeah, no, I believe the lady's exactly right. In fact, I agree with that Tory slogan, long-term thinking, of course. And if we really want to change candidate, how radical would it be to actually commit to a long-term infrastructure project? That would be revolutionary. But of course, that's not just happened. I think, look, I've never been a fan of HS2 originally, but now we're doing it. To half do it up from London, I don't know why they didn't start it from Manchester and go down, but that would only drive regional inequality, to my mind. And I think from a business perspective, my issue is that this just blows trust and credibility in the government, because who's going to believe them, right? So apparently they're going to waste a couple of billion on things that now are a waste of money, buying all these land and property and consultants, etc. But who's going to believe them about the northern connections? I mean, I'd love that. I think HS2, now we're halfway, needs to be completed. I'd actually like both, but I think the public mood is that we're going to get neither. And certainly from a business perspective, the government in this respect have lost kind of credibility and trust. And those contractors who are going to invest in the northern networks, I mean, I'll tell you now, they'll add a big price premium onto these proposed projects because they won't happen, will they?
So, Richard, the question from Jazz is has backing out the high-speed rail extension helped or hindered the Conservatives' Party's chances of winning the next general election? Now, you very much supported the Conservatives. You wanted to be a Conservative MP. That was your fervent wish, in your words. Doesn't sound like they wanted you to be an MP, and you have now decided no longer to support them. Is that sour grapes, or is that actual conviction?
Well, I think, I think it became increasingly clear that they don't want people like me with real world experience and genuine opinions of my own, but I'm not willing to wear a gag to bag a seat. And, over recent months, it's become clear to me that they're drifting out of touch with business, out of touch with the environment, and also out of touch with the needs of everyday people like my customers.
I think it's absolutely, in fairness.
Why don't you want to
I mean, if Rich, I think.
What's wrong with him?
I think it's.
Go on, he's sitting right next to you.
Everybody, I'm sure, has seen the letter that Richard wrote to the Prime Minister.
I know he never responded, but maybe
I'm sure not everybody has seen the letter actually. But
Well, they
basically,
haven't,
Richard wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that it was his fervent wish to be a Conservative MP, and he very much wanted to be one.
Well, that was the whole point, because I was banging my head against the.
Okay, so why don't you want to?
No, I think, and I just found it slightly surprising. It was only after he was after a specific seat, and it's only after the selection process for that seat started, and he wasn't on it, that he seems to have done this volte.
Okay, are you going to switch to Labour, Richard?
No, I'm going to take a breath, and I'm going to see what. Well, this is like blind date or first date.
Well, I mean, I think, to be frank, if Richard wanted to join the Labour Party, a man who is a senior business figure who employs, I think, 30,000 people or so in shops all across the country, if somebody of Richard's calibre wanted to come to the Labour Party, we would welcome him with open arms. And I think the fact that he says the Conservative government is completely out of touch with the British public, I think, speaks volumes. And to be honest, Richard, for you to attack him like that is pretty cheap. He's a senior business person employs lots of people across the country. Don't attack him. Ask him why he's deserted.
I'm not going to make a whole thing about Richard's future career, but he's got a career already running up to. Let's get back to the main question, which is, remember that? Has backing out the high-speed rail extension helped or hindered the Conservative Party's chances of winning the next election? Emma.
Yeah, so I think what has hindered their chances of winning the next election, or actually I think one of my primary concerns is the state of public discourse at the moment. I think one of the prevailing characteristics is obfuscation and misinformation. And with a high-speed train, the speed was never really the primary thing. It was about building capacity. And I would strongly disagree with what you were saying. The fundamentals have not changed. Somebody referenced the Victorian era. So a century ago, Britain had 32,000 kilometres of track. It now has 16,000 kilometres of track. 70% of the delays that I'm sure we've all experienced on the train are caused by congestion because there is freight, there is long distance and shorter commuter journeys all happening on the same limited amount of track. So primarily, we just need there just needs to be far greater capacity. There needs to be more tracks built. And I think there's so much we have this project and that project, and just kind of distraction techniques, but the fundamentals have not changed. There needs to be greater track capacity, and that should be relatively uncontroversial and should be relatively easy to do. I don't know why the kind of simplest things seem so impossibly challenging to this country. I mean, the country is falling apart.
Tony, do you agree?
Well, I agree that the country's falling apart. I think often feels as though not much is working the way it should. But in answer to your question, I think that Rishi Sunak has increased his chances of winning the general election. I think that not making that announcement in Manchester this week would have been the easiest thing in the world. I think a prime minister's first instinct is to cut that can down the unbuilt railway track, and I think it's been so easy for Sunak to say, I know there's a lot of talk and I know there's a lot of speculation, but we need to reflect clearly on this. And I think he is, in many ways, Rishi is. I know we've had many Tory MPs over the last 13 years, but I think he is different from the rest of them. I think that over the last week, you've seen that difference. It's why Boris and Cameron are tweeting furiously, that they disagree with this decision. I think he took the tough decision. Maybe it makes him more unpopular, I don't know, but I think he took the right decision because the money that has been spent on this runaway gravy train is absolutely obscene. The British taxpayer have been taken for complete mugs on this. The latest figure that I heard for the completion of HS2 was 180 billion. But every estimate is too low.
I've heard 100. I'm not sure where you got 180 from, but okay.
You heard 100?
Yes. I mean,
100
knows.
How many houses can you build for 100 billion or 180 billion? I just think it was a vanity project. Yes, it was a new Labour vanity project, but enthusiastically supported by Tories. And in the end, although they're looking at these figures, they're looking at the obscene waste of money. They're just the limitless money that's being spent on this project. And nobody had the bottle until Rishi Sunak to pull the plug. And the fact that the optics looked excruciating, that he did it in Manchester, that it came to a head in Manchester. You wouldn't, you wouldn't write a movie like that because it would seem too impossible. But so I think it's a long shot. Bookies, who are the greatest political pundits in the world, have still got Labour odds on to win the next election. But I think he's short the odds in answer to your question.
Here's the woman here in the front.
Good evening. We're talking about £36 billion in new projects and infrastructure, but how much out of that is going to go for penalties to cancel the existing contracts? What is actually the real figure that we're talking about? Because no one's mentioned that. All we've heard is 36 billion, but what actually is a real figure that will go back into the country in the new infrastructure?
Let me get a couple more questions and then I'll come back to you. It's the man there in the dark top. Yeah.
It's more of a statement than a question. I think it has backfired. It seemed like Prime Minister was forced to make a decision or announcement because it was leaked through the press. I mean, there was a piece of paper apparently captured indicating that there was a decision, and therefore it was forced in that sense to announce the decision that's already been made. That's how I took the decision. Okay. And it has backfired.
And let's take the woman. Yes.
As the result of this decision, I'd like to know what is going to happen to the poor people whose lives have been unimaginably impacted by this now aborted system. Because when you read about the cases of people's lives, I mean,
So you mean people who've had to sell their homes or
yeah,
homes have been compulsorily
I'm not
purchased?
aware, have they been compensated or are they going to be in any way for what's happened to them as a result of this monumental mess up?
Let me take one more point from the man here in the front with the glass and the switcher. Let me just get the microphone to you. There you go.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Tony said. I think it was a complete and utter vanity project. Sunak should be praised for finally saying this has got to stop. I come from Somerset originally. You wouldn't get a bus in Somerset, let alone a train. So finally, let's stop it, get rid of this London-centric thinking and spread it across the country.
Okay. So Richard, take some other questions as well. So the woman here in front is saying how much that 36 billion is actually going to be spent, and what about the people who sold their farms, sold their homes, all the rest of it? What happens to them?
Well, I'll pick on that lady's question first. So anybody who's sold their property is under a CPO or under the threat of compulsory purchase, they will have first refusal on getting that property back if they want it. There has already been compensation paid to those people, and there is also other compensation schemes around those who are broadly affected in the local area. So I hope that addresses that lady's question. The lady in front, the 36 billion is after the costs have been taken out. So basically, the overwhelming majority of money that's been spent on HS2 so far is on the section to Lichfield, and to Curzon Street in Birmingham. That's the overwhelming majority. The lady is quite right though, there is around £2 billion in sunk costs for the northern elements of the project, which are unrecoverable. And for the £36 billion, that is going to transport schemes right across the country. The mayor in the West Midlands will be seeing a very substantial uptick, for example, in his City Regional Sustainable Transport Settlement, which you'll see going forward. But I really, and Jonathan comes a lot of fury on this sort of thing. But I do remember that when Jonathan was actually in the Treasury for 5 years as an advisor, the PFI projects, which
private
financial issues, £50 billion.
Really? Is this really what your defence is of this?
£50 billion of the spending. £50 billion worth of capital was got for £300 billion of the spending.
It was the Tory government that introduced PFI in the
It
first
was
place.
not the Tory government which signed the
It was
contract.
John Menzies.
Which was signed while you were there in the Treasury, and it's still being unwound to this very day. No apologies from the
Oh dear. That is the most pathetic defence of this fiasco I've ever heard. You really are out of touch.
Right. We're going to end this discussion there and move on. But before we do, I just want to tell you where we will be next week. Next week we will be in London where we will have on our panel, we don't always know exactly who the panel is in advance, we've got a good heads up for next week. We'll have the Shadow Home Secretary, Vet Cooper, we'll have Mylene Klass, and we'll have Piers Morgan on our panel. There's always a kind of, and others.
This is fun.
So, yeah. So stay tuned. Anyway, so do come along and be part of the audience. You can follow the instructions on the screen, the Question Time website. Come along and be part of our audience. We'd love to see you. The week after that, we are in Lisbon in Northern Ireland. So you can apply to either of those. And incidentally, if you would like a picture of yours to feature here, showing where we are, because we're doing this every week now, just to show as we move around the country, get in touch. The address is on the screen, and we'd love to see your pictures. Okay, let's move on to another subject. Sarah Roberts, whereabouts are you? Right, let's hear what you've got to say.
In 1968, the MP for Wolverhampton South West was ostracised by his party for his views on immigration. Should Suella Braverman receive the same treatment?
Right, so Sarah, you are referring to Enoch Powell, who was a local MP here. His Rivers of Blood speech was made in 1968, and let me just quote some of it. It was in response to the introduction of the proposed Race Relations Act. He said, "We must be mad, literally mad as a nation, to be permitting the annual inflow of some 50,000 dependents." And then he said, as I look ahead, I'm filled with foreboding, like the Roman." He's quoting from Virgil, from Aeneid. "I seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much blood." So that was the phrase that he used. This week, Suella Braverman talked about her own parents coming over to the United Kingdom. And she said, "The wind of change that carried my own parents across the globe in the 20th century was a mere gust compared to the hurricane that is coming." And a number of people picked up on the use of that word, hurricane. Is it a fair comparison?
I think it would be, I don't see how you couldn't make the comparison. And the use of the word hurricane, as I would pronounce it, is not incidental. It's very intentional, and it's very much like there was an article in the Atlantic in 1994 called "The Coming Anarchy" by Robert Kaplan, which promised hordes of West African men that were the coming anarchy that were going to swamp the shores of Western nations. And actually that was a very influential article that is apparently one of the reasons that President Clinton took so long to intervene in the war in Rwanda, interestingly enough, to mention Rwanda. But those hordes of men, the hurricane, it's very, very similar language. And it's also the type of language that you start to see being used about people, language that dehumanizes people, that presents people as a threat, makes it incredibly easy to commit acts of barbarism against those people. And it's often the type of language that you see being used before genocide starts. It's absolutely, it's so sinister, and it's so shocking that that type of language is being used by members of our government today.
So Enoch Powell was sacked from the Shadow Cabinet for those comments. So Sarah's question is, should Suella Braverman receive the same treatment? Tony?
I completely agree with Emma that the language and the use of hurricane is dehumanizing, and I think that was a mistake. I think it's, in answer to your question, I think it's very unlikely she's going to be ostracized by the Tory party, because her speech was one of the big hits of the Tory party. Personally, I think the general thesis of what she was saying was not that different from what President Macron said in France the week before. Macron said France cannot embrace the misery of the world, and he was saying that there are more people on this planet who would like to come and live in our Western nations than we can ever possibly accommodate. And I think that the language, it's essentially Braverman made the same speech. I mean, she talked about this being a generous and tolerant country, and a generous and tolerant country to her family when they arrived. And I think she's absolutely right. It is a generous and a tolerant country. But when we use a word like hurricane, then we don't seem generous and tolerant. We seem as though we're dehumanizing people. And I think that with this subject, I think you have to be very careful. I don't think you can play to the gallery. I don't think you can play just to your core audience. I think you have to be very careful about the language you use. And I think that she made a mistake with the word hurricane. But the central pieces of what she was saying was absolutely no different to what Macron said, which is we're going to have to, at some point, we're going to have to, you know, how many women and girls are suffering under the Taliban? 20 million. We can't possibly give a home to all of them, although we may wish to do so. It's impossible.
Can I just add something really quickly? It just completely obscures the economic and like political reasons that people are fleeing countries and the neoliberal policies that make life in these countries such that people have to come here. And I really, really feel like we need to be like extremely vigilant, because people are being manipulated into thinking that migrants pose a threat, when really the real threat is posed by us leaving the European Court of Human Rights, which they're using the whole like the small boats policy, the fact that that's you know, kind of deemed illegal. The government is using that to say that they might leave the European Court of Human Rights. By starting, you know, with targeting the most vulnerable in society and dehumanizing them, what we would be allowing to happen would be for the government to actually erode human rights in ways that would mean that we were all increasingly vulnerable and left without protection. So they start with the most vulnerable, but they're coming for you unless you're part of the ruling class.
All right,
let's find out.
I think that Suella Braverman has done more to damage the Tory re-election campaign than anybody else. I find most of what she says pure evil.
Every time there's a general election coming, we have this rhetoric being pumped out. It's been going on for the last 20 years, at least I can remember. So the question here is Braverman with invasion and millions of people coming and all these issues is a pure distraction from the real issues people have to face on a daily basis. Waiting lists in the NHS not being talked about. People using food banks, people going to school hungry. It's extreme poverty by the 13 years of austerity, which have impacted on all these factors, and now it's a pure distraction from the real issues that people need to deal with.
So, Richard Holden, Suella Braverman's use of the word, I call it hurricane, it's hurricane. I think I'm not pronouncing
from Ireland,
it
though, so pronouncing
the use of the word hurricane. Would you use that word?
Look, there's no comparison between what Enoch Powell said and what Suella Braverman said, and the reason for that is, well, there's a really strong reason for that, actually, and that's because we are a proud multi-ethnic country today. The Prime Minister is from ethnic minority background, Foreign Secretary is, the Home Secretary herself is, the Energy Secretary is.
This is the danger of representation politics.
Right.
Can I just say, do not reel that out. Let me insult our intelligence.
I should just say the reason we took that question with that specific comparison is because so many people asked it and made that comparison. So we thought, in fairness to the number of people that asked it, we should let that question come out. Do you support the use of Suella Braverman's language?
Look, it's a language that she's chosen to use in this context.
Would you use the word hurricane?
Well, I think it basically highlights, as Tony said earlier on, the fact that there are so many people around the world who are wanting to move for all sorts of reasons. You can totally understand why they would want to move, but there are so many people. The West could not take those numbers of people.
And would you use that word?
Well, I mean, it's a sign of the size. What she's doing
would you? Yes.
Highlighting the size of the problem. It's not going to.
So would you use the word?
What she's doing is trying to highlight.
You're not answering the question. Would you use the word hurricane? Yes or no?
Well, I've not used it now, but I
so
think
no, you wouldn't use it. Is that what you're saying?
What she's doing is highlighting the size.
Am I getting asked the question or not? No. Would you use the word hurricane?
All she's doing.
Just say yes or no.
All she's doing is highlighting the size of the problem. It's not how I would have described it, but she's highlighting.
Okay.
What she's trying to do is highlight the size of the problem that the world faces at this moment in time.
You've answered. In fairness, you've answered. It's not a word you would use. Richard Walker.
Sarah, yeah, I mean, I think she should be sacked, but she won't be, because the rhetoric was very deliberate, designed to whip up the base, lurching to a more kind of populist, hard right stance, given their low poll ratings. I think, as Emma has said, language really matters. It is very, very important. And my concern with that speech is that it was designed to whip up fear and antipathy and division. And I don't think any of that is helpful. We've relied on immigration for thousands of years. We will for many more thousands of years. Many organisations, many businesses, and as we've heard, indeed the Conservative Party absolutely rely on immigration. It's a very important thing for our society. But to sow that division and fear is not helpful. And that's not the sort of language that we should be hearing. We can do better.
Let's hear a little bit more forward. Yes,
I was wondering if I could ask the Conservative MP a question, please. If you're in a country and you're starving and you're in poverty, would you come over to this country looking for refuge, or would you just, I don't know, if you're that desperate and you're that hungry, what would you do about it?
And I can totally understand the lady's point, and I think we all have immense sympathy for people here across the world. But what I would also say is that, as President Macron, as President Biden, as leaders across the world have said, that there are so many people who would want to move at the moment. That is just not a sustainable way forward. So what we need to do is ensure that the developing world develops even faster. We've seen, actually, over the last 2 decades, more poverty than ever before. I think we need to go further with that. I think we need to more international trade, more international cooperation on many of these issues. I think we need to get out into the world, and the way to lift people out of poverty is not to try and pretend that we can have everybody come to any country, particular country in the world, but actually to help develop world economies. And the biggest way to do that is through trade and ensuring that other countries are stable and prosperous.
I agree with the point that Rich Walker was making a moment ago. She's deliberately causing controversy because she's appealing to what she thinks are the certain instincts of the Tory party base. She's trying to provoke controversy and distract people because she's got nothing to say on knife crime, on the epidemic of violence against women and girls, and falling prosecution. So she's focusing on this and whipping up anger. But what has made me particularly angry as an MP for Leicester is that she crossed the Atlantic and she made a speech about multiculturalism as a failure. And she referenced Leicester, the city where I live, the city where I send my children to school. She said the streets of Leicester and the city of Leicester shows you that multiculturalism has failed. Well, in a couple of weeks' time, in Leicester, all of us, of all faiths and none, will celebrate Diwali. Children in our primary schools will make Diwali lamps. Our streets will sparkle with lights. Children who are lucky enough will enjoy the thrill of the big wheel on the famous Belgrave Road. I'm proud that we will host one of the biggest Diwali events outside of India. And after we've celebrated Diwali, together as one city, we'll celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, Vaisakhi, Ramadan, Eid, and we'll also include people who do not observe any faith as well. So I say to Suella Braverman, I don't know if she watches Question Time, but if she is watching tonight, don't dare attack my city and the people of Leicester and try to use Leicester as a pawn in your game to become the next Tory leader.
I'm going to take another question from Mitchell Humphreys.
Does the panel agree with the Prime Minister's proposal to raise the minimum age for smoking until no one can buy cigarettes legally?
So just in case you're not aware, the Prime Minister announced he would put in place a ban to gradually ban smoking by 1 year every year. So assume it takes 4 years to implement, it would mean that someone who's 14 now would not be able to buy cigarettes, because obviously the age will move on and on. So I don't know, who smokes on this panel?
I used to be a smoker.
Right, so tell me, what do you think?
Well, I was a 30 Marlborough a day man. Not the mild stuff, but the full strength. And what stopped me was watching my father die of lung cancer. And I think that would, and I think a trip to a cancer ward would stop any young smokers from taking up the habit. And I think it'd have a lot more effect than prohibition. I'm not sure prohibition works. I'm not sure.
Did you not agree with this?
I think it's well intentioned, and when you look at the numbers, that okay, the Treasury is going to lose this from the tobacco industry, but the NHS will save this because we won't be treating people that get sick. The numbers make sense, it adds up. But I just think that if I was a little 14-year-old behind the e-bike shed having my fag today, it'd probably make it seem more glamorous, and I feel like a little rebel and a bad boy, even more so. And so that's for the attraction.
More than the rebel you obviously were.
Yes, absolutely. So I think there's other ways to stop it. I think that it's true that people wish they'd stopped. It's fantastically addictive. It's really, really tough to stop, and you need a shot to stop. And I'm not sure that legislation is quite enough.
Jonathan?
No, I'll support it, and when the vote comes to Parliament, I will vote in favour of it. Actually, my friend and colleague Wes Streeting, who's our Shadow Health Secretary, he's been talking about this as an idea for some time as well. I think they've implemented it, or they are implementing it in New Zealand. And I've had a bit of a go at Rick Holden tonight, but I'm going to be nice to you, Rick, because I know there are.
Oh, it's Rick now.
I don't know.
You've got the far worse before.
Look, I know you've got a lot of Tory MPs who don't support this. So bring the vote. We'll help you get it through. It's good for public health. It will save lives, and we'll help you get that vote through the House of Commons. Let's get on with it.
Right. The man with the blue hair in the front.
If you're on about cigarettes still, if people are going to smoke, they're going to smoke. It's not saying it's a bad idea, but when I used to smoke when I was younger, I used to go, can you get me some cigarettes, and ask someone to get them. So it's a good idea, because obviously a lot of people are dying from lung cancer, but it's finding another alternative, because I think it's a bit of a silly idea, but I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Okay, silly but not bad. I'm not sure I follow you, but okay. Woman at the very back.
Surely if we're banning cigarettes, people are going to find more ways to bring that illegally import these cigarettes into the country. You see it with banning drugs. People just find sneakier ways to bring things into the country. And I really don't think that putting it into law is going to stop people who are genuinely addicted or just feel a bit like they've just been breaking the law today. It's really not going to stop them from smoking, and it's just going to cause more illegal imports. And
there will still be people, older people will still be able to, someone who smokes today, who's 18 and over, will absolutely still be able to smoke. It's bringing the younger cohort in, that's what will be stopped. It's a woman here in the front.
I think he's out of touch. I think he needs to look at vaping. That's where the real problem is for young people. It's not cigarettes. I see school children at the bus stops, and I can't even think of the age they are, but they shouldn't even be smoking at all. But vapes are used more with the younger generation than cigarettes. And this has been said publicly on the telly and by other government members. So that's where he needs to tackle it for the younger people. I think the older people, if they've smoked, it's very hard, because it's an addiction at the end of the day. So it's very hard to come off. But, if you can, you will, But for younger people, I think it's vaping you need to look at.
Yeah, I'd just like to say something to that. When I was a teenager, which was a long time ago, smoking was so normalized in a way that it doesn't seem to be with teenagers now. But exactly as the numbers of teenagers started to go down, they started to make vapes that were strawberry flavored and bubblegum flavored to actually make them appealing to young people. They'll just find a way of kind of creating that addiction somewhere else. But also, I think it's a really weird priority. Why is this his priority right now? Do you know what I mean?
So what do you think it should be?
What his priority should be?
Yeah, in terms of health, public health.
Oh, funding the NHS? Me? You know what you're saying? Giving a pay rise to the doctors and nurses? The fact that this smoking ban is one of his priorities, given what this gentleman at the front was saying about food banks, just the entrenched deep poverty, the 500, the figure I have, the amount of people that are on NHS waiting lists, the 500 people that died waiting for ambulances that didn't come last year. Maybe focus on those things rather than smoking. Again, it's distraction tactics.
No, it's a distraction tactic.
I think there's a few things. I think the lady at the front made the point about vaping, and actually that was part of the same announcement. One of the things that the government wants to do is basically look exactly. I think you're quite right about the flavoured vapes. We need to have a real look at that, and also the single-use ones, which apparently millions a day are going into landfill across the country. So, look, I'm not saying actually that vaping is Vaping is better, but we've got to do it in a way which doesn't actually encourage people into doing it, rather than as something as a substitute to get people off smoking. I think that's where we'd like to be. But when we raised the age to 18 for when you could buy cigarettes, we found that 30% fall in the people smoking from that age group. And when it's been done in other countries to 21, that's been a 39% fall. So actually, restricting this in this way, I think, is a sensible long-term policy to try and reduce the number of people smoking right across the country. It's great to have some cross-party support on that as well. But
a distraction tactic is
just,
what Emma said.
well, I'd just say, look, 1 in 4 cancers are linked to smoking. That might be a distraction. You know, 17 billion pounds a year spent on the NHS to deal with smoking-related illnesses. Perhaps some people would view that as a distraction. I view that as core to what we're wanting to do, which is actually to change public health in order to make it, in order to try and reduce some of the pressure on the NHS, and also to save lives. Look, I'm a smoker. I think I'm the only smoker on this panel. I wish I'd never started, and I wonder if, in time, if that was more restricted, and also on the point the lady made about vapes, if for some young people starting vaping, if that wasn't the case for them, whether people wouldn't have started smoking or started vaping in the first place. So I think these are sensible policies heading in the right direction, and I hope they get widespread support from not just this audience but across the country.
Okay, let me just say a couple more points. Yes, the woman here in the front.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask where the line is. Do we ban alcohol, because that is equally as addictive and causes the same sort of social and health problems that cigarettes do? It's advertised on TV, it's targeted at younger people with Alco Pops, and I just wonder why cigarettes and not alcohol. Is this the start of something bigger?
I think that's a really good question, actually. I think the difference with alcohol is there's no safe amount of smoking it can do which won't impact your health. I think people can drink alcohol in moderation and it doesn't affect your health in the same way. I think with smoking there just isn't that case. So that's what the reason, and there's a difference there. And it's similar with hard drugs. Why you would, there's no safe amount of heroin that people can really take, and it's the same argument.
So, Richard Walker, we've got cross-party support for this, which doesn't always happen on this programme, I've got to say, so it's rather unusual. I don't quite know what to make of it. So we've got cross-party support for this, you've got Emma saying it's a distraction tactic.
Yeah, well, and Tony said it was well-intentioned, and I agree, and I think bans can sound very good from a party conference stage. I just worry over in the real world about the enforceability of it. And I say that as a shopkeeper, right? And you all know about the friction on the high street. I don't want to digress too much, but there is an epidemic out there of shoplifting. It's not a victimless crime. And many of my colleagues have to face, frankly, terrifying issues on a daily basis. Now, my worry is the burden of this enforceability, which is a annual ratcheting age increase, will fall on the shopkeeper or the cashier, who is already under pressure, having to deal with a whole plethora of other issues. So I worry about the practical enforceability of it over in the real world.
Because you'll get to a situation where presumably someone, well, no, definitely, if this were to come to fruition, where someone who was 50, say, couldn't buy a pack of cigarettes, but someone who's 51 could, and then presumably it's up to the shopkeeper to decide whether they are or they aren't.
Yeah, exactly. And yet again, we get these policies which sound great, but then how do you actually apply it? How do you implement it? Are we going to start by ding? Are we going to start refusing? What about if they get annoyed because someone who's a year older can accept it? I mean, this is the daily reality now on the high street, and it's unacceptable. It's not just in our shops, it's in every shop up and down the high street. And we have a kind of I am deliberately going to go off piece here, but we have a problem with a lack of police response on these issues as well. And, this isn't just stealing a pack of fags or vodka or whatever. These are violent incidents that are happening on a weekly basis to my staff and to staff up and down the high street, and it's unacceptable.
Okay, we've got time for one final question. I'd like to take it from Matthew Caldwell.
Is the government ban on mobile phones in schools just a smokescreen to deflect from the real issues faced by teachers?
Tony?
I think it's a good idea to get the little sprogs to put down their mobile phone. I think we could all use with a few lessons in the glory of I don't think a lot of young people realise there's an off button on those things. And I think a lot of adults. When was the last time you saw an adult driving down the road staring at their mobile phone? I'm betting it was earlier today. You know, I just think that the tyranny of these things, and all the planned revision to A levels, it's all gonna fall apart if little Jimmy's looking at TikTok. So
let me just quote to you then. So the former High Mistress, I guess that's headmistress to you and me, of St. Paul's Girls' School, which is a private school, a very high achieving one. She said, good luck with a ban on mobiles. The schools tried to ban mobiles a decade ago, realised the time and energy used to police that policy would be better spent finding ways to integrate this ubiquitous item into teaching and learning, harness the potential of technology, don't ban it.
But
That's a headmistress.
I think she's saying that they're allowed to have them. She doesn't want them in St. Paul's. I'm sure that St. Paul's doesn't want mobile phones. Actually, she's saying, can you integrate them into the lessons? I think that St. Paul's would probably slide down the scale of academic excellence if it did that. I mean, I think that as parents, as soon as they go up to big school, you want them to have a mobile phone, because now, unlike our own parents, you're kind of relying on having that connection to you. You can't let them go.
But in classroom, you're saying that?
No, absolutely
okay.
not.
Emma.
Yeah, I think I agree. In that I totally agree with your point in needing to have that connection, but I think they should just have one of those brick phone, like just a Nokia brick phone, like no smartphone.
Just shame them with it.
Well, if they all have it, there's no shame. And I have to make that argument, all my friends are on this, because they'll all have the same brick phone, and then their parents can contact them, but they're not just having this corrosive influence. And when I think about like how much my own attention has been my own attention span has been impacted by smartphones and social media, but thankfully they weren't introduced into my life until I was a grown adult with a matured brain. And I was a very, very avid reader from a young age, through my teens, through my 20s. And I don't know that I would have been to the extent that I was if I'd been distracted by my phone. I think it's a real danger to young people. It can be.
Can I just, have we got any teachers here or people who work in schools? Right, let's hear from a couple of you. Yes, the woman at the front here. Yes, what do you think? Do you agree with a ban on mobiles in schools?
I don't know if it will help, but these kids are glued to these things. So I really don't know. Integrating it into the classroom, I don't think that's a good idea. I work in a primary school, so most of them probably don't have phones, but tablets and everything.
Okay.
I don't know, I feel sorry for them, to be honest with you.
Yes, and the other person as a teacher, yes.
I don't think it's so much in schools, it's a wider debate about their attention spans and their use of mobile phones outside of the school, because doing homework, I don't think they're dedicating enough time outside of the classroom. It's how they're using their phones.
But in terms of at home, would you agree with the ban on mobiles in school as a teacher?
They can have a place.
Okay.
So no,
not necessarily. Richard Holden?
Well, I think most schools don't allow mobile phones in the classroom, or in instances, and some of them.
So why announce a ban then?
Because some of them do, and I think we want to have kids need the best possible style. If they're distracted in lessons, then that can be a big problem. I think the other big problem for kids, and this is definitely something that's come up in my constituency, is around cyberbullying. So when it used to just be in the classroom, I'm sure any teachers here will have heard of this. It'll be kids, as part of either WhatsApp chats or group chats, having a go at each other. And if that's carried, if there's no safe space for kids, if they're not safe in every classroom, because there's constantly the distraction and potential for people having a go at them, and that sort of thing. I just think that classrooms are for learning. I struggle to see a space for where you would require a mobile phone to be part of that. Wouldn't it?
The woman there, yes, in the colourful top, yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment that actually forbidden fruit is always the sweetest. There's no point banning, especially in high schools. I'm all for integration. The more you ban, the more they will want to use it, the more they will sneak, the more they will use it in the wrong way. If we make an attempt to integrate it in the learning, I think it will be more use.
Okay, which is what this former headmistress is saying. Richard?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, they're important safety devices for many kids to and from school, of course. I think a lot of parents are quite supportive of them having them. But in the classroom, I mean, no, absolutely not as far as I'm concerned. And actually, I mean, in my kids' schools, it's banned. And as Richard said, I think it's banned in most schools anyway. So I didn't really see this as a particularly groundbreaking policy, and certainly something that seems to be common sense. And maybe it's say the kids can't take pictures of aerated concrete or something. I don't know.
The guy down the middle, yes, you sir.
It's interesting that announced. I'm not sure why at the party conference they didn't speak about more funding into schools when you're seeing about buildings in disrepair. Why was it not mentioned about how much money was going to be put into repairs into these schools that are falling down pretty much?
Okay. And the man further forward in the green shirt. Yeah.
Should we allow individual head teachers to be trusted to be able to control their own schools rather than just do a blanket ban?
Well, actually, what it is government guidance suggesting that schools should do this. I mean, you're saying most schools do it already. And then what the education secretary is saying is if schools don't do it, then enforcement might follow.
So in other words, it will be a ban unless you do what we tell you.
And you think that's wrong?
I don't think it should. I think the head teachers should be trusted to be able to judge their school and their pupils appropriately.
All right, let me just because we're very short time, I have let Jonathan.
Well, I mean, just hit the nail on the head. It's guidance. And by the way, the previous education secretary, Gavin Williamson, remember him? He announced this in a big fanfare and got headlines for it. So they've announced this, even though it's guidance, even though most schools do not allow mobile phones in classrooms. And actually, they cannot enforce it unless they're going to change the law on it. So it's all to get a headline at Tory party conference and not to focus on the fact that we've got children forced out of schools because the roofs are going to cave in, or there's children who lost the best part of 2 years' worth of schooling and haven't had the investment to catch up. It's just a distraction from the real issues which are impacting school children today.
So you would be supporting this?
No, I support it, but it's not. I'm not falling into the trap of. They've announced it, and they've announced it before, and it's up to individual head teachers. And most schools do not allow mobile phones in the classroom anywhere.
In fairness, some head teachers will welcome strength and guidance in order for them to say, look, this is
that what they told you?
This is the guide. I'm not behind this individual policy. I'm a transport minister, but in order to be able to say,
you're
look,
in the cabinet, you're in the government.
The guide. Well,
I'm sure this didn't come out of nowhere, or did it?
No,
so you
no,
didn't know anything about it.
This will be something which has, obviously been talked about with schools for a long time.
How many schools allow mobile phones?
I think I think there's a reasonable percentage of them which do, Jonathan.
You said most,
around 25%. Which I did say most. 25% isn't most. Rather than considering a go with Jonathan, Mr. PFI, we all remember what you left the schools for.
Any time that's a answers question, you're going to crack on.
And so I was just going to say that sometimes head teachers like the guidance because it really helps them reinforce the parents that this is something that government wants us to do, and it helps them to communicate that message clearly.
Okay, I've got time for one more. Okay, very quickly.
It seems like there's actually like a real consistency across all of these things. I really like the point that Richard made about the real
We've
world.
got two Richards here. Which one are you talking about?
This Richard,
Walker.
Yeah, Richard Walker. There's a concept that Adam Curtis popularised called hyper-normalisation. And it's about how corporations, shored up by politicians, have actually kind of given up on the complex real world and have built a simpler fake world that they distract people with. Very frustrated, I see.
Okay, but that almost out of time,
Okay.
so I'm so sorry. You keep going, but you just need to finish your point.
Starting with HS2, you could hardly say this is not in a way it's very difficult to see.
So it's like these priorities just seem like they are, because it's like I said, why would this be, what is their strategy? It couldn't be this basic, but I think there's actually a strategy of this thing called hyper-normalization, and they are kind of obscuring the reality with these like false fake narratives, simple narratives.
On that note, our hour is up, I'm afraid. This could keep going, couldn't it, everybody? But anyway, our hour is up. If you can't stay up late, you can always watch us first on iPlayer. We're live on the iPlayer at 8 o'clock. I just want to say thank you very much to the suppliers of these pictures here, Sia Whiteside and Dennis Goff. Thank you very much for these pictures. Question time until next week when we're in London. Bye-bye.
the journalistic pleasures, my life story. So, how long have you been dead? Let me introduce you to Lestat de Liancourt. I can give you a dark gift. Are you hungry, Louis? Embrace what you are! I'm a vampire.
Interview with the Vampire starts Thursday at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Staying in the Science Zone now on BBC Two, the investigators on top form as more scammers get claimed and shamed.
Insurance fraud in the UK costs more than £1.2 billion a year. That's more than £3 million a day. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries, even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding more than £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing a fraudulent claim every 5 minutes. Armed with the latest fraud-busting technology, including covert surveillance systems, sophisticated data analysis techniques, and specially trained fraud investigators, they're catching these chances red-handed. Instead of getting away with it, more and more of these fraudsters are being caught out and claimed and shamed. Today on Claimed and Shamed, a holidaymaker is sent packing when his £12,000 claim for a cancelled trip abroad is discovered to be a flight of fancy.
Sorry, so the booking the booking is not paid. Yeah, not paid.
And a bogus claim for a car crash hits the skids when the car's smart technology reveals what really happened.
The data completely undermined the allegations that the claimant and his witness were saying, to the point that they couldn't be mistaken, they must have lied.
Here on Claimed and Shamed, we've seen it all, from scammers risking innocent people's lives in dangerous cash for crash accidents, to greedy claimants making exaggerated claims to get a bigger payout. Insurance investigators have to be at the top of their game to distinguish the liars and cheats from the genuine claimants. Those featured in today's gallery of insurance rogues left a substantial trail of evidence for the fraud inspectors to get their teeth into. A pet owner who lies about the health of his pooch, drivers claiming for car crashes that didn't happen, and, in our first case, a man claiming for a cancelled family holiday that simply never existed. This claim involved a family of 4 who had to cancel a dream holiday for reasons seemingly completely beyond their control. Adam Grady of Charles Taylor was responsible for looking into it.
The claimant first contacted us in January 2022. They explained that they wouldn't be able to travel to the Maldives due to contracting COVID-19 shortly before they were scheduled to leave. The reason for cancelling was quite common due to the pandemic.
The claimant was bitterly disappointed. This was a much-needed luxury break they had saved up a lot of money for.
The booking was for 4 people. It was 2 adults and 2 children. They were due to be flying in premium economy and staying in a private bungalow on a resort. This meant that the booking was worth approximately £12,500.
Unfortunately for the claimant, he would not be getting the full amount back.
The policy that the claimant took out had a limit of £12,000 on there. So if the claim was successful, that would be the payment they would receive.
At first, everything seemed in order.
Although £12,500 sounds like a lot of money, looking at how they were travelling to the Maldives in premium economy and also the style of accommodation they were staying in, the value didn't give us any concern.
Furthermore, the claimant had all the relevant paperwork.
The claimant submitted a booking invoice for various parts of the trip, a cancellation invoice detailing whether they received any refunds, and also a positive COVID-19 test certificate.
Then Adam noticed something strange about the dates on some of the documents.
The claimant had submitted an email that was sent to them on the 2nd of January 2022, However, when referencing the booking date, which is when the claimant says they've made the booking, this was dated December 2022, which is 11 months in the future.
Unless the claimant had a time machine, there was no way the email could be about a booking that had yet to be made. And this wasn't the only time-travelling mystery contained in the emails.
We were also able to identify an issue with the travel date, as the booking email was dated the 2nd of January 2022, but referenced the flight leaving the day before on the 1st of January.
The dates simply didn't add up.
Clearly, there were issues with these dates which needed further investigation. As such, our investigations team contacted the travel agent involved.
Adam hoped that the company the claimant had booked with would be able to clear up the confusion.
Calling with regards of one of our customers that had to cancel their holidays, we would like to check with you if that booking actually has been made.
When we contacted the travel agent, they weren't actually able to find any record of the claimant.
The booking is not made. Sorry. So this booking doesn't actually. That when this booking is not made. This booking is not made. Yeah, not made.
The travel agent had no record of the booking. Things weren't looking good for this claim. And then Adam discovered another peculiar inconsistency in the evidence that had been submitted.
We noticed with the accommodation booking that there was a link to view the itinerary. When this was clicked, it actually took you to a page referencing a trip to Turkey in October 2021. It had nothing to do with the Maldives.
This luxury holiday in the sun was starting to lose its shine.
At this point, we've been told that the flight booking didn't appear to exist and that the accommodation booking may relate to a previous trip.
Adam needed to do some more digging.
As part of their initial document submission, they had also included a bank statement to substantiate the payment they'd made for the flights and accommodation. Upon further inspection of that after the issues with the booking documents, we noticed that there was a slight font colour difference on the transactions that related to this trip. This indicated to us that the bank statement may have been changed.
The slight difference in colours on the bank statement led the eagle-eyed investigators to scrutinise it in more detail. They then spotted that the entry relating to the payment for the holiday was also in a slightly different font to the other entries. If you look very closely, you can see the tail of the letter A on the section of the statement relating to the holiday is slightly longer. This painstaking scrutiny of the documents by investigators had set alarm bells ringing.
It's quite unusual to have the font change in a bank statement. It's normally just all in the same format. This led us to check the metadata of the documents, which actually showed it had been modified shortly after it was created. This further added to our concerns that the bank statement had been changed to reflect the payment for the holiday.
It was time to confront the claimant directly.
Armed with the information we'd obtained from the travel agent, the booking document and also the bank statement, we interviewed the claimant about their claim.
I just wanted to discuss the circumstances of the claim in further detail than we've been able to previously. Would you just be able to confirm the reason behind the cancellation of the trip? Sure. It was because I contracted COVID. Is that a PCR officer? Yeah. Okay. And that was positive, is that right? Yeah.
During the interview, they were consistent in terms of why they needed to cancel the trip, citing COVID-19 as the reason. However, when we started to ask them about the issues with the booking documents, they then said that they didn't know why the travel agent had no record of them.
Why did they don't have a record of that booking? They don't have a record of that booking? That's correct. Right.
And the claimant was just as evasive when questioned about the discrepancies with the dates.
So the booking also states the trip was booked on the 2nd of December 2022, which is a day that hasn't occurred yet. 2nd of 2022? That's correct. Well, that's the reason for the holiday. That's why I think of why. Right, okay. So I'm just trying to understand why they would tell us they don't have a record of the booking and the booking date would be for December the end of this year? I've got no idea why that would happen. Well, I could think that maybe a mistake.
The call handler was getting nowhere, so he tried a different approach. This time, questioning the man about the mysterious trip to Turkey the year before that had appeared on his paperwork. To begin with, he was in full denial mode.
Did you travel anywhere last year at all? 2021? No.
But he soon had to backtrack when the call handler told him about the link that had been found on the paperwork.
When that's been clicked, it comes up with a trip to Istanbul between the 25th of October of last year and the 31st of October of last year. Is there a particular reason why that would be? Well, the only reason I can think of that is that this was booked by my wife, and because she's booked previously and that's what's come up. I've got no idea. Right, so I'm trying to understand why a new booking for a new accommodation would bring up a previous booking. Like I was saying, because maybe it hasn't been fulfilled. I'm sure what's previously been fulfilled.
The claimant was starting to sound very uncomfortable. The call handler persevered with his line of questioning.
Did your wife travel to Turkey in October? No. This was, I think, for one of her friends or relatives. Okay, so she booked a trip with someone else? Yes. Okay, is there a particular reason why she would have booked that trip with somebody else? I think she was just looking around for where cheaper prices. Okay, so I understand that she was looking for prices, but is there a particular reason why she would have booked the trip on behalf of someone else? No reason.
This claimant was floundering.
To deny having any trips booked in 2021 and to say that nobody travelled, to then backtrack on this once you've been asked a question and told what evidence we have is certainly a red flag to us. It's our concern that they were trying to hide the fact that this booking had been amended.
The net was closing in on this tricky traveller.
As the claimant had maintained their innocence throughout the telephone interview, we explained to them we would look to review their claim and update them with a decision within a period of time after the call.
But before the review had begun, the man called back.
To our surprise, they actually called in within an hour of the telephone interview concluding and said that they wanted to withdraw the claim.
But by now it was too late. Adam and his team had enough evidence to call the claimant out.
Given the value of the claim and the evidence we'd obtained throughout the investigation, we declined their claim in full and invoked the fraud condition within their policy. A follow-up to this is also placing them on the insurance fraud register. Being placed on the insurance fraud register can have severe consequences for the claimant. It will make it difficult for them to obtain insurance in the future and can also increase their premiums. Had we just accepted the withdrawal of their claim, there's no consequence for them. It's likely that they would then try and target another insurer.
Later, a shaggy tale about a poorly pooch is pulled apart by investigators.
Our main concern here is that there is significant fraud going on. They're changing the dates, they're colluding behind the scenes, they're trying to manipulate the information so that it suits their requirements.
So what does that mean, man? Basically, it means that you've been dishonest with us.
When it comes to claiming for injury to yourself or damage to your car after an accident, it all comes down to proving who is at fault. That can be tricky if drivers can't agree about what actually happened. If it comes to deciding whose version of events to believe, a clever little black box which can track a car's movements can provide evidence that no one can dispute. When a collision happened at a busy junction during rush hour in Bradford, one of the drivers maintained that he knew exactly what had happened.
The claimant alleged that he was driving through a green set of traffic lights when the other driver drove from his right-hand side through a red light and collided with the side of his car. He said that she was probably on a phone, and anyway, she was a young female driver, and that meant that she probably wasn't driving very well.
Words he would later come to regret. The man claimed that he and his 2 children had been badly affected by the incident.
Around 2 days after the accident, we received a claim from the claimant and his 2 children. They were all alleging suffering with whiplash injuries to the neck and back, along with vehicle damage, recovery and storage charges, and travel expenses. The total cost of the claim was roughly £30,000, and that broke down into personal injury claims for him and his 2 children, the legal costs associated with those claims, and other vehicle-related losses.
Faced with this hefty claim, the insurers appointed Benedict Harper from DWF Law to investigate the incident. His first step was to find out what the woman who was supposed to have driven into the car had to say.
The other driver said that she'd exited her work car park, drove onto a dual carriageway, and was side by side with the claimant driving onto a junction when he simply changed lanes and collided with her car. Essentially, both drivers were blaming each other for the accident.
Dealing with 2 very different accounts of the same incident is par for the course.
It's not unusual in a case like this to have 2 drivers alleging completely different accounts. These kinds of disputes happen all the time.
The claimant, however, had managed to track down a passerby who had seen the whole incident as he walked past.
The independent witness said in his handwritten statement that he was stood as a pedestrian on the corner of the junction and that he observed the other driver driving through a red light into a collision with the claimant's car who had simply drove through the green light. The witness was totally on the claimant's side and said that the other driver was at fault.
When the witness sent in his statement, his account was remarkably similar to the driver's.
The independent witness, along with his handwritten statement, drew a diagram of how the accident happened, and it substantiated what the claimant was saying.
The claimant's case was persuasive, especially as he had the backing of a witness. But it turned out the woman accused of causing the accident had an independent witness too, although hers wasn't human. She had a small electronic device, sometimes known as a black box, fitted to her car.
Telematics devices are really straightforward and the components are in pretty much all smartphones. It has a GPS reader which measures your place on Earth and an accelerometer which measures change in motion.
Benedict and his team set about examining the information recorded by the car's black box. This would show the car's exact location and speed at which the woman was driving at the time of the accident. And the little box delivered. The telematics proved without a doubt that this claim was fraudulent. The claimant's car hadn't been hit by a careless young woman on the phone, as he'd alleged.
The data completely undermined the allegations that the claimant and his witness were saying, to the point that they couldn't be mistaken, they must have lied.
The case was listed for trial. By now, Benedict knew he held the trump card, but he had to be careful not to reveal his hand too soon.
The claimant and his witness had no idea that we had the telematics evidence. The difficulty with cases like this is quite often if you let claimants that are lying have evidence that you have, they'll quite often change their evidence to fit what you have, which causes you difficulties.
Benedict waited until the claimant's witness statement had been filed before revealing the information he'd gleaned from his client's black box. The man's lawyers were not impressed.
Once we'd served the telematics evidence, the claimant's solicitor made an application to be removed from the court record, which is essentially abandoning their client. It looked to me as though once they'd received the evidence, they realised that their client was lying.
By then, the man knew it was game over and that he could say goodbye to his £30,000.
On the morning of trial, the claimant and his witness didn't turn up. We did submit the driver's evidence along with the telematics data, but the judge didn't need to get into the nuts and bolts of the case because the claimant didn't turn up.
The judge decided that the claimant's failure to attend the trial was an obstruction of the proceedings and struck out the claim. And because he hadn't turned up, the male driver became liable for the costs of the case. He may have hoped to walk away with £30,000. Instead, he was landed with a hefty bill.
the judge ordered the claimant to pay a cost of around £7,500, which we only got back after a visit from a bailiff.
Without the crucial evidence from that black box, Benedict believes the case could have had a very different outcome.
Without the data, she will have been held at fault. A claim will have been made against the policy that was fraudulent. However, because of the data, we were able to completely flip the result. I've little doubt that the independent witness was either entirely fabricated or a friend, perhaps, of the claimant. Because the insured's claim was genuine and the telematics data supported her version of events, the claimant's insurer paid her claim straight away.
Since July 2022, all new cars sold in the UK must have a black box fitted, a move that Benedict believes will help crack down on false insurance claims in the future.
Telematics is becoming really important. This is a case where without it, the insurer will have seen the claimant's version of events backed up with a witness and probably paid the claim. But here the telematics data allowed the insurer to get behind what the claimants were saying and prove them to be liars.
Still to come, a legal eagle gets his wings clipped when his claim for £20,000 is exposed as a pack of lies.
We're looking at a person here who is a lawyer. He's placed in a position of trust for everyone. He lied repeatedly, seriously. He very much thumbed his nose at the insurance company.
We're a nation of dog lovers, with more than 10 million of us owning a pooch. It's estimated that as many as 1.9 million dogs are sold every year in a market worth between 100 and 300 million pounds. If you are buying a puppy from a breeder, you should always check they're reputable, and they should be able to offer short-term free insurance as part of the deal. When breeders sell a puppy, most big companies will provide around 5 weeks of free cover for the new owner. There's a limited window for activating the insurance, usually 10 days before and up to 3 days after the sale of the puppy, and the dog has to be healthy on the day it's sold. All crucial in this next case, when insurer Agria was contacted by a new puppy owner.
Sadly, soon after having purchased the puppy from the breeder, the puppy fell ill.
Vicky Wentworth is the managing director at Agria Pet Insurance.
We believe that the puppy began to have seizures. And of course, in something so small and so vulnerable, seizures can be potentially quite fatal. And then what happened was, even more sadly, that puppy ended up passing away, and that was the catalyst for the claim.
The pet owner had paid the breeder £2,500 for his puppy. He said he wanted to claim back that cost. He wasn't interested in recouping any vet's fees. He just wanted the purchase price back so he could buy a new puppy from the same breeder. When he rang to start his claim, the call handler told him what the next steps were.
What we need from you is a written confirmation from the vet that has passed away, and also a purchase receipt from the breeder as well, so we can look at the cover of that purchase price, basically. Yeah. The only thing is with the vet, so basically when you guys obviously like a random vet for them to cremate her, are they the ones that can do the permanent? Can they do that even though they're not my vet? They can. Yes, they can.
The call handler provided an email address for sending in the supporting paperwork. But over the following weeks, the pet owner rang back a number of times to confirm the address, as he couldn't get his documents to send.
The gentleman concerned was quite agitated at times. He was complaining that he couldn't get emails through to us that apparently he sent. We had no record of these emails landing in our mailboxes. We handle claims within 2 working days, so we absolutely know at what point a claim comes into us, and we just had no record of it.
Each time the man called, his story seemed to change. At first, he said the puppy had seen his own vet before she died, but only for a minor problem.
She did get a couple of times with a different vet, but I don't care about making a claim on that.
The call handler told the pet owner that he'd have to supply information from the vet who had seen the puppy whilst it was alive. The man argued that wasn't necessary, as he'd only taken the pup there for eye drops. Then in later calls, that vet seemed to vanish into thin air.
Basically, I didn't have a vet for her because I didn't have it very long. And it was only when she died she actually registered with a vet.
So, but had she had a health check before she left the breeder though?
Yeah, that's all there. So on her end, she's got all the vets there, but what I'm saying is I haven't got any vet history on my end.
The man's description of the puppy's health made the fact that he hadn't taken her to the vet seem even stranger.
The short time that I had her, I hadn't taken her to the vet. So, you know, if she kept in a sleep, she kept having these little things. And then literally, like, before, you know, the day before, I was due to book her into the vet the next day and she's gone, sort of thing. So it was all done.
He just couldn't keep his story straight.
Any contradictory information in a case like this is suspicious because customers tend to know what has and hasn't happened. So the minute there's a little bit of uncertainty, of course, you know, it arouses our suspicion. If our suspicions are alerted, we start to look for fraud.
It was time for this claim to undergo closer scrutiny. Investigators started by looking at the dates. The pet owner said he'd bought and taken his new puppy home on the 12th of August and had supplied a receipt that confirmed this date.
The collection date of the 12th of August is really important in this case. The reason being is we knew that at that point the puppy had actually left the breeder's care.
This meant the free insurance policy should have been started between the 2nd of August and 15th of August, but it wasn't.
There was a huge gap. The actual policy was incepted on the 26th of August, so way outside of our terms and conditions.
What's more, the puppy had died just 3 days later. It led the claims team to suspect she was already sick when the insurance was started. Another no-no. But perhaps the claimant had just got his dates wrong.
It's really important to square the circle because the breeder has a section of information which we potentially hadn't yet heard, or perhaps we just needed confirmation on, and that was at what point did the customer actually buy, collect and take the puppy home.
It was time to give the breeder a call.
Can you tell me the purchase date and a date that has collected the puppy, please? Yeah, so the 12th it was, the 12th of the 8th, 2022. So that was the date the puppy was collected and purchased, is that correct? Yeah.
There had been no confusion with the dates. The breeder had confirmed the puppy was bought on the 12th of August, a full 14 days before the policy was taken out on the 26th of August. This meant the policy wasn't valid when the puppy died.
So we wrote formally to the customer to tell him that we were going to decline the claim. Actually, before he got the letter, he rang in chasing what was happening, and the contact centre member of staff who spoke to him informed him at that point verbally that we were in fact going to decline the claim. He was quite agitated and quite cross, as you completely understand, and he started to blame the breeder.
Despite the pet owner's unhappiness, it was case closed. Then the insurer received a call from the breeder.
She reached into us and was telling us that she had quite a lot on in her life. She didn't understand why we declined the claim, and that she was under quite a lot of pressure at home, and that in fact if we were going to decline the claim then she would appeal.
The call handler spelled out why the claim had been declined.
We have this rule that we set up 5x3 from the date of the sale. You have up to 3 days to create that 5x3 as a breeder.
Yeah.
And it looks like this policy was actually set up on the 26th.
I set that up the day before that he picked her up. I always do it the day before, just in case.
Adamant that she'd taken the policy out at the correct time, the breeder then sent the insurers what she claimed was her copy of the sales contract with the puppy's owner.
When we received the contract, it actually showed that the puppy had been picked up and paid for, funnily enough, on the 25th of August, much later than originally we had been informed. So, of course, as an insurance company, our main concern here is that there is significant fraud going on. They're changing the dates, they're colluding behind the scenes, They're trying to manipulate the information so that it suits their requirements, and of course then we need to pay the claim.
Vicky knew the claim was a fake, but she needed proof. The case was passed to members of the financial crime team, which undertook an in-depth investigation of both the breeder and pet owners' online profiles. And they came up trumps. Thanks to the fact that this owner had gone to the trouble of creating a social media account in the new puppy's name.
We all love social media, and we all love to post pictures of our pets particularly. When we started to look at social media for the customer, we could actually see very clearly that this lovely little puppy was in fact at his home, in his home, on the 13th of August. So we began to suspect that the original information they gave us was actually correct.
It looked like this puppy had been bought on the 12th of August, and most definitely not on the 26th of August. The social media investigation also revealed something else that completely destroyed the claim. An update on the puppy, posted online 2 days before the policy was even taken out.
We actually found a post which was proof that the puppy was actually ill. And it was quite poorly. The post was proof to us that in fact when the contract was set up on the 26th of August, that actually the puppy was already ill at that point. So for our purposes as an insurer, that would be a pre-existing condition.
Vicky and her team were now certain that the breeder and pet owner had colluded, making false statements and submitting a fake document to try to get Agria to pay out £2,500, even though in reality they hadn't taken up the policy in time. The appeal was not upheld and the claim remained declined. After failing to get hold of the pet owner over the phone and via email, the insurance company formally wrote to tell him the outcome. As for the breeder, a member of the compliance team managed to get her on the phone, and she was put through her paces.
I've got Mr. Social media page in front of me, and he's actually got a page activated or set up for herself.
Right.
And on all those pages, it's actually showing that it was in his possession on the 14th of August.
The 14th of August?
Yeah.
Well, I'm quite confused by that.
And the 15th. And so, according to that evidence, we can see that you already had in his possession right to the date you said.
I'm really confused by that, unless I put the wrong dates on it. 26. So what does that mean then?
Basically, it means that you've been dishonest with us.
Both the breeder and pet owner were informed Agria would not insure them in the future. They were also both uploaded to insurance databases. For Vicky, this claim had a tragic outcome, which might have been avoidable.
It's terribly sad that a puppy passed away in this case, because had they had the cover, it would have gone to the vets much, much sooner, I'm sure. And who knows, we might have been able to do something to save it.
Insurance fraud is committed by all sorts of people, from hardened criminals to supposedly upstanding members of the community. And the reasons for committing fraud can equally be as varied. In our next case, the investigators became suspicious when a man had a car accident on the day his policy was suddenly cancelled by his insurance company. And even more iffy was the fact it became clear that he had close links to the driver he'd crashed into. Damien Rourke is a partner at Clyde & Co, and he works with the UK's biggest insurance companies to investigate suspicious claims. He was tasked with getting to the bottom of a claim from a man who said his car had been driven into by another driver.
The claimant in this case was a 36-year-old lawyer who was involved in a road traffic accident.
The collision happened at a T-junction.
The suggestion by the claimant was that he was driving on the road and our policyholder emerged from a side road and collided with his correctly proceeding vehicle.
The lawyer's claim was substantial.
The claim was for approximately £22,000 and it comprised of several £1,000s for a whiplash-type injury, a proportion for vehicle damage, and another chunk for credit hire and storage.
From the outset, there were aspects of the claim that seemed suspicious, starting with the policyholder, the driver who had caused the crash and whose insurance policy had just been cancelled. It turns out that he'd only taken it out a week earlier, when he'd been asked to back up his application with a letter from his boss.
The policyholder was asked to provide documentation to prove that he was working as a marketing manager, and he provided a letter from his employer.
When it arrived, something didn't look right.
So the letter confirmed that he was employed by this company, provided the company's house address, details, email, all the sort of data that you would expect to find in one of these letters, but it appeared to be a fairly amateurish letter.
The insurance company wasn't convinced and rejected the letter, saying it didn't meet the underwriting criteria. Because of this, the company contacted the policyholder to say it was cancelling the policy. But on the very same day, the man contacted his insurers to say he'd had an accident. Luckily for him, the policy was still active for 7 days after cancellation, so he was still covered. The timing made Damien suspicious. With his nose twitching, he began looking in more detail at the paperwork, starting with the dodgy-looking letter from the policyholder's employer.
Some investigations were made in relation to this company. Now, when you looked at the address and cross-referenced with the electoral roll, it transpired that the claimant, the person who the policyholder had struck, was registered at that address.
Hang on. So the policyholder's boss lived at the same address as the lawyer whose car he'd hit. Damien smelled a rat. The policyholder was questioned about his relationship with the lawyer he'd driven into.
He denied that there was a connection with him and the driver, which again is a massive red flag from our perspective.
Damien started to suspect the whole claim was bogus.
My main concern at this point is that what's happened here is someone has cancelled the policy for this chap, and in a hissy fit, he has decided to stage an accident with his mate as the claimant, with potentially a view to splitting the money. Who knows?
And the lawyer, who was claiming the £22,000, he also denied knowing the driver who'd hit him, even though he lived in the same house as his boss. Damien decided it was time to talk in person to the policyholder who had caused the crash, to ask about his boss.
We send out an inquiry agent to speak to the policyholder. Specifically, he asks him about how it was that he came to be employed by a chap who shares the address with the claimant. And he turns around and says, well, a chap whose name is Bilal referred me for the job.
Damien was staggered, because Bilal was the lawyer's name, and this suggested a very strong link between the men.
Why on earth would he give the name of the claimant when he was interviewed? Well, the answer to that is, frankly, sometimes some people are a bit daft.
Despite the fact the investigators were onto them, the drivers were still sticking to their guns.
Even at this stage of the case, both the policyholder and Mr. Bilal were strongly maintaining that they did not know each other.
Damien needed to up the ante, starting with a closer look at the online activity of the lawyer who was making this £22,000 claim.
We instructed our intelligence team to look at Mr. Bilal's social media, and one of the interesting things that we found there was that one of his social media profiles had a series of digits linked to the end of it, and those digits, it transpired, linked to a school group. And when we looked at the school group, that eventually led us down a path where we discovered that this chap, Mr. Bilal, the claimant, had about 6 different aliases. Bilal Hussein, Bilal Chowdhury, Bilal Mohammed Hussein, Bilal Tour, and also David Abrahams.
It isn't usual to have so many aliases, and one of the names led Damien straight back to the policyholder.
The one that was particularly important was the discovery of the alias Bilal Tour, because when we were originally investigating the policyholder in relation to the cancellation of his policy, we received a letter from a chap called Bilal Tour, who said he was representing the policyholder.
This was astonishing. It seemed the lawyer who was claiming the big money was using a pseudonym to represent the man who'd supposedly driven into him. Damien questioned the lawyer again.
We did confront Mr. Bilal about being the representative for the policyholder. And he got quite shirty about it, really, and sent back a response saying, I am not Bilal Khan, I am not Bilal Tor, I am not Bilal Chowdhury, I am not Mr. Ishmael, I am Mohammed Bilal. Do you get that?
Despite all the denials, Damien found yet another damning piece of evidence online and confronted the lawyer with it.
We were able to provide him with a copy of his business card, which we'd extracted from social media, where he described himself as Bilal Chowdhury, working for the law firm who had represented the policyholder.
This was the smoking gun, which finally forced the claimant to fall on his sword.
He finally came clean and said, yes, I had, in fact, represented him.
Damien had backed the claimant into a corner, discovering that he'd been working for another law firm to represent the man who'd crashed into him. Damien now had the evidence he needed to prove once and for all that both drivers knew each other prior to the crash. And there was one final nail in the coffin for this case.
We obtained an opinion from a forensic engineer who looked at the damage to the vehicles and prepared a report which said effectively there is no way that this damage could have been sustained in the way that is suggested.
Despite the mountain of evidence against him, the lawyer refused to give up on his £22,000 and pushed to get his case heard in court. But then he got cold feet at the last minute.
The claim was scheduled to go to trial in and around June 2020. It never got there, though, because the claimant failed to pay a court fee and the court struck it out before it could go to trial.
The wayward lawyer may have thought that was the end of it. However, the insurance company was not going to let him get off that easily.
The insurers involved in this case were fairly annoyed about the level of deceit, and given particularly the profession of Mr. Bilal, decided to bring proceedings for contempt of court against him.
And things did not go Mohammed Bilal's way.
The consequences for Mr. Bilal were quite serious. He was sentenced to 8 months in prison. He was ordered to pay an interim payment on account of costs for £11,000, and he was placed on the insurance fraud register.
Damien thinks the whole claim was a sham from the beginning.
I ultimately agree with the judge's assessment that these two chaps knew each other and colluded together to stage the accident. A complete work of fiction from start to finish. I don't think the accident ever occurred at all.
The lawyer's fall from grace was complete. Damien believes he got what he deserved.
We're looking at a person here who's placed in a position of trust for everyone. He'd lied repeatedly, seriously. He very much thumbed his nose at the insurance company. And it might be said that there was felt some sense of responsibility for us to root out a bad actor, if you like.
Another shocking case of deception and a timely reminder that we all need to remain vigilant to the scourge of insurance fraud. From chancellors exaggerating injury to criminal gangs engineering crashes for cash, these tricksters hit us all in the pocket. Every year, insurers lose millions to these scams, and it's you, the policyholder, who ends up paying the price with hikes to your premiums. But the sheer number of thieves caught in the act sends a clear message to anyone thinking about cheating the system. They claimed, but now they're shamed.
All around the planet, animals are making incredible journeys. The most remarkable of these are the smallest. Follow 6 tiny animals through the biggest adventures where every step counts.
Big Little Journeys continues next Sunday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Still in the Science Zone now with the Northwest's finest, with some strong language, scenes which some of you may find upsetting, and dealing with suicide. We're on the front line with the ambulance.
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
Someone's been stabbed. He's about 14.
Across the UK, more than 14 million 999 calls are made for an ambulance a year, with the Northwest Ambulance Service receiving a new cry for help every 20 seconds.
She just thinks she's pregnant or didn't know, but she said she feels like she needs to push.
As the pressure builds,
There's absolutely no reason to talk to me like that. I'm trying to help you now.
the control room has to decide who will receive an ambulance
17-year-old male, cardiac arrest.
and who must wait.
We do have delays at the moment of up to 8 hours and 45 minutes.
No.
On the ground, ambulance crews race to save lives
It's been a serious road accident. All started are in a serious condition.
and offer the best help they can.
Oh, it's been nice of you to come. It was so nice to talk to.
Tell you what, Norman, you're made of strong stuff.
Black pudding. I love a bit of black pudding.
From the picket line
Everyone's gone on strike because no one can afford to live.
to the front line,
Are you going to be violent towards our crew?
this is the story of some of the darkest days in the history of our NHS.
It was quite happy to die on the streets of Manchester.
It's going to probably get a little bit worse before it gets better.
3276, unexploded bomb.
To my hometown. Beats Darwin.
Nothing beats Darwin.
Ambulance, is the patient breathing?
I don't know.
Okay, what's the address?
There was something wrong with it. Just 2 hours.
Across the northwest of England, there are currently 61 patients waiting for an ambulance, including an unresponsive patient.
Please listen to me. Don't listen to me. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to help you, so I need to find out.
You're still wrong with her.
So look at her chest. Is it going up and down?
No, it's not.
Alpha 212.
Joe is dispatching ambulances to those in need.
Yeah, go ahead. We've received a call for a female who's not responding.
999 road activated.
Alpha 212, Jess and Paul are 5 miles from the patient.
Hello? Hello?
201 call.
Okay.
I can't feel any pulse. Do not be guys.
I think it's going to be one of those ones we're not going to really know what's going on until we get there.
Yeah.
Alpha 212, there actually is a weapon and a violence mark for the caller.
So if you just approach with caution, if you want me to get police, that's no problem at all.
We are a minute away. Blood. We're at the location given. There's blood on the door. Door is locked. There is another property with the door wide open.
Not sure whose house that is.
We're just going to make it now.
I would exercise
caution.
Do you want me to get police?
Stand by, please.
Hello, ambulance.
Could be watching them now. Waiting for the button to go on.
Yes, that's one here.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you open your eyes? It's the paramedics.
Obviously not.
Obviously not.
Am I okay?
I think maybe you had a friend who was worried because you weren't waking up.
No, I won't wake up. I sleep like the dead.
You sleep like the dead.
I thought this was serious, okay.
Yes, sir.
What's going through your head right now?
I just want life to be that little bit easier.
What would make life easier?
I'm stressed.
What's causing you stress?
I drink too much. I shouldn't drink too much. As a friend of ours, 68 hours a week. I think I've had a breakdown.
68 hours a week? That would break anybody.
My son, who's not very well, and it didn't bother him. He just got on with it. He was a star.
The fighter.
Yeah, but then he contracted meningitis. He died at 5.5. And then I had to deliver a baby girl. I was 6 months pregnant. They did tests on her and said that there was no chance she'd survive. Bloody me. I told you.
You're a fighter as well, aren't you? You want definitely strong words.
Should want McDonald's.
I would absolutely love a McDonald's, but right now, let's just make sure you're alright.
The numbers are good, to be fair. That's a nice series.
Yeah.
Why would anything?
The thing is, you're a very, very vulnerable patient. I think what we'd like to do is to referral to social services.
Thank you so much for your help.
No worries.
And I love your hair.
Thank you.
Take care, yeah.
I love your hair too.
What hair?
Wow.
What hair?
Wow.
Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. I feel really sorry for her, you know. She's been through a hell of a lot. A hell of a lot.
212, I've just seen you've cleared. Just making sure you're okay. What happened on that one?
Oh, yeah, we're all good, thank you. I know it sounded bad when we went in with blood around the door. The blood was irrelevant. The patient, we found her laid out on the sofa. We had a good chat with her. Nothing really medically at the moment, and we need to do anything with. That was a bit of a social issue, really.
Thank you for that one.
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
Has he been unconscious since it happened?
Is the scene safe for our crew?
3 hours into the shift and controller answering 3 new 999 calls every minute.
Hold the line for me.
I haven't looked in the mirror, but my wife reckons my right eye's turned into the corner.
So it's not looking the right way?
No, I'm having trouble walking around the house.
So an emergency ambulance is being arranged. We are coming on blue lights and sirens as fast as we can.
I just borrowed Romeo 450 for Cat 1.
Working alongside Joe in dispatch today is Meg.
Roger, thank you.
They are coordinating the deployment of 53 ambulances and 3 rapid response vehicles across South and East Lancashire, an area spanning
Oh man, you know.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter. My chicken. Your imp.
Gone, foul creature!
What touch?
You never asked.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them who are watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by everyone. The actors hated it. The sex hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
The Bobby.
I play Bobby, yeah.
He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamond?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
Oh.
I wasn't a flea
teabagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, they're actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Mom, look what brought us to turtle. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister, by the way, with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline.
Good morning. Good morning.
Zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
It's 21 minutes past 4 in the morning.
Anybody know what you care about?
Oh my God.
What am I doing over here? That's mind blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
Woke up with a headache.
Come to life the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
Yeah. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carly. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carly Island.
What sort of temperatures is it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees 20 years ago or so. The ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got charisma and fabulous. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You tried feng shui? Wow. You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it with that Kate. It used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined me art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be doing it over with my Great British Focus Group. Can I ask your favourite question? Go for it, go for it. Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself? I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturday and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd been taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, Dave. What are your other records?
Oh, wow.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. What now? These Rubik's cubes, which are also Sudoku? Oh my god. No.
Look at that. I've never seen someone rock something so much.
What did you say that Peru is correct?
Whoever is on sounds duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before.
For musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began. 4 years before, Beatles played here in London Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt.
3, 2, 1, boom!
The gathering of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished now? What are you like?
It's just like consumed my soul. Oh, dear. I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it.
No, don't. Oh, don't do it.
Don't lie. Don't. Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do.
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on? Yeah, it's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works.
I'm not killing the lot. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a baby doll in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand over to our expert from the Lice Po Life. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a life?
Panic room? Just be so lovely if my family, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampoline accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd pick up a quarter.
Your stomach is clear.
Aye, but battered food always settles me.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No. She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah. He was quite violent as a child coming.
Are you not here?
anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Everybody will help you out tonight, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
Obviously off the back of that door, isn't it? You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little look-up case on it.
Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah.
Where's that? When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm has been caused on top of
I
by the decision.
Dr. Love. Dr. Love, that's who I am. Yeah, I'm a doctor.
His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper. Be honest. Be a dictator.
With a headache. Man about here somewhere. Fucking hurts.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I could ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
Shut the fuck up.
My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed.
You're not getting nothing.
That's what being disabled is all about.
Because you're the NHS.
What you're doing,
Striking all the time.
protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just outstand each other. So
Fucking dominant bastards, I say.
together.
The only thing that makes living with us even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We're
I'm gonna pull
Oh
a machine gun out and fucking blow you to pieces.
I need a maximum stop.
Yeah, NHS dead.
To me.
I never despised you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man tries to get at me. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a special.
I'll show you what social media is, mate. Yeah.
So this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
you damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
I've got an imagination, you wanker.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis. I laugh as much as I cry. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
I believe in myself.
There's the bill. £60.
Because I've sold so many pianos all over the years, and all the family's happy as fuck, I was okay in the section units because I knew I was all right.
Is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white, and then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You just imagine him coming over.
Postman Pat, Postman Pat, Postman Pat, and his black and white cat. Early in the morning. Yeah, early in the fucking morning. Do you know what time it is? It's crazy.
In there that can turn off.
25 to 5, oh my god.
Look at the scale, give you an elbow.
Well, I can taste the peach. I'll be honest, I don't know what peach tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way.
Don't put your hand there!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee.
I'm going to get the government to give you £10 if you hate the NHS. You got to say, I hate the NHS, sign it and date it, and then get paid £10. Wouldn't it be funny if they'd done that?
You get really to know it. To your world, completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted. Take her on a wee walk. She gets handed over to cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen.
Well, I had 2 paracetamols about 5 minutes ago.
Wildlife in the autumn season. It's like I just saw a wood elf with the sprites.
A little bit of massaging around here somewhere.
It's very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives. That is one point of fun.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
I've had my ketone slimming tablets. It's supposed to take 1, but I'm taking 2. And also multivitamins and minerals. I've just had 1 of those. So that's 3 capsules, tablets and all that.
Because I wish to
and nice cup of tea and some apple and mango.
The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. The fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt.
That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do.
I've really got to sort this place out, right? I was looking on my eBay account, right? My selling things I bought over the years, right? And there's fucking loads of stuff. It's crazy. This place is filled up with stuff I've been buying on eBay. It's like loads and loads of stuff.
There wasn't a demon in his head.
I've really got to get rid of all this shit. I say it's crazy. It's fucking, oh my god, do you know what I mean?
She's broken. This is before we even discuss Brown Peter, my chicken. Your imp.
You've gone, cow creature.
You never asked.
Scientists
scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most requested place? Is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of anyone watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone. The actors hated it.
Do you know, I get pissed off sometimes. Do you know what it is? A fucking traveller, right? A fucking old bastard, right? Comes down my door. Got any gold? Got any gold? Got any gold? Got any gold? And I'm like, yeah, I've got gold. Yeah, fucking right. And I had a necklace that didn't fit me because I was put on so much weight because of the NHS bastards. Fucking
I was Miranda.
So this necklace that didn't fit me, I let them have it for £45 fucking pound. £45 fucking pound. It's probably worth loads of money. You know what I mean? For fuck's sake. I'm so pissed off with myself.
Are you happy to talk about?
I sold my daughter and I sold it for £45. I think she was fucking pissed off. I'm not sure.
The most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, they're actually
I got my daughter a necklace and I swear it was about 125 quid. And it was gold, 9 carat gold and all that.
We can swim with turtles.
This one was fucking £699. I couldn't fucking believe it.
I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three. And I wanted
But money's money. It's nothing, is it? Money's fucking, it's fuck all. I mean, the money I get is fucking free, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Getting rich in an age in which almost everything was
But I mean, I should get compensation. I should get a fucking lot of money. A lot of money. I mean, fucking loads. From the NHS. But the NHS ain't got no fucking money anyway, have they? Cunts. I mean,
Gave us a deadline to make a decision.
I'm just going to hate them for fucking ever.
A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing.
The NHS. Well, they fucking get the police to work with the NHS now. So I just stand there for a minute, because we're going to tap his door now and we're going to lock him up. Yeah, this is what the NHS do. They're fucking shit.
Really understand what social care is.
Yeah. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding,
You end up hating the police and the NHS.
and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were
You know, the fucking police. Well, they're fucking fucked up.
What's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures did it go up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
At the end of the day, when you look at it, right,
The ice came out to the
police, NHS, social services, fucking lawyers, government, fucking MPs, they're all just human beings. Blood, guts, fucking muscles, you know, fucking intelligence, a brain, you know. They're just fucking flesh. They're getting older and older, they're going to die, you know what I mean? They're just nothing. They're a piece of shit. They're fucking nothing. You know what I mean?
Life, you, me.
Human beings. That's what they are. They're human beings.
A universe that could have been
A universe, yeah. Filled up with human beings.
that we know is teeming.
And they actually like to be fucking nasty. And it's fucking terrible. You know, you put a police uniform on and suddenly you think, oh, I'm a powerful person now. I'm special. Yes, I am. I'm a policeman. Blah, blah, blah. But you're fucking shit, mate. You know what I mean? You're a wanker. NHS, you're fucking rubbish.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. And
If I wanted to be a doctor, I could be, because, well, I'm fucking, I care about people. Well, I don't want to be a doctor because I'm too ashamed of the NHS. They're fucking, they're killing people.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. So I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group.
Can I ask Lord David a question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money going. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working.
I don't want to go fucking telly. Telly's fucking shit, isn't it?
And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd been taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. What now? The
Good morning, Simon Brand. No, Russell Brand. Russell Brand. Yeah, what a wanker. Laugh at the prick. I mean, what the hell?
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us the voice.
Love me do, you know I love you. Yeah, well, I don't love you, actually.
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational.
So please, love me do.
I've never seen this printed. Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became.
Look at this. Printed this.
That's when the real journey began. 4 years before, Beatles played it in Lindy Town Hall in Gloucestershire.
That's the address where my telly come from.
48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one.
Can you
Tell me who this person is.
I believe that would
Look
be
at him. He's got a belly button. I ain't got one. It's fucking gone.
3, 2, 1, boom! You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow. I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you
No, don't. Oh, don't do it.
Don't lie! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
He's got a fishing rod. He needs it all the day. Just fucking hold the fishing rod, mate.
Important for that mental well-being.
They can do the
I
whole
used to jack, you
so
know.
from planting a seed
That's right,
to then
with a fishing rod. And I used to catch mullet down the docks.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in their cells.
And they were filled up with fucking shit, you know what I mean? When you open up a mullet, it's fucking like, oh my god. Mullets eat anything. They eat all sorts of shit.
It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works.
I can see you, yes. You're a bit of a cook.
I'm not doing the loft.
Why do you have to be on
You've
TV?
got 2 San Pellegrino and a baby bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice.
TV studios, you know, like fucking, I don't know, all of them really. They're pretty fucking two-faced.
Panic room?
All the people on TV, they're like,
like me.
80% of visits to the children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
No alcohol. That's the way. You know what I mean?
She's in her bed.
Leave alcohol. It's fucking terrible.
Lying there surrounded by all that high furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Colin.
Are you not here yet?
Oh, that's mad. BBC.
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out tonight, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from height, I want from height. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
This is sometimes.
Yeah, because the doctor's a wanker.
It's really quite a lot
He
of
probably works for the
emotions.
NHS. What a wanker.
Or a drop of blood. Yes,
Greedy
it's who
bastard.
it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there. You have to back of that door, isn't it?
Your insight.
Whatever you do, don't go near a doctor.
I'm picturing Raw. You know, she's went in there. She's tried to lock herself in. She was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little.
Yeah, corrupt police. Yeah, fucking police in the NHS is shit.
And I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to pay money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah. There's that. When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
Fuck COVID. COVID's a load of shit.
We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper. Be honest.
Be a dictator. Be an honest one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately,
I'm severely disabled. I am. Look at me. I mean, oh my God, that's crazy. I've got no arms and no legs or nothing.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I ended up
I'm ashamed to even go near being an NHS employee. NHS employees are fucked. We want what you want. Oh God, or whatever. Yeah, I said God. I said you really bastards.
That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
I've got freedom now, right? Now fuck off. This is what I'm on. NHS, you're fucking shit.
This lockdown, being in the same house together.
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my God, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man tries to get at me. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
I turned down the depot, right, and I had evil looks from the fucking NHS transport. A blonde lady, right, she's giving me the most evil look. Terrible fucking look. So I shared her face everywhere, and I said, look at the fucking state of this woman.
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's
It
just
fucking is, mate. I'm sharing it like fuck everywhere, you little prick.
The revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental.
I want compensation, you wanker.
With violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
Sis. There's the bill. £60 to pay. Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my
Yeah, why don't they go around all the customers who bought a piano off me, right? They got the receipts and all that. I mean, why don't they see all the receipts?
All running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white.
I actually got rid of all the receipts because I was a bit more paranoid, and I was like, "Oh my god, they're going to catch me,"
Setting for Postman Pat.
because I had loads of receipts. It was crazy.
Black and white cat is behind the tree.
I'm not singing Black and White Cat again. Fuck that. Postman Pat. It's repeats, isn't it? When you go on television, right? It's fucking repeats.
Work at the scale, give you an elbow, I can taste the beat. I'll be honest, I don't know.
Again and again, the same shit all morning.
Like how an old house smells.
It's been 20 minutes and I'm hearing about fucking Postman Pat again.
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
To be as you wish to
What would
be.
you normally do if this was a room?
That
You
is
would
the
have
answer.
A settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches. One of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit.
Oh, not that bloke again with his fucking blue bench. I've seen that bloke fucking several times.
The farm is like a person and you don't really need to know it. To your world completely. To the farming
This is
world.
BBC, fucking repeats galore. You know what I mean?
Are you excited? Yeah. I'm dodging.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the dog with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens, so it's actually.
I try to drum all that shit into your brain. You know what I mean?
show you the very best of British wildlife.
So they play it again and again and again.
I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives. And that is what I'm hoping to find.
Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting,
Oh, turn over.
watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is
Yeah, when you hear the same shit again and again, you fucking it gives you a headache. You're like, oh my god, no. I've got a pain right about here somewhere. I need to go outside and get some fresh air, but I will in a minute. I should eat some cereals, but I've gone off fucking cornflakes and shreddies and just like cereals. I'm just like, I don't know. I've had a fried breakfast sometime. I don't cook. I've not cooked because of all the all the section units. All my food going mouldy and everything. It took away all my everything about me. It was like all the cooking, all going and getting all the nice food. Bacon, eggs, and fucking beans and milk and tea and coffee and sugar and all that. Actually, I get milk, tea, and coffee and sugar and all that, but like I don't get fucking. Well, actually, I remember my milk was mouldy. It was fucking clotted up and everything, no good. My fridge was mouldy. It was fucking terrible. The electric had gone or whatever. And 6 months later, I'm back and I'm like, fucking hell, look at this. NHS don't give a shit. They don't care about nothing. I fucking hate the NHS. Don't fall in love with me because saying, well, I'm going to hate you like fuck. If you're NHS, that's it. I'm not interested. I don't care about you at all. I'm the piano man. I'm the family friend. I care about families, this is it. When the piano was in the house, the families were having a good time. Christmas Day, I'm at their house. I'm putting a piano in their house for them at Christmas Day, I guess this is all right. Calm music. Yes. That's going to make me go to sleep.
I am looking forward to tonight. I'm looking forward to the fact that I want to see their faces when when the fool puts in front of them. Hopefully, it'll be a.
What, lots of swearing? I hope not.
Oh, it's that bloke.
Left the cook, he moves on to pescatarian Helen's main course. Fillet of plaice filled with lobster with a champagne sauce.
She's going to be very impressed. I can imagine Helen with, oh, lobster. That's very posh. We don't get that in our house. You do in mine. Staple.
Wow.
I had lamb yesterday.
Do you know what? This is great.
Thanks, Kate. That's my neighbour. She's amazing. I mean, a lamb roast dinner.
Being an ex-chef, they are going to criticise me at every possible moment, but I'm afraid there is no mistakes to be found.
So I got her a £27 fucking hoodie.
Definitely not the minimum.
I'm waiting for it to be delivered now, and I'm going to give it to her.
Sorry, Simon. You should have kept it simple.
Yeah, a gift. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. She loves it. I showed her. I let her pick a colour and what size it is and all that. Oops. And I ordered it and it's coming. it's a present for Kate.
There we go, young man. Enjoy.
That's got the smell of success for me.
And do you know what? So has that. Cheers, Ivor. Here's to a cracking night.
Oh, they're drinking. What the fuck?
One winner.
Cheers. I mean, why drink? What the
I
fuck?
reckon he thinks he's got it in the bag, but unfortunately, the bottom of his bag has got a big hole in it.
Simon keeps saying the smell of success. The only smell he smelled was the smell of fear.
Ew, here's Monica.
Hello, Monica.
Oh, hello, Monica.
When you drink this, you might be able to smell something on it like me and Ivor did, but I don't think you will.
Don't think she can. Never mind, here's Helen.
Where is he? Hello, guys.
Hello, lovely to see you and you too, man.
And finally, not looking to hold back, it's Claire.
Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
Coming up.
There we go.
Confusing cuisine.
I thought it was manure.
That's in the hua.
Cutting comments.
I've enjoyed meeting most of you.
I wonder what I can do.
I don't see that we're going to be friends in the future.
And cold hard Jash.
Here's a moment of truth, guys.
Tunnel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica. I'm their gladiator.
No one is quitting, not until I've tried everything. Everything.
It's done.
You don't tell me what to do in the Oval Office.
Sit down.
Starring Kerry Washington.
You're being stupid about this.
I have many things stupid is not one of them.
The award-winning drama, Scandal on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now. Times are changing for our competitive B&B owners.
Where's biscuits?
Hello. Let's hope they're ready for the revamp. Now airing weekdays at 6.
Oh, I see.
This is come short.
There's no TV in the room. 4 in a Bed on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
Tunnel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
It's the final day of the competition in Sheffield and the turn of former chef Simon Hollings. Who, after being critical all week, has a job on his hands to win over his guests and nab the £1,000 prize. While the group mingles, Simon gets the starter going. He bakes the mushrooms and plates up the watercress.
No pressure. Easy peasy. It's a good.
Along goes the rocket pesto sauce.
Nobody can complain about this. It's absolutely 10 out of 10.
Well, it does look good. With its first chance to silence his critics, here it is. Field mushroom, topped with goat's cheese on a bed of wild watercress.
Oh, very well presented.
It is?
Right, guys and girls, this is my flat mushroom, topped with goat's cheese, served on a bed of watercress picked by me this morning from a river, and with rocket pesto and beetroot. Tuck in, guys, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lovely. Looks. Delicioso, mi amores.
Well done. Brilliant.
Excellent stuff.
The start was pretty impressive. That's what I would expect at a Michelin star restaurant.
I've got to say, Simon, love it.
Marvellous.
Absolutely love it.
Do you have like 5 or 6 more of these mushrooms in your kitchen?
Unfortunately, I don't. No. Otherwise, I might have to come to your house and make you for your money.
Yes, please. Wonderful. Presentation is
I probably would have cooked if I was left alone by the NHS.
I really love the taste because it had all the things I love. It's got mushrooms, it's got the taste of the goat cheese, and even like the watercress. There wasn't an element on that dish I just didn't love.
That starter went down really, really well. I'm so pleased with the comments.
You managed to win over 3 guests. How about Claire?
I must say, Simon, you can't taste the watercress that you picked this morning.
You can't taste the watercress.
No, unfortunately.
I'm really surprised because it's so peppery and so mustardy. It definitely is in there.
I can taste all the other flavours, but not the watercress.
Oh my word. Oh dear.
I was being honest. I couldn't taste it, so I told him.
We saw.
Couldn't taste the watercress. She doesn't know anything. It was on there. It's fiery. It's peppery. If you can't taste that, you've got no taste buds.
Claire was going on about the watercress. I thought the watercress was a fantastic ingredient. Well done, Simon.
And it seems it's not just Simon Claire's got her sights on.
Why is it that you'd only eat fish and not meat?
In an ideal world, I prefer not to eat fish because I think fishing is pretty cruel. It's pretty illegal. Intensive farming and all that.
But you know, Helen Serrano needs a brain. You know, I'm super intelligent. I need my brain power to keep talking all the time. So, you know, don't come out with daft words. So I need my fish.
But a lot of people, they survive solely on vegetables and pulses. So I'm just wondering why you feel that you cannot actually survive being a vegetarian.
I know about etiquette around the dinner table.
Oh, sorry, Ellen. You know about what around the table?
Oh, is she reading it? I know about etiquette around the table. I think Claire was goading me tonight. I don't know what a problem is with me being a vegetarian pescatarian. Everybody to their own, you know, it's none of her business, basically.
No, I don't like conflict, and I just didn't like that exchange of words.
I think Claire might be a little bit on the warpath with Helen tonight because there certainly seems to be a little bit of friction going on there. But you know, I think Helen might give as good as it gets.
Certainly looks that way.
I think round the table, the one who complained the most is Claire. Have you got any stories, Claire, about complaining in restaurants?
I never complain in restaurants.
Oh, don't you, darling? You do shock me.
The only time I complain at a restaurant is when somebody's talking over me. That's the only time.
You're missing the point. I'm talking about the food.
I don't think there is.
But no, I generally don't complain about food. No.
I'm really surprised about that, Claire. You complained in this restaurant tonight saying you couldn't taste what was on your plate.
Well, Simon, to be honest, all week you've been criticising everybody's food, so I just thought I'd throw one in there.
I think Simon struggled with the criticism I gave him in terms of that I couldn't taste the watercress. He didn't take it very well.
I think Claire's got a bit of an agenda. I think she's going to pick on things that are not really there because the watercress, it wasn't. The watercress was on the plate. You can taste it. She's just trying to pick fault. So.
Oh dear, better get the main on. After cooking the pies and checking on his veg, Simon gets on with Helen's fishy main.
This is the sauce for Helen's dish. It just needs finishing off with a splash of champagne. Unfortunately, I forgot to keep some back, but I think I can spot half a glass, so I'm going to snaffle it.
Good thinking. He makes up the champagne sauce before plating up.
That is absolutely perfect. I'm so pleased with that.
A quick final flourish.
I wonder if Claire's going to be able to taste the apple in this. In fact, I wonder if she's going to be able to taste the red cabbage.
I wonder. Well, here it is, dark and sweet potato pie, served with seasonal veg for the meat eaters and a filleted place for Helen.
I really love all the vegetables. This pyramid is my favourite. Actually, the whole plate was so beautiful. I didn't really want to ruin it. Well, I don't want to talk. Can you believe it? I don't want to talk.
Actually, Ellen, no, I can't believe it. But
Because I'm enjoying this food so much. Like, there's so
Excellent
much. It's just perfect for me.
Well, I thought a classy lady needed a classy ingredient like lobster. Do you know what I mean?
Come on.
But I gave it to you instead.
You're such a joker. You really have thought about me, moi, with the lobster and the fish, and it was definitely cordon bleu.
Oh, Simon, so far so superb. But let's not forget Claire.
I'm really enjoying your vegetables, especially the potatoes. Really like that.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a big fan of duck though.
I know.
I'm struggling a little bit. I did like the duck. The duck just tastes
It's
flat.
13 minutes past 5 in the morning.
Even though
Simon's duck pie. I think I'll make a coffee and go outside for 10 minutes.
pie, he tried to be flash and made it a duck pie. And to be fair, I don't think it worked.
And it was all going so well.
Ibert and Claire, they've not got good tasting food, and it's as simple as that. I know what I'm talking about. They obviously don't.
With the week drawing to a close, it's time for a spot of reflection.
So when I first met all of you, I have to admit I was a bit intimidated because I didn't actually expect to be the youngest person. I just thought, wow, I want you guys to be
You
like
can call us
that.
old if you want, you know.
When I first saw Monica, I thought she was a very intelligent lady. With Simon, I think you're a lovely guy. I think I got on with him straight from the word go. So, yeah, I've enjoyed meeting most of you.
I wonder what I can do.
Awkward.
I was a bit uncomfortable. For me personally, it kind of got the atmosphere down a bit.
Claire said she'd enjoyed doing company with most people this week, and I think we all knew who she meant by most people and which company she didn't enjoy.
Myself and Helen are very good friends, and I don't see that we're going to be friends in the future.
Claire doesn't want to keep in touch with me. I have no desire to keep in touch with Claire, believe me.
We believe you. Time for fun. Simon plates up his candied oranges before turning to the miroir.
These little beauties are definitely worth £1,000.
As long as everyone likes basil. Here it is, lemon and basil miroir. Oh, and a 20.
Does anybody know how to pronounce this dessert?
Looks very classy, but I thought it was manure.
Very classy.
Ça, c'est miroir.
Miroir.
Does miroir mean mirror?
It does mean mirror. It's because it's quite a shiny dessert when you look at it.
Oh, yes, just like a mirror. How about the basil?
Sam, that, you know, the soft bit, the lemon, I love it. The only thing I'm not keen on it, which I've never ever known in a dessert, you're going to tell me what I'm going to say, oh, yeah,
Basil.
basil. Yep. I just find it a strange taste in a dessert.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I personally I like it.
It's the basil in the actual cheesecake.
Nope, she's off again.
I like the lemon. It's the actual basil bit and the herby taste. It's just unusual because I've never had a herb in me.
Have you not?
Dessert, no.
You've got to try these things.
Can I do a kiss? Because I like it.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alice. Well, maybe I should have left the basil out, but you know, I'm trying to educate them and make them appreciate what different type of food is.
You try to be ultra posh, probably being down south. You try to be clever, and you try to add an ingredient that doesn't work. You don't put basil with lemon.
I liked the basil. I don't care what anyone else said around the table. You know, if you can have fancy cuisine, cordon bleu, have a bit of basil. What's wrong with that?
If I would score myself tonight, I would definitely score myself. Hold on this. 10.
Well, let's see what your guest thought.
Tonight it's Simon because his cooking was cordon bleu. That's why I'm giving him an eye.
Simon tonight went for posh cuisine and trying to be clever, but unfortunately, it never smelled of success. For that reason, I give Simon a 6.
This food was wonderful. It was presented lovely, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself tonight because he's been a wonderful host. So I think he deserves a very fair 8.
That gives Simon 23 points. To win, he needs a 9 or more from Claire.
Tonight, I give Simon.
Hold it right there. Here's Simon with the actual results.
Here's a moment of truth, guys. In 5th place, it's Helen.
Hey, what?
In 4th place, it's Monica.
Oh, Monica.
Joint 2nd place is Claire and Simon. So in 1st place, it's Simon!
Yay! Claire scored Simon a 7, giving him 30 points.
I'm disappointed it's not me, Rob. Shoved to bits, it's you. I'm really happy for Ivor. I suppose he's a deserved winner. And alongside that, great kisser.
I can smell something, Simon. You know what I can smell? Success.
You know what? I didn't win, but you can't buy friends with money, and I think I've made friends this way. So there you go.
No, because you're not.
Vast majority of people will stay in contact, except for a very tall lady.
If you want to take part in Come Dine With Me, go to the Channel 4 website.
I'm gutted that I didn't win, but hey, I can still sing. Amore, love.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. Excuse me, but you stay back in old Napoli, that's amore. Amore.
Channel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
It's Bread Week, and the bakers need to prove themselves.
It's all about Paul.
To the bread father himself.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Definitely got the bread choking.
Who will rise to the occasion?
Just like an easy life.
The Great British Bake Off continues on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live Tuesday at 8.
Bosch sponsors Inspired Living on 4.
Guess what? They've let me back. Once more, I'll be asking you to raid your cupboards, garages and drawers to create some crafts that you can do at home with the stuff you've already got at home. From simple sewing tasks, feeling more relaxed, and now I'm just going to make life more difficult for myself, to crafts for all the family. There you go, Tin Can Dandy. There's something for everyone. Oh dear. Without further ado, let's get crafting.
Gordon Bennett.
Utilising items you might just have at the back of a drawer, I've got a brilliant craft to do with the kids, and I've enlisted one of my own boys to help.
What we're doing today is using old candles and crayons to make new candles.
Layered rainbow candles to be precise. I've got one candle nearly finished and we're going to start another.
But I have a slightly dodgy track record with candles. I've had some accidents in the past. So I've got my trusty helper, Oscar, who's in the bee club at school and has made some candles at school. It's the wick we need to do first, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what type of string do we need?
Cotton string.
Cotton string. Okay, so we're going to melt old candles in a bain-marie that's boiling water with a glass bowl on top. And if we do, the smaller that we do, the better. And then we dip the cotton string in the melted wax to create the wick. If you've got a candle which has already got a wick,
you can pull the wick out
there and use that wick. So, okay, so that's melting. Is that going to melt quick enough?
You should have broken it more.
Okay, sorry, I should have broken it more. Would it have been quicker if I'd grated it?
Yes.
While we're waiting for that wax to melt, to make our wick,
you can grate the crayon to colour the wax.
How much crayon do you need to grate, Oscar?
You don't need too much, just like half a crayon.
Okay. While you're grating that, I'm just going to dip the wick in there to get it covered in wax, basically. So dip the wick in there, and take it out.
Make it straight.
And I have to make it straight, okie doke. So I'm going to put it across the top of that cup. That'll make it straight.
No, hold it above it.
Okay. Oh, what? Do you have to make it straight like that?
Yeah.
Okay, and stand there while it dries.
I think so.
Okay. Oh, there we are. That's quite straight. There we are. Look. Yeah. And it's stiff. Ah! Look, Oscar, I can make string stand on end. What do I do now, Oscar? That's setting. Oh, that's a couple of wicks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Should I cut that in half?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 2 wicks there. Okay, so. Oh, look how lovely that looks. Okay, what do we do with that?
I think we put it in with the wax when all the wax is melted. Oh, it's almost done.
Almost done.
I think we can.
Okay, put a bit in, see what happens.
Now stir it around. Yeah?
I think we need a bit more to get a really dense colour.
My crafting dynasty is in safe hands, but truth be told, I may soon become obsolete.
My career is over. This is it.
It's the end now.
I think it's almost done.
Yeah, it's done. It's done. Okay. So, Oscar, how are we going to keep that wick in the middle? How do you do that?
I'll show you.
Okay. I do it that way. Okay. Oscar is wrapping the wick around a lolly stick to keep it in place while the wax hardens. Oh, that's cunning. Is that it? Wick right in the middle.
Yeah.
So what we have to do now is pour the hot wax into this cup, and then we pour the hot wax because we don't want to be handling this
For too long.
Yeah. Are you going to do that, or should I do it? I'll do it. Okay. Obviously, you should take care when pouring the hot wax. We're decanting it into a paper cup so it's cooler and safer to pour. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Oh, wind! First, I'm adding it to my half-finished candle.
Brilliant. Don't use it all, remember?
Okay, I'll just hold this, and then you do that one. We've made sure to leave enough to start making a new candle. Have you got your wick in the middle?
Yep.
Well done. How long are we going to have stand here for, Osk?
Probably quite a while.
So what have we learned? Well, the first thing we know is that when you do your layers, trust me when I say do one a day. That's right, isn't it, Osk?
Yeah.
Because it's much easier.
And they won't merge together, the two colours. They won't bleed into each other.
So do one colour, let it set for a whole day, and then it will be totally solid when you pour the next colour on it. And actually it works, funny enough, doesn't it, Osk? If you just do one a day, it does work.
Yeah, it builds up slowly.
It builds up slowly, and we've got time, and it's a fun thing to do kind of once a day. I'm so pleased with these pretty candles. Who doesn't love a rainbow? When it comes to making things with what you have close at hand, well, this next craft could be my absolute favourite. So, guess what you make these with? Yep, loo roll, the innards of loo roll. If you're looking for a brilliant and easy craft to keep the kids occupied, this could be the one for you. Give it a go, and they'll gain a host of new friendly creature pals, far cuter than anything made from a cardboard tube should be. You've got your loo roll, okay? You need absolutely no special crafting materials, no special skills. We're going to make these sweet little birds using just one cardboard tube, some old magazines and a bit of paint. But you could be ambitious and string some tubes together for something like this amazing dragon. So you start by painting your loo roll. Always with paint, thin is best. You can always go for a second coat. Really spread it around, don't, because it will just dry quicker and better. But that said, it's also a good idea with things like this to let go. You know, I'm terrible, I'm saying, oh, paint it this way, paint it that way. But actually, this is a craft that you can really let very small people do all by themselves. If you haven't got paint, that doesn't matter, because see this little red owl, he's not painted, he's wrapped in red paper. So if you don't have paint, it doesn't matter. Literally the only thing you need is glue, loo roll, and some other paper. While it's drying, you can get on with cutting out your feathers. So I'm just going to cut a series of little ovals. We're using old magazine pages, but any paper would do. Maybe hang on to your takeaway menus, but old letters and flyers are great. Doesn't need to be perfect. What's really lovely is that if you've got quite a few bits of loo roll, that you just can sit quietly and cut as many feathers as you want. When I say things like that, I can hear out there going, oh Lord, how long is she going to go on cutting feathers for? And there's a little pile of feathers building up.
Cut them freehand, or if like me, your cutting style is more clumsy than cultured, you can make yourself a template and trace them out.
It's about that feeling of relaxation that you get, and it shields us all from some of the worries. Obviously it doesn't take away the worries, but it's very nice to have an hour or two when they're not at the forefront of your mind.
The voice outside the room thinks 16 ovals are enough for a small owl, but if you want a fully feathered friend, then I say make as many as you like.
Right, okay, I think that is probably enough feathers there.
With feathers in hand, it's time to get gluing. Pop a little on each oval and, working from the bottom up, stick your feathers to the tube. Each row should overlap to give that feathered effect.
Only put your glue on the one end of your feathers, because mine are a bit overly stuck down and it's not such a feathery effect. That's because I've glued the whole feather. Now I'm going to do my beak and my legs. It's nice if it's a different colour from your other bits. I'm drawing the little Y's for the legs. I find cutting without anything to cut around really hard. Some people can do really good freestyle cutting, but I can't.
Glue your Y shapes under the bottom row of feathers. Then you'll need 2 larger ovals to go on top for your wings and a triangle for the beak.
Got the feet, got the wings, got the beak. I just need the eyes now. Eyes give anything you make character, don't they? Oh, look at him. Slightly drunken. My cutting out skills have let me down yet again. And then the final thing is you bend the back bit of the top of the loo roll forward, and then you squeeze it at the top to get the ears. There we are.
They're adorable, the whole family can give them a go, and making them is an absolute hoot.
I thought it might be nice to craft a game. So I came across this Bumblebee and Ladybird Noughts and Crosses game.
All that's required is a few scraps of plain material and 10 large pebbles. The rounder, the better.
So, Oscar, we've got to paint these stones to make them look like ladybirds and bumblebees.
Yeah. I love a willing assistant. And while Oscar has a healthy stash of acrylic paint, you could always make your own using flour, water and food colouring.
So you are going to be in charge of decorating the counters. Oh, thanks, love. And I'm just doing a line down here.
On this piece of material, about 20 by 15 centimetres, we're drawing a 9 square grid.
Oh, is that straight? Yeah.
Yeah, it's straight. Then on either side of the vertical lines, we're putting down some masking tape.
So what's going on here is this material is going to be made into a bag to hold these, but on the outside of the bag, before I sew it, we are painting the stripes for the noughts and crosses.
And thanks to the tape, we'll have the straightest of yellow lines.
So how long do you think that's going to take to dry? I don't think we can peel off straight away.
Let's blow on it.
Or of course, you could always use a hairdryer.
Oh, it's so perfect. So perfect. That's why doing it with tape is so satisfying. Oh, that was a good idea to use the yellow os. That colours work really well, but we need to let it dry a little bit. I tell you what, put it over there in the sun. That always helps.
Meanwhile, we, or should I say Oscar, can paint the pebbles that will be our noughts and crosses. Or in this case, 5 ladybirds and 5 bumblebees.
Well, basically, it's all down to you. I'm not going to be here to critique it because I'm going to go and sew the bag. You're in charge, okay? I'm going to go and do sewing. And when I come back, I'm expecting to find 10 counters, okay? No pressure, mister.
Thankfully, Oscar is a chip off the old crafting block, and his first challenge is painting a bumble design of yellow and black stripes.
I'd advise putting all of the tape on at the start, or you're not going to get the lines perfectly done. It's not sticking. No. I think Mum's gone inside and left me to do the hard work because they take quite a while.
As for the drawstring bag, you're stuck with me and my phone on ironing duty. Because if you iron a small fold at the top of each panel, say 3 centimetres, the whole thing will be much easier to sew.
We've never made a drawstring bag.
Fortunately, there's plenty of patterns and advice online. All you need is roughly 40 cents of ribbon or thin rope. Then place the ribbon tightly into the fold of the first panel and start sewing, making sure, of course, that you're not sewing into the ribbon.
We'd have to switch it on.
Okay, I start sewing. Cut your ribbon in half and repeat the process on the second panel. And we're almost there.
I take my 2 sides. In theory, I should pin this, but actually it's so neatly ironed. I think I'll be okay.
While the first few stitches hold the ribbon in place as you reach the other side, stop just shy of the ribbon. A quick pull, and I think we are very much there. Though I'm not the only family member feeling proud of their accomplishments.
Oh, it's turned out quite well. I might try another one.
Hey, love. How's it going?
It's going well.
Oh! Look. What do you think?
It looks really good.
But look, I've got to hand sew this bit. Next
I'm guessing
time.
it's easier than this.
Oh, is it? Are you having a hard time?
Yeah, it's quite difficult.
My advice to paint the perfect bumblebee, use string. But my co-host has other ideas.
The whole point of the string is you're meant to be able to just paint straight over.
No.
You're not even touching the string, so there's no use in the string being there.
The string gives you
It's
a
like
guide.
a do not touch sign.
Oh.
See?
Oh, no, stop. Don't touch it.
String is a failure.
No.
It's a failure.
Not. It's fiddly.
It's a failure.
Look, I've got quite good lines there.
Yes, Mum, but you did spend 10 minutes on it. I managed to do 2 ladybugs in the time it took you to do one thing. I did that in about 30 seconds.
Harsh critic, Oz. Harsh critic.
As for the next argument, that's how to finish our noughts and crosses grid.
Okay, I'm going to say one thing. Too wide, but still. I'm not interfering. I'm not that kind of mother.
Once dry, you'll have a unique noughts and crosses set that offers hours of entertainment. Though, if you ask, the best part was getting to make this craft with my son.
All in all, it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. Is this the last time you're ever going to do a craft with me?
What are the rest of the crafts?
Bosch sponsors Inspired Living on 4.
The Bake Off's back, so join me, Joe Brand, Tom Allen, and a host of famous faces to get all the gossip from the latest baker to lead the tent.
And we'll be sharing your incredible home baking attempts. It's like looking in a mirror.
Bake Off an Extra Slice on Channel 4. Stream or watch live Thursday at 8.
So what brings you here today?
Our relationship is literally hanging by the thread.
I'm not happy in our relationship. That's why I'm here. You're fine. You can't. What's going on?
Are you rude?
I'm sensing some tension. The best you're ever going to have.
How did that make you feel?
You wouldn't be here if you didn't actually want things to work.
It's a relationship that requires effort.
Want to move forward, but communicate.
If my standards are not met, then I'm out.
I will not bow down to anybody if you're not love.
How dare you? How dare you? Walk away.
In Love and Toxic, Blue Therapy on E4. Stream weekly, watch live Thursday at 10:05.
Channel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
In this kitchen, passionate cooks do battle with professional chefs. It's a food fight with a cash prize of up to £10,000. In each round, it's a head-to-head. Amateur cooks must prove they're better than one of our 4 house chefs when their dishes are blind tasted and voted for by our 5-person food jury. The more votes they get, the more money they make. But score no votes and they leave empty-handed. Can they deliver dishes that can beat the chef? Welcome to Beat the Chef, where Ian is hoping to get even further up the money ladder. It's the quite magnificent Mark Sargent.
There's nothing that can be thrown at me that's going to faze me.
Ready for combat?
Yep, bring it on.
What will you be cooking?
Moroccan meatballs with couscous.
Ooh, delicious. So, Ian, did you beat the chef? Yes! 3 votes, Ian.
Cannot believe that at all.
And that brings us quite neatly to round 2. Which ingredient would you like to choose, Ian? Bacon, lardons, leeks, or squid?
I'll choose bacon lardons, please.
What will you be cooking with the bacon lardons?
Bacon and goat's cheese ravioli.
Ah, very nice.
Lovely jubbly.
That's good. That's right in your pocket,
Yeah, I used
right?
to make them twice a day, every day for about 10 years. Raviolis. So, I love a ravioli.
Love a ravioli. Okay, let's shake on it, please.
Good
Let's go. Ian is cooking bacon and goat cheese ravioli for a possible total of £1,000. Chef Mark will be making his version of the same dish. They have 45 minutes. Let's go.
I make a lot of Italian food, so I'm confident that what I make will get me at least 1 vote.
It smells great over here. That basil smells
Basil, yeah.
wonderful.
So we've got goat's cheese, walnut and basil in there.
So good, isn't it? That
I
smell
love
of
it.
basil.
Yeah, I love basil.
Got some little tomatoes. They're going in the oven, are they?
Yeah, they've got balsamic
With a
vinegar.
bit of rocket.
Um,
And the last ones are going to the bacon, being the key ingredient that
It's
you
gonna go in
chose.
there,
It's
yeah.
going to go into the ravioli.
Yeah.
Is it something you make a lot at home?
I do make a lot of pasta, yeah. Yeah, I love pasta.
So it's not sort of way outside your skill set.
No.
So you don't feel like you're taking that much of a risk.
Well, I didn't know that Mark made it every day, twice a day for 10 years.
But let's also not forget that you just won 3 votes in the
Yes.
last round.
Yeah.
And then is this going to form the basis of your sauce?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
like,
is
it's
that
not
the sauce?
necessarily a sauce as such. You just sort of roasted and tossed through the rocket with some
Nice.
basil
Oh,
and then
that's
the ravioli in
going
it.
through the ravioli.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now you're doing what? Lots of little ravioli.
Not lots, probably about 3 or 4, probably like that big.
What other things you are worried that could go wrong?
Just the ravioli sticking together, but it should.
It should, right.
Yeah.
All right, my dear. Don't burn it.
No. Even though I make pasta, I don't make ravioli that often, so that is my gamble.
What's happening inside yours?
I think it's nice as a sort of a starter portion or whatever to have 1 nice large ravioli. It helps you cook it nicer. I've only got to make 2. He's got to make however many.
And what is going in your filling?
Similar base, so goat's cheese. I've added a bit of spinach. Obviously the bacon lardons, pine nuts, toasted
You've got
those off.
toasted pine nuts, right?
And I have also put in some grated nutmeg, which obviously is like spinach's best friend.
And what's happening with these little tomatoes?
Those little tomatoes, I'm going to do a little dressing with this. So I'm going to do, I've saved it back a little bit, saved back a little bit of pine nuts and bacon. I'm going to do some walnuts, make a kind of a classic vinaigrette. So I'm going to put some grain mustard in.
So what is key to your perfect pasta?
So 100 grams of flour, so one egg yolk. So you can multiply that up, obviously, and that gives you a really fantastic pasta dough. I prefer the big ones. It's what I'm used to making. They look a bit more impressive, and also you get more filling, more flavour.
And do you think if people aren't used to making pasta, it's kind of maybe better to start with these bigger ones? You've got some,
Well, not really,
Not
no.
those,
They
Steph?
are a little bit more tricky to get, and you have
Right.
to, with the ones you just fold over, it's a
So
bit
it's
more
easier.
forgiving, yeah. If the air is warm and the pasta dries out, it's just going to crack when
Right.
you try and make it. I've
Is
got
that
to
why
make
you've
sure-
covered it?
Yes, exactly. That's why I've covered it. And because I'm making larger ones, I've got to make sure my mix is really nice and chilled, which
Right.
that is. So that's good. It's a real, skill making decent pasta.
That's
And
a
my
very
man looks like he's got the skills over there because he's already.
He's already on it.
He's already
That's quite a lot of filling.
Yeah.
So bacon and goat cheese ravioli are go. On Ian's side of the kitchen, he's making ravioli, so he's making a few smaller ones. In his filling, he's got goat cheese, and walnuts, and basil, and of course the bacon lardons. He's making a little dressing with rocket and roasted tomatoes. On Mark's side of the kitchen, he's making kind of two bigger ones for each portion. Well, much bigger actually. Got quite the ball of filling in there, and it's got rocket, it's got basil, it's got goat cheese, it's got pine nuts, it's got the bacon lardons in, and they're both looking really good right now.
So, Mr. Round Two, how's it going over there? You're looking pretty confident in those
All right.
raviolis, I have to say.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I might have been a little bit more cautious if I didn't know about your pasta history.
Yeah, but I mean, being a professional chef for 20 years, you can say that about every dish
Yeah.
you cook, can't you, really?
Yeah.
So I think, pretty good you've gone for that one.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
It's, to be honest, it's what I make, so
Yeah.
you've got to do what you're
You're in it to win it.
comfortable with,
Constantly.
haven't you? Yeah.
Those are nice, little crescent shaped. I like it.
I
You happy with those?
think so.
Nice. They look good, huh?
We'll wait and see.
Think they'll be all right?
I hope so.
Yes. How long do you want to cook these for?
Probably about 4 minutes.
You're nice and thin. Checking in.
I was looking for the reaction.
Ready.
Maybe,
4 minutes.
maybe 5.
4 minutes. What's he going to say?
It's all or nothing.
Good luck, love.
Thank you.
You've got 1 minute and 15 seconds left, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good, thank you.
This is very pretty.
Yes, thank you. So I've got a little bit of rocket,
Yes.
some tomatoes, just very, I haven't done anything to them apart from just season them with a little bit of salt, pepper. My raviolis went in, they need exactly 5 minutes. Do I do 2 or do I do just 1?
What do you think?
What do you think? I'm going to do 2. Well, I've got them. Why not?
That does look pretty. 16 seconds to go, people. Let's bring the plates to the front there. In, why not? Get them up on your stage. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop cooking.
I didn't taste any of it before I put the filling in. I probably should have. But it's 3 simple elements and seasoning, so I'm confident with it.
Time to present your dishes, please, gentlemen. Oh, 2 variations on bacon and goat cheese ravioli. Lovely. How did it go for you, Ian?
Very well, very well. I'm pleased with what I made.
That looks great. It's much more how you'd have it in Italy. Rustic, beautiful, handmade pasta, which is not a bad thing.
It is time for the food jury to have their say, Ian. Everything crossed for you. Yeah.
Excellent,
I
thank
wish
you.
you luck. Let's see what they have to say.
I would like to think that I can get 1 vote with this dish. I'd be disappointed if I don't.
Our food jury is a cross-section of the British food-loving public. Will they prefer Ian's bacon and goat cheese ravioli with roasted tomatoes and rocket, or Chef's large raviolos with spinach, bacon filling, and a vinaigrette dressing?
As soon as you bit into it, you could taste cheese and bacon. It was a really pleasant filling.
The pasta was really nice and paper thin, and it had a nice filling, quite a strong punchy flavour.
This dish was overpowered by the goat cheese. Too much goat cheese in the filling.
Your second dish has now been tasted by the food jury. Ian, in this round, each vote is worth £200 and a further step up the money ladder towards that £10,000 cash prize. So, Ian, did you beat the chef?
Yes, Ian, you did it!
They had a nice like, fluted piece of ravioli. I like the kind of effort they put into cutting the pasta.
Let's see if there's a second vote, shall we?
Yes, Ian.
Wow.
Clearly 10 years wasn't long enough.
That is the reason I was put on this earth. That was gorgeous.
Let's see if we've got a third vote, shall we? No. Okay. But you managed 2 votes.
Yeah.
That's an extra £400.
Thank you.
And that means you've got £700 in the bank.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You've successfully beaten the chef in round 2, which means you're now 3 steps away from the £10,000 jackpot.
Can't believe I got 2 votes. Really tough to get through.
Ian, you've proved that you're a pretty excellent cook. You've beaten the chef not once, but twice. And that takes us to round 3. You can take home the money you've already banked, these £700, or you can choose to play on and make a sweet dish from either of the following 2 ingredients: pistachios or rhubarb. Pretty good ingredients there. If you gamble and you get no votes, you'll lose the £700 that you've already banked. So, Ian, what are you going to do? You're going to play, or are you going to walk away?
I'm going to play.
Oh, Ian! Yes.
To beat him twice is it's very good. Very good.
Will our plucky home cook get 1 step closer to that £10,000 jackpot? Stay tuned.
Mark will pull something out of the bag with this.
I'm also making cheesecake.
Channel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
The last thing I said to you, I left Corsica, look after Yaz.
This guy is not coming to our wedding.
I did develop feelings for Geronimo.
He tried to call you.
Not the booty call.
I would never do this to you, mate. I'm sorry.
I've never been treated so badly.
There's love, there's someone else's game. Are you seeing anyone right now?
In the world where Tristan didn't exist, we'd have gone on a date. I didn't fancy you, David.
Is this your girlfriend?
She feels like she has to get in between us.
You chose to call ignorant.
I'm sorry.
I think we're done there.
Would you love it if I turned around and was like, hey, I still have place for you?
Brand new Made in Chelsea on E4. Stream weekly or watch live from Monday at 10:05.
Channel for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
Welcome back to Beat the Chef, where our home cook is giving our chef a grilling.
I wanted to get this far. Round 3 was the gamble. Obviously sweets. It's not my strongest thing.
Which ingredient would you like to choose from, pistachios or rhubarb?
I will choose pistachios.
Ah, interesting. I thought you would go with rhubarb.
So I saw the little glint in the eye at the rhubarb.
So you clearly have something in mind. What would you like to cook?
Caramelized pistachios with pears.
Oh, nice. Okay. How's that sound to you?
Lovely, perfect.
Gorgeous.
Round 3, or as I like to call it, goodbye, Ian.
Let's play. Ian is cooking caramelized pistachios with pears for a possible total of £1,500. Chef Mark will be making his version of the same dish. They have 45 minutes. Let's go.
I think that Mark will pull something out of the bag with this. I'm pretty sure he will, but I just need to focus on what I know how to make.
How you doing?
All right.
You look slightly freaked out, actually. How are the nerves?
This is the round that I wasn't that confident with. So
Right. Do you eat desserts at home? You
not a
do all
massive,
the cooking,
not a
right?
massive dessert person, to be honest.
What are you actually doing?
So I'm going to bake some pears in sugar and butter and a bit of lemon juice, and then caramelize some pistachios and have them all around it and make a mascarpone kind of sauce with a bit of vanilla
Oh,
that goes with it.
delicious. Simple and delicious. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's,
good.
yeah.
And then you're going to make a little caramelize these pistachios, scatter them around.
Yeah.
You've got 36 minutes left to go. How long do the
That's
pears need?
About 35.
Just get them in bays. Is there going to be a crust on them at all?
Yeah, they'll have like a goldness. The tricky element of the dish is the baking of the pears, really, that I get them bang on.
Mark,
Hello.
the beautiful smelling, beautiful, fragrant, delicious pears over here.
Yes.
So you poached yours.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I've made
What's
a
that,
really,
sugar syrup?
really lovely strong sugar syrup. Not too sweet. I don't want it too sweet. I want
Lovely.
to serve these pears chilled, stupidly, in 45 minutes, but so I've just put them in the freezer.
So what are you doing with your pistachios? There's quite a lot happening.
I've got nuts two ways. Okay, I've got this beautiful pistachio brittle,
Yep.
and I'm also going to do some other pistachios, which hopefully are going to become frosted. Okay, so for that you need your nuts, some icing sugar. I'll do a little touch of lemon juice. That's just literally to sort of dissolve the sugar around the nuts, and then you put them in the pan and you just heat them through. You'll end up with this lovely sort of frosted sugar coating.
Pear will be underneath, shards of the praline, brittle,
Yeah.
and then scattered frosted pistachios.
I'm also making cheesecake. I am.
Are you?
I heard it. No, I've got mascarpone cheese and I've got double cream.
Are you making?
So I'm going to mix them together with a little bit of icing sugar and some vanilla and set that in a little mould, hopefully. I'm serious about this round, but I've got some competition. He's a good cook.
Ian chose pistachios for this dish. He's using them in one way. They are caramelised. They can be scattered all over those gorgeous, crusty, golden roast pears. Mark is using pistachios two ways. He's got a pistachio brittle, and he's got frosted pistachios that are going to be garnish and dressing on his poached pears and his lovely cheesecake.
So I know you're not trying to think about this, Ian, but you are edging your way ever closer to that grand £10,000 prize.
Yeah.
I really did think, to be honest with you, that you would walk away with 700 quid, because that's a lot of money.
It was, obviously it's a gamble.
Yeah. Well,
We'll see,
fortune
we'll see.
favours the brave, they always say, don't they?
Oh, they smell
They do smell
gorgeous.
Yeah, they do smell nice.
They smell really good. I think it's a very good strategy. Do what you do and do it well. There's no point trying to beat
I
somebody
can't,
else.
no, I can't beat him in his own game, can I?
No.
Could have finished that mascarpone, yeah.
What are you finishing the mascarpone with again?
The
Lemon?
pear juice out of the tin.
Oh, nice.
Another roasting tin.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's going
some
in
of that,
there?
Some of it, yeah, not about it,
Delicious.
but yeah.
And is that all?
There's already vanilla in there, there's lemon in there, sugar, and then just this juice.
Hi.
Hi.
So, I'm not being funny,
No.
but when did Stem Ginger get invited to the party?
Yes, no, that's always been there. I just
I
might have just forgotten to tell you.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I
In
apologise
amongst-
for that. Always have a
in-
little surprise.
In amongst the other 8 million things you're doing. So
Yeah, I've gone
talk to me.
absolutely crazy for
You
this.
really have,
I've
haven't you?
gone nuts. So here are my frosted nuts.
Right, yeah.
See?
I'm going to have one of those now.
Yeah. They probably still need to get a little bit more crunchy, but yeah, frosted nuts. So I've got my nutty snack, pistachio brittle. I was really, really happy with that as it's turned out. So
Yeah.
now what I've done is I've powdered some, have a little taste of that.
Oh, so is this blitzed up that?
Yeah, cheesecake in there.
Cheesecake in here?
Yeah.
It's not got base?
No.
No, so it's
I can't
just...
do it upside down. All the crunchy stuff's going on top.
Oh, nice.
And then the pears, which I won't get out till last minute,
Oh,
which are
in the freezer?
yeah.
You couldn't get two more different approaches to dessert. There's a lot happening. We have 33 seconds left to go. You only need one person to decide that that roasted golden loveliness is just what they fancy. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop cooking.
Mark's looked absolutely amazing, which you'd expect. So I genuinely don't know how the votes will go.
It's time to present your dishes, please. Wow. They both look absolutely glorious. We have two very different takes on caramelised pistachios with pears. Ian, how did the whole cook go for you?
I'm happy with what I presented.
And what do you think about Mark's?
It's phenomenal. Yeah, looks phenomenal.
Got a cheesecake up. It's quite extreme.
Yeah.
How did it go for you, Mark?
You are going down, I hope. I mean, who knows?
Are you feeling less confident now?
No, I'm super confident. I really push for that. If I don't win, then hats off to the man. So I've got to say.
Well, I think you've both done all that you can at this point. It's time for our food jury to decide which of these dishes they think is superior. I wish you so much luck. Let's see what they've got to say.
Mark's gone all out with his dish, so I'm just hoping that I've done enough to get a vote.
In a blind tasting, will the food jury prefer Ian's caramelised pistachios with roasted pears and mascarpone, or Chef's variation with pistachio brittle, frosted pistachios, mascarpone cheesecake, and chilled poached pears?
This dish has very nice spices, and altogether they complement the dish very well.
I'd say the one thing I did like about this dish was the pears. I thought they had a nice colour on them, which made them look appealing to eat, and they tasted pretty good too.
They had a little brittle of caramel, and then they had some kind of powdered pistachio on top. They'd done it 3 different ways, which I was quite impressed with.
Ian and Mark, your third dish has now been tasted by the food jury. So, Ian, did you beat the chef?
Yes, he did it! Oh, God. Me.
You've got the nice juicy pears, you've got the crunchy pistachios, and you've got the smoothness from the cream. So all in all, yes, I think the dish worked quite well.
Let's see if there's another vote.
I mean, I pulled out all the stops on that one.
You now have £1,300 in the bank.
My vote came down to preferring the taste of the pear on one dish compared to the other.
Let's see if there's a third vote. No.
Okay. Well,
Ian, congratulations.
yeah, well done. Well done. Well done.
Ian, you've managed to beat the chef in each of the first 3 rounds, which means you're now just 2 steps away from the £10,000 jackpot. Round 4 now, and we're going to make things a little bit harder. You have a choice to make, of course, Ian. You can choose to take home the £1,300 that you've already banked, or you can choose to play on and make a dish from this single ingredient: salmon. In this round, every vote is worth £400. Of course, if you choose to gamble and you get no votes, you will lose the £1,300 you already have banked, and you'll go home with nothing. Are you going to play, or are you going to walk away?
That's a really difficult one because I cook with salmon quite a lot.
Right.
Every round I'm going to step up because, he can't take the 10 grand off of me. No chance.
So, you know what your strengths are. You know that Mark is firing on all cylinders.
I think I'm going to take the money.
You're going to walk away.
Oh! Wow. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that is enough to get us a decent holiday in the summer.
That is enough to get you a decent holiday. Ian, you have been the most brilliant competitor.
Well done, Ian. Brilliant. I'm bruised, but not beaten.
This way, gentlemen. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you. Thanks. The whole thing has just been an absolutely, experience of a lifetime, really. Fantastic.
The last dish has been served, so join us tomorrow for another helping of Beat the Chef.
Guano for Food, sponsored by Crosta e Mollica.
We're good to go, yeah?
Can 10 celebrities overcome their fear of heights?
This is freaking scary.
What was that? Oh my god.
By taking on a terrifying high wire challenge in aid of Stand Up to Cancer.
No one wants to be 800 metres up on a high wire.
Don't look down on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Tuesday at 9:30.
Welcome to Monday here on Channel 4. Stateside comedy and plenty of it here shortly. Now though, popping yourselves in Dictionary Corner with Gloria Hunniford and Countdown.
Find the lost sound. Here's a clue.
Chinigos, Chinigos, Chinigos.
Did you get it? Get it? Get it? Countdown, sponsored by Specsavers Audiology.
Hello everybody, Thursday afternoon and countdown ready for another episode of Letters and Numbers, hopefully entertaining and educational all at once. Rachel Riley, how are you?
Very well, how are you?
Good, it's World Teachers Day today. We always talk about that special teacher, we've talked about that before. But imagine if you had teachers like this. These are famous people who were teachers first.
Okay.
And then ended up. Gene Simmons from Kiss was a teacher.
What did you teach?
Oh my goodness, sticking your tongue out, I would imagine. I'm not sure. But he taught in Harlem, New York. Brian May was a teacher.
Oh, really? I can believe that.
Do you think he still had the hair?
Yeah, I mean, he's an astrophysicist, isn't he?
Yeah.
Dr. Badger is a smart guy. I can totally buy that.
Some other ones for you. Mr. T, B.A. Baracus.
I pity the fool as a teacher.
Yes, imagine that. You wouldn't have taught in that class, would you? My goodness me. And maybe the most famous one of all time. I'll tell you where he taught, and I think from this alone you'll get it.
Okay.
In fact, I know you will. But anyway, this soon-to-be very famous person spent 12 years teaching constitutional law and race theory at the University of Chicago Law School before moving on to live somewhere else in America.
Obama was a teacher?
Barack Obama, 12 years a teacher.
I didn't know that.
Before he moved into politics.
You'd listen to him, wouldn't you? He's got an authority. He'll tell you anything and you believe it.
Well, let's continue to take roll call as we head over to Dictionary Corner. And there she is, Susie Dent, joined all this week, back on Countdown with a vengeance. It's Gloria Hunniford.
I'm ready,
Love it. Well, listen, it's one of those days where we've got two new challengers, but I should point out, after giving away way too many teapots than I was comfortable with, we've slowed down, thankfully. 2 Octo champs in a row. Ben Bazard completed it yesterday. Paul O'Brien before that. And remember, Rachel Copley before that lost out by 1 point. So we nearly had 3 in a row. So we're on a hat trick. So maybe we're looking at our next Octo champ now. It could be Paul's stop of 4th. How are you, sir?
Very good, thank you.
Good stuff. Now, you're from Merseyside, not far to travel.
No.
You're self-employed. You love a bit of Crown Green bowling. Tell me, because we got 2 superb athletes here. Tell me about that.
I do. It's a family trait. Goes back to my granddad and my dad, and I followed into it.
Yeah, I used to do it. Not as much now, just of where I live. But you're right. It's the intergenerational part of it I loved.
Yeah.
Going out on a Sunday morning, you know, when I was in the 20s, playing with somebody who's 88 years old.
Yeah.
The stories are brilliant in the tea room after.
Definitely. You hear the story of all the old days when it used to be like 30 fellas who used to play at once, and now it's 10. So it's
great though. It should be protected. Yeah. Well, probably when I introduce your adversary today, mate, you'll all know who he is anyway, just by looking at his face. Nathan Young from Middlesbrough. You're thinking, I know him. And of course you do, because he came second in a major cheese throwing contest once. And that's a biggie. I know we all watched it. And what I was trying to think about, it wouldn't be gorgonzola, that would break as you threw that. And brie would be no good to throw. Is it just old-fashioned cheddar?
It was wrapped up in plastic. I don't even know what it was, but it was about 4 wheels of cheese all kind of wrapped in the plastic and tied together.
Well, listen, I know what would you serve any Crown Green bowling winner, any cheese throwing contest, getting the teapot on Countdown today. So good luck to Nathan and Paul. Paul, we'll let you go first.
Thank you. Let's start with a consonant, please.
And we'll start today with M.
Another consonant.
R.
And a vowel.
A.
Another vowel.
U.
Consonant.
T.
Another consonant.
N.
A vowel.
E.
And a consonant.
G.
And a final vowel, please.
And a final A.
At home and in the studio, let's play Countdown. First time out, Paul. How did you fare?
7, but I haven't written it down.
No worries. You'll have to go first anyway. Nathan?
7.
We're in the clear, Paul. What is it?
Manager.
Yeah, manager.
Gaunter.
2 7. Anything better, Gloria?
We have an 8. So it's very exciting in the beginning of the program. Argument.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't want to have any of them.
No,
Definitely not.
Let's move on. Nathan, your letters.
Consonant, please, Rachel.
Thank you, Nathan. P.
And a vowel.
O.
And a consonant.
H.
And another.
G.
And another.
N.
And a vowel.
E.
And another.
A.
And a consonant.
M.
And final consonant, please.
A final S.
30 seconds. Good start from Paul and Nathan. Let's see if it continues. Nathan?
5.
A 5 and Paul?
7.
Go for a 7. Nathan, what's the 5?
Omens.
And what did you say, Paul?
Homages.
Homages.
Yes.
Yes.
You can, if you're wondering about putting the S on, but you can.
No, but anything else?
Nothing more than that.
Okay, 14 plays 7, Paul. Let's see if you're any good at the numbers.
I'll take 1 from the top and 5 from anywhere else.
Thank you for 1 large, 5 little ones coming up. First numbers of this contest are 1, 9, 9, 5, 6, and 100. And the target, 746.
746 numbers up. Seven, 4, 6. Paul, put that pen down. Don't make me come over there.
Sorry. 7, 4, 5.
1 away. Nathan?
7, 4, 5.
Both 1 away. Off you go, Paul.
6 plus 1 equals 7.
Yep.
Times 100.
700.
9 times 5 is 45. Now they're on.
1 billion alone, 745.
What about you, Nate?
Slightly different. 1 plus 6 is 7. 100 plus 5 is 105. Multiply them together.
7 times 105. Yep, 735.
plus 9 plus 1.
You've already used this one. That's why I was wondering where you were going, Nathan. Sorry.
So 7 points go to Paul. Take us to 7, 4, 6, Rich.
You need to take it down from above. We have 9 minus 1 is 8. And then 8 times 100 is 800. And the second 9 times 6 is 54. And take it off.
Well,
So
if you're playing along at home, give yourself 10 points if you got that. Let's get our tea time teaser to get us through the break. Rash ship. Rash ship. I won't be so blunt, but get a move on. I won't be so blunt, but get a move on.
Find the Lost Sound. Countdown. Sponsored by Specsavers Audiology.
It's bread week, and the bakers need to prove themselves.
It's all about Paul.
Yeah. To the bread father himself.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Definitely got the bread Who will rise to the occasion?
Just want an easy life.
The Great British Bake Off continues on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live Tuesday at 8.
Dear Aussies, we love your sunny disposition and your golden beaches, but what we love most is beating you.
It's just a friendly, honest England versus Australia on Channel 4. Watch live and free Friday at 7.
Find the Lost Sound. Countdown. Sponsored by Specsavers Audiology.
Hello again, Rash ship. I won't be so blunt, but get a move on is sharpish. Let's do that right now because we've got a good game on the go. And Nathan, you're picking the letters.
Consonant, please.
Thank you, Nathan. R.
And another.
D.
And a vowel.
I.
And another.
A.
And a consonant.
W.
Vowel.
I.
Consonant.
K.
And another.
S.
Vowel.
And lastly, E.
Thank you, Rachel. Time's up, Nathan.
Just 5.
The 5 from you, and Paul. Just 5. Just the 5 as well, Nathan.
Wards.
Wards. And Paul?
Wired.
Wired. Just 5s. I think you might be kicking yourself, Gloria.
Time to get your waders on. That's
Yes.
all I could get.
No, that's brilliant. For
6.
Yeah, that's there. And single 7 that we could see, airside.
Wow. I might have been ridiculed for my cow jokes earlier in the week, but that has inspired Rachel. I'll take an assist on this.
Yeah, I was trying to mime others. The dairies.
Yeah. Let's get more letters, Paul.
Stop the consonant, please.
Thank you, Paul. T.
Another consonant.
L.
Another consonant.
S.
A vowel.
A.
Another vowel.
U.
Another vowel.
O.
And a consonant.
Z.
Another consonant.
M.
And a vowel.
And lastly, I.
Half a minute. Well, I'm not sure I'd file that one under fun, boys. Let's find out what you managed to get, Paul.
Just a 5.
Yeah. Nathan?
Another 5.
Another 5. Paul?
Malt.
Nathan?
Moist.
Yes, moist and malt to dictionary corner.
This comes up from time to time. Outsail.
Oh my goodness.
Always look for the out words.
That sort of crops up over quite a lot of
It does.
yeah.
Yeah, the outs got you out of jail there. Out sale for 7. The scores at the moment 31-17. Close enough affair. And Nathan, it's your numbers.
Too large, please.
Too large. Going all out. 2 for the top, 4 little. Let's see if this is a nice one. The little numbers are 9, 4, 6, and 2. And the big one's 125. And the target, 845.
845. Numbers up. Time's up. 845 with 2 large. Nathan?
844.
Oof, 1 away. Paul?
844.
1 away as well. Nathan, off you go.
9 times 100.
9 times 100, 900.
2 times 25.
50.
Take it off the 900.
850.
And then minus 6.
Yep. Went 844.
Very good indeed. And Paul?
Yep, same way.
Okay, 7 points each, but you could get there. 845, Rich.
Yes. One way you could have said 100 minus 4 is 96. Times that by 9, and you get 864. And then you can add on the 6 to 870 and take away the 25.
Brilliant. Okay, let's go from the game. Let's have a chat with Gloria. Hey, what have you been up to over the summer that's been?
Across the summer, again, I was saying earlier in the week how we're lucky in the business sometimes getting press tickets. And I love going to places like Hampton Court Flower Show or Chelsea Flower Show. And it really does seem to be a treat. And so I am married to a man called Stephen, who's a bit of sort of an athlete dresser. And we were going to Chelsea a couple of years ago. And he has a rather nice Irish, very fine green tweed suit. And he thought, well, I'll wear my suit. So anyway, he went up to get the tickets from the lady who was dishing them all out. And she was saying to him, I really like your suit. And I could see him almost preening himself, you know, saying, oh, it's very nice and very nice fine material. Is it Irish tweed? And so he's giving her the whole gubbins, you know. And then, so she eventually handed over the tickets. And he said, thank you very much. Said, oh, by the way, she said, I just want to say again how much I love your suit. So he's thinking, I'm being chatted up here. And then she said, but I hate to tell you, but your flies are open.
I like the garden. I did a bit of gardening, a bit green-fingered, but clumsily green-fingered. It's amazing some of the things that they do when you go to... I've never been, to be fair, but I see it on TV, and I think, wow, how do you manage it, right?
I must say, it is amazing, all those flower shows. You have some very good ones up north as well. You know, Tatton and all that sort of stuff. But, I mean, they are just really gobsmacking, sort of think, how could I ever do that? But it's a treat, really, to go every year. I love it.
Is the suit still in action?
Well, yes, but I make sure that the flies are done before he goes out.
Keita, happy marriage. Thank you. Right, no flies on Paul and Nathan. Good competition so far. And I think, Paul, you're going to choose these letters.
We'll start with a vowel, please.
Thank you, Paul. E.
And another vowel.
O.
Another vowel.
A.
Consonant.
P.
Consonant.
J.
Consonant.
R.
Vowel.
O.
Consonant.
G.
And final consonant, please.
And a final N.
Start the clock. Paul, how many? 6. And Nathan?
6.
6 as well.
Jargon.
Jargon. And Nathan?
Gooner?
Oh, Gooner. I think it maybe more to do with the Goon show. I don't know than what it would be. Arsenal.
It's not, yes, I always excitedly look up to see whether the Gooners have gone in, but they haven't yet. I think it would be a capital G for the Arsenal fans. I'm not there in any other sense, I'm sorry.
So I've got one for a 7. I think it's right. Oregano.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or the Americans call it oregano.
Oregano, yes. Right, 44-24. Unlucky there, Nathan. Let's get back on the horse.
A consonant, please.
Thank you, Nathan. B.
And another.
T.
And another.
S.
And a vowel.
I.
And another.
A.
And another.
E.
And a consonant.
D.
And another.
R.
And a final consonant, please.
And a final P.
Here we go. Nathan.
7. Paul.
7. Nathan, what's your word?
Astride.
Same word or different?
Parties.
Parties. Astride.
Yep, absolutely fine.
2 7s in the bank.
8 in the corner.
Yes.
Baptized.
Baptized. Fantastic. 8 at the top.
8 was the top. We also have Bastide, which is a fortified village or town in France, or it can be a country house in the south of France. But yeah, baptized 8 for us.
Nice. Well done, both of you. Let's get our third numbers round in. And Paul, this is going to be on you.
Let's try 2 big ones and 4 small ones, please.
Why not? Thank you, Paul. 2 big, 4 small coming up. This time the 4 little ones. 1, 6, 1, and 2. Yeah, Polly knows what that means. 25 and 75. But third time's a charm. The target, 336.
336. Numbers up. Three, 6, Paul.
No, nowhere near.
Nathan?
No, I lost it.
I got close reach, but wasn't able to climb that mountain. We've got 0 points here for Paul and Nathan. Were there 10 up for grabs?
There were 10 up for grabs. Weird. I just found one way, loads and loads of dead ends. But 6 plus 1 is 7. 7 times 2 is 14. And then 25 minus 1 is 24. And 14 times 24, 336.
Brilliant. Good stuff, Rich. Tea time teaser. It's Sam Point. Sam Point. We won't keep on fighting till the end if these are inserted. We won't keep on fighting till the end if these are inserted.
Find the lost sound. Countdown. Sponsored by Specsavers Audiology.
Hey, look, Morty! I'm a leg! A leg, Morty! Rick and Morty, we're back, baby! Ah! 1 sec.
How long does a society take to collapse?
Let's find out. Have you been drinking?
On a Thursday?
Well, that last one was just for shock value.
The brand new series of Rick and Morty exclusive on E4 starts the 17th of October.
Find the lost sound. Countdown. Sponsored by Specsavers Audiology.
Welcome back. Not a very common word, the answer to this tea time teaser. Sam Point becomes champions, but there was a great clue in there, which Susie spotted. We won't keep on fighting till the end is a reference to the lyric from We Are the Champions. It rhymes with champions, and it's champions. So I know somewhere in the back of my head it's weapons related, but what is that thing?
Yeah, it's a stopper for the muzzle of a gun, so it prevents the gun being fired.
Right, 6 rounds to go on this Thursday afternoon's countdown. And Nathan, you're picking these letters.
Consonant, please.
Thank you, Nathan. T,
And another.
L,
And a vowel.
I,
Another.
E,
And a consonant.
N,
And another.
F,
Consonant.
D,
Vowel.
U,
And another vowel, please.
and lastly E.
Let's play. Nathan, you're hanging in there, just waiting for that big round. Is it this one?
No, it's not. I'm going to stick with a 5.
And Paul?
I'll stick with a 6.
Okay, the 5 is?
Lined.
The 6 is?
Fluent.
And what were you thinking of going with?
Flinted.
There is no flinted, so you made the right decision there, Paul.
Nice.
Well, on this side I got lifted, but can you have unlifted?
You can have unlifted. It's pretty old, but I think you could say, as in the Baron remains unlifted, that kind of thing. So it's in the dictionary for 8.
Well, yeah, it's one of those words that sounds a bit awkward.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's in, crucially.
Nice. Right, more letters, please. Paul.
Start with a consonant, please.
Start with R.
With a consonant.
D.
And a vowel.
A.
Vowel.
E.
Consonant.
T.
Consonant.
Y.
Vowel.
A.
Consonant.
C.
And a vowel, please.
And finally O.
Count down. Mr. Stopforth, how many?
6.
Mr. Young?
6.
6 as well.
Coated.
Yes?
Traced.
Traced and coded. Slowly but surely, the 6s started jumping out. Gloria and Susie, anything else?
Oh, just get your pad out because we have a 7 in this. So this, you see, I want to explain is how Colin got his jobs back in the day because he used to work as a redcoat telling terrible jokes about cows. But he's improved.
Very good. Will we stay in dictionary corner? Susie, time for origins of words.
Bit of an animal kingdom theme today, or at least the bird kingdom, because I often read in the dictionary that a bird was named after its very distinctive call. So the cuckoo is the obvious one, and it really does sound like it's a cuckoo, cuckoo. So we all recognise that one. But there are others, and I've been studios I've been playing these calls from the birds, and I just can't quite make them out. So peewit is another one. I can't quite make out the bird saying peewit, but I think took quite a lot of imagination to do this. There is also the curlew, the kittiwake, a sort of sideways state, the bittern. The bittern is named
I've just seen my neighbour next door. And I said to her, I've got 15 pence in my bank. And she's giving me 30 quid. Yes! I feel good now. I do feel good. My eye was aching like crazy. I took some paracetamols and I was still in pain. I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. And it's because my body was hot. My temperature was high and everything. I had to get outside and get some fresh air. And I sat outside for an hour, and then I had a chat with Helen, and now Anne's giving me 30 quid, and I feel good. I feel all right. It was best. I don't know. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I was a little boy. Look. I was a little boy abused by the NHS. I don't know how to get compensation. I'd love to get compensation, a lot of money, and help a lot of families. And I don't even know how to go monetizing my YouTube. I'm not that intelligent, really. Yeah, yes. I've got love. That's great. That's what I like. You say you love me. That's great. That's amazing. And do you know what? Yesterday, someone said I was a weirdo. And it pissed me off because I'll tell you what, when you're locked up in section units, you don't even know if you're all right or not. You think, am I unwell? Am I going crazy or what? I mean, but I'm all right. I'm fine. I've got PMA, positive mental attitude, a feel good factor. I care about people. I don't hurt people. I don't hit no one. Not like my brother who gave me a black eye. I do care about my brother. Lee, I love you, man. And Russell and Mark. Mark, you're a good man. You shouldn't have been selling all that cannabis, but I mean, you did that when I was looking after like Kim Dayton with her kids and all that. Someone stole my Astra and left it in Winchester, and they pissed it in my car, right? And Mark drove that car all the way back to Lord's Hill, and we parked it in Karen's house across the road from Mum's. And Mark was a good man. He actually he drove that car, and I drove a hire car. I remember that. I do love you, Mark. I love Mark. I love Russell, and I love Lee, and I love my mum, and I love my dad. And I love my mum, my grandma, and my granddad on my mum's side. And I can't quite remember my dad's mum and dad. I can just about get a vague image in my. Well, I can't even see my dad's mum, but she used to sit over in a house in Sholing. But I can't remember what she looks like now. But I remember her sitting in a chair. And she used to give me a kiss, and her lips were massive, and it was crazy. It was like, come in and give me a kiss. And it used to scare me when I was a little boy, It was like, oh my gosh, she wants to kiss me. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, look at this, look. Money. Right, I've shared this. I'll get this off of here now. Let's just take a picture of myself. I've just messaged Kate. I do like my hair being short. But I'll tell you what, right? I reckon I was looking good with long hair. I used to cut my hair myself. All that, I used to cut it. I used to be like looking in the mirrors and cutting my hair. You know, I'm doing it myself. Tomorrow I'm getting paid, and tomorrow I'm getting my I'm getting a keeper ring, from the jewelers. I'll probably have to pay about £145 to get it back. I've got in the jewelers. I've got 2 keeper rings, 1 elephant ring, which is pretty cool actually. It's a nice ring. It's got diamonds on it and all that. And I've got a bracelet. The bracelet's 15 grams. And there's one on eBay similar to it. But he wants £199 and it's 10 grams. I offered him £135 for it, but he wouldn't accept it. And then I went and bought a TV. Yeah, I'm really happy with my telly. It's great. I love my telly. I can't believe it. It's amazing. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
In the closet, and you absolutely cannot wash his mouth out with soap.
You can't wash his mouth out with soap. No, you can't wash my mouth out with soap. NHS, you got no rights to wash my mouth out with soap. You abused me. That's what you done from 2004 to 2022, and then I was discharged and left alone. I was a little boy, but I was a Cub Scout Army cadet. I've done so well. My dad was a good man. He took me to Marwell Zoo. That picture, he took that picture. Love you, Dad. I love you too, Mum. But Mum, I wish you never went to Desborough House. That was terrible. Mum's probably still alive, but I mean, Lee gave me a black eye, and Lee says, "I'm not going to see my mum no more." He's wrong, really. He shouldn't do that. But he went to a special school. He went to Red Lodge. But Russell and Lee, they both went to Red Lodge, special needs school. Lee gets bossy. No, Lee gets angry, and Russell gets bossy. They've got older, and I remember I'll give Lee a cap. I'll give him the picture of Lee wearing the cap. I'll show you actually if I can. I'll just go to messages. Look for Lee. Where's Lee? There's Lee. There's Lee. I'll show you Lee. Now, look, have another look. You can see my little smile because I'm quite happy, but Lee looks concerned. He's always he's up in the clouds. You know what I mean? He's kind of like he's what am I trying to say? He's drifting away. He's kind of like he smokes a lot of cannabis and I've smoked a bit of cannabis but not much really. And when I was a piano man, I didn't really smoke any cannabis. Well, not at first, but then we started to because my boss employed Steve the Veg, Steve Gorman. Steve Gorman, yeah, you're probably around somewhere. I remember when you started working on the pianos, and I was looked at RHP pianos. You know, it was Robert Henry Plumridge. And I said, "What did you employ Steve for? Because he's smoking cannabis." and that was it, really. I mean, and at the same time, my brother was a drug dealer, and Mark was, and this is funny. This is Russell drunk. My little brother, who went to Red Lodge as well with Lee, he annoyed me really, because he was phoning up the section units and saying, "Oh yes, Rod, take Gordon's phone from him, please." They were taking my phone off me. Yeah, that's Russell. And it's me, obviously, with some teeth. I've got teeth. And I was in Shirley. I was driving Russell around, and we went to see my cousin. And the one who said that's he's going to put it on Facebook. That's my cousin John. And the lady laughing was Karen Dinage. No, not Karen Dinage. Karen Piddington. Karen Piddington. Yeah. I treated her as well. I actually let her buy some clothes on eBay, and I bought her some bits and pieces, and I treated her to what was it? I think it was McDonald's. So I like to treat people. See, this is it. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Now that Karen Piddington, she's laughing so much. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, yeah, Karen Dinage. She had kids and everything, and I got them all Christmas presents. And I got Kim Dayton with her 5 kids Christmas presents. I got them. Actually, my daughter was in Kim's house and with me, and the kids were there and all that. And I said, "Look, I'm sorry, I can only get you a small present. But I got my daughter a bike for Christmas because she's my daughter. I do love Rebecca Louise White. She's my favourite daughter, my only daughter, one daughter. That's it. Because I was so busy, I was a piano man. I cared so much about all the families. It was crazy. Yeah. Should we find out ours? I feel much better. My headache's gone, but it's kind of like it's hovering around, but it's not really hurting no more. Yeah, it's because I was sat outside for an hour. I mean, that was great. I mean, I must have been so hot, you know. This is it. And I was sleeping on the settee. I mean, it's crazy. I like to be live all the time. It's because the way I was treated. I just had to go live. I got 30 pounds. Do you know what? It cost me £10 to go to bloody Eastleigh. Well, sometimes it's about £8. And sometimes I get back for like £6 or £7. But sometimes there's a big black bloke in a car at Sainsbury's in his taxi, but his machine's not working. And so I said, hey, mate, I'll give you £8, right? And last time I see him, I'll give him 2 slices of pizza. Because I'm not racist. I was never racist. But I got nasty in section units. I was being a bit horrible. And because I noticed there's a lot of brown people working in mental health and all that, doctors and psychiatrists, and actually Matsukovich is a white lady, but she's not English. And there's another lady that said, Gordon, you're playing loud music and you're unwell, and that was that, and I got sectioned. I hate that woman. I can't stand her. I mean, she don't even know me. I should clean this glass, really. My neighbour said to me, I should start cooking. But I said to him, it's been crazy. It's been terrible. You know, to be dragged in and out of section units, and you can't feel good. You can't. You feel terrible. You're just like, oh my god, I'll just eat a takeaway or a microwave meal because it's an emergency. I've got to eat. You know, but I mean, I'm not focused on cooking. And when you're cooking, it's nice. You actually feel really happy, and you start to cook, and that's what you do. I'm happy. I think I'll cook something nice. Yeah, but I mean, imagine how it's been for my brain. Being sectioned so much. I've had one of these. I've had two. No, I ain't got one of these. I had one of these. I had the Slimming tablets. I'm taking 2 of these because I want to lose weight. Look at this. I've not even touched this. This is crazy. I should try. See what it's like. Like you get a buzz straight away. It's crazy. This is lovely, actually. Yeah, that's all right, actually. Never know that. I've got no weed. This dad bloke's young. He's been in that program for years.
Yeah, this is your old pal Woody. Oh, well, I thought your performance was wonderful tonight, too. Yeah. What? Oh, yeah, that shirt? Yeah, I picked it out myself. Sears, I think. Yeah, okay, well, thanks for calling. I'll see you around the studio. All right, hey, bye. See?
How can we have ever done it? Wait, we have egg on our face, huh? Well, you sure taught them a lesson, didn't you? By the way, what do they do with a drunken sailor?
Hello? Get in there.
Oh, so you do need me, huh? The right man for the job.
No, you don't understand. They asked for you.
She's quite nice. I do like her. She's probably quite old now, though. That's Channel 4. I forgot what the program's called. I'm going to find adult social care. What time is it? Let's have a look. I've got my Armani watch on. It's 7 o'clock. There's my Michael Kors watch. Adult social care, go on it.
Thank you for calling the Hampshire Out of Hours service. Please wait whilst we transfer your call to the next available agent.
I shouldn't phone him, really. I look after myself. I miss Julie Bursey. She used to get me microwave meals sometimes. And Pamsit. Pamsit's all right. They're not answering the phone. Adult social care. Now, why don't they wear my caps? My caps are going to be the family friend. The family friend. Well, it won't say the, it'll say family friend. Right, I'm getting four done at the moment. But I mean, if social services want to try this, all they got to do is put the cap on, right, and take a family out, and look after them. You know, take them to a coffee shop. Or take them to McDonald's. I mean, that's what I do. They're probably not going to answer. I'll tell you what, they're quite funny, really. Adult social care. Ding, ding, ding. That plays that tune forever. I say. I think what I do for the future, for the rest of my life, I'll probably help the social services, and make them understand what they got to do and how they're going to do it, and I'll probably see the families and decide what should be done. I'll be hearing about the mum, dad, and the children. And I'll be hearing the problems, and I'll decide what's best. I'm not strange or nothing. I'm not a weirdo, like that idiot said yesterday. I looked after families with a piano, right? Now, and I also look after people in the community. Yeah, but not all of us want to bother about going on the internet. So we're not going to go to hants.gov.uk. I mean, I've got one banana left. Pringles. And I've got about. Oh, you've got some left. They was £1.75 in the co-op shop, but they've gone up to £2.50. This is 30 grams of amber leaf, right? £20.30. £20.30 for 30 grams. I think it's $33.60 for 50 grams. It's the same price as in Sainsbury's. I remember the chip shop, Chip Stop Chippy with Baz and everything. Baz was selling pie and chips, the pies, right? I think he sold them separately, $3.75, and I went to Sainsbury's and they were £1.50. And I put it on Facebook, and he went crazy. He was like, "Oh my god!" He barred me. Baz, you're a good man. You're all right, mate. You know what I mean?
If you're worried about having a fall, we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisor for more information. If you prefer, you can use our online form. Please see the link at the bottom of the Adult Health and Care webpage when you visit it.
Oh my god. 9 hours and 35 minutes. That's crazy. You got 25 minutes. I normally go for 10 hours at a time. When I wake up, I'm like an animal. But I'm all right now. I'm really happy. Yeah. I've got to charge this phone. This is my Panasonic cordless phone. It's dead. They're charging me, it's a TalkTalk, right? They're charging me £7 a month. That's it. Because I'm not even using this phone. But I use the wireless. And then all they're charging me is £7 a month. Adult social care, they're not even caring. Yeah, but by the time we finish bloody saying all that, I mean, Christ, I'm going to be dead, aren't I?
Good morning, Hampshire.
Good morning. I'm really happy. I phoned up yesterday because I had no money. I had 15 pence in my account. I actually bought a new telly. And what it is, I would like to see my social workers about. I'd like them to come round today and come to Poppins restaurant with me in Eastleigh.
What's your name, sir?
Gordon White. I've got two new social workers. One's called Nikki. One's called Vicky. It's 075 111 97665. No, it's about myself. I mean, yeah, yeah. Do you know, I used to buy and sell pianos, and I covered Somerset and London. I looked after families, and I was looking after families in the community. Yeah, I know. What it is, yes, please, yeah. I've actually, I had Deliveroo coming to my house for some time, and I was given a free cap to all the riders, a Real Stone Raver cap, and now I've got some more caps coming down from Halifax called the Family Friend. Family Friend, that's all it is, and it's on the cap, and I want social workers to wear the cap and go and see the family. Yeah, I treat people, treat to defeat anxiety and upset. I'll go into my pocket and I'll buy something for someone. And that's what I think we need to do more of.
Okay, I'll get the message through to them.
Yeah, okay then, that's great. Cheers then, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
She sounds right. I told her about my caps coming from Halifax. Yeah. And I will be getting more caps done. Family friend. Yeah, I said so much really quickly. I was like, "Oh yes, I've got some, family friend caps. It's great." I'm just checking my emails, and I'll tell you what, right? Last night I bid on some Hugo Boss Man. Hugo Boss Man, right? 125 milligrams. That's like about 60 quid. And I got it for £28. I couldn't believe it. I was yes, bang, I'm in there. You know what I mean? About 5 seconds to go, and I bid, and no one could win because I'm the winner. Yeah, because I love buying on eBay. It's crazy. Yeah. I haven't paid for it yet. I said to my pay on Tuesday. I said, "Oh, great! Looking forward to Tuesday." I said, "Yeah, that's great." I got messages. Oh, the boat show. Instagram TV. I was on Instagram TV. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. That's because I've been outside in the freezing. Really cold. I was like, oh my God. I had a coffee with me. I made coffee. I got my light. I went outside, sat outside, and went live for an hour. And it got rid of my headache. And I spoke to Helen. She's a lifesaver. I mean, she's like, just give me 30 quid. I'm like, yes. What time is it? It's 20 past 7. I'm going to phone my mate. He'll probably go crazy. He's probably asleep. Do you reckon he gets out of bed at about 7 o'clock in the morning? He's not answering. No, he's probably asleep. Let's see now. You got 16 minutes. 16 minutes you got. So you see what news is on.
I'm gonna have to give her a raise. Good.
What are you doing? That is not a trash can. That is a work of art. Oh my God. This is just what I need is for Collier to see this. He is a collector.
Oh, hey, let's calm down now. Nobody's seen anything yet. Woody, take it in the kitchen and clean it out.
Sure, Sam. Sorry, Miss Al.
Where'd it go? Just go.
I got you.
I tell you, Sam, this is the last time I'm going to throw one of these fancy parties. The next time one of these hot shots wants it.
Don't worry, Miss Al. It was only a tray of glasses.
Thank God. Let's not tempt fate, Woody. I'll clean it myself.
They weren't great glasses, Sam, and they were dirty.
Just a guess here. The vase.
Hey, look, Morty! I'm a leg! A leg, Morty! Freaking Morty! We're back, baby!
Well, that last one was just for shock value.
The brand new series of Rick and Morty exclusive on
We're still fighting. There's still breaches in our border, and these are dire and unprecedented times here. But we will overcome.
I just want to bring you back to the hostages for a moment and just try and work out, what is being done to secure their release.
So negotiations are happening probably in other channels. This is not what I am talking about. The IDF right now is mainly fighting for the safety of our communities. And we're very concerned about the hostages and the people that were kidnapped. We're building the data. You can understand that it's a pretty chaotic situation down there.
Look, he's saying it's a chaotic situation to be kidnapped, right? Now, I was kidnapped by the NHS and put in section units. I would say I'm perfectly sane, nothing wrong with me at all, and it's like being kidnapped to be put in section units. NHS, I'll say what you destroyed me.
At some point, but still there's a lot of fog right now.
Going back to the initial attack, do you think that the security services failed here by not knowing that it was?
Look, she just said about attacks.
Sorry,
right? Attacks. Now,
attacks
is when NHS transport come round to see you. And they lock you up. If you look on YouTube somewhere, you can see a bunch of NHS staff saying to me, have you got a knife? Have you got a lighter? No, I haven't. Blah, blah, blah. And it was live on YouTube. Information you can see, you can find it. I don't put names on everything I do. I'll just go live and that's it. Just watch everything really, and watch the NHS, and just see how brutal they are. They attack me. They kidnap me. They terrorise me. NHS, you owe me compensation.
Grew up in your house, who you're not able to contact at the moment, and what I imagine, as you mentioned, it's chaotic. What is the communication situation like for people there trying to get hold of loved ones?
I'll say what, right?
There's things coming out.
I'll say what, communication, right? My brother, Russell White, was actually phoning up section units and taking them, getting them to take my phone off me. So I had no phone in the section units. But I did get my phone back at times. I said he's my little brother, for fuck's sake. And my daughter actually bought me a phone when my brother got my phone taken off me. My daughter bought me a £40 phone so I could make a phone call. My daughter was a legend. She got me out of section units. She really was good. I mean, her name's Rebecca Louise White. Yeah, give her a medal. She done so well, given the situation. Yeah, she was great. I mean, I looked after her and she looked after me. I mean, that was it. You know. Yeah, I think about when someone stole a bike out of my car, a brand new bike for my daughter. I'll tell you what, my dad, I think it was my dad or my mum, bought me a brand new bike from Halfords, and I had my new bike at home, right? And someone stole my bike and smashed it up and bent it all up and chucked it up a tree, just up the road from Matheson Road, when I was a kid. I was so gutted. I was really sad and upset about that. You know, so I know what it's like when someone stole my car, stole the bike out of my car when I was in Lowford, in Larchway. Some little wanker fucking stole that bike out of the back of my car, right? And my daughter was out of pocket. She didn't have a bike. So I actually got her a Pepsi bike, a BMX from the tip. Because I used to go to the council tips and get little bits and pieces, and I got a bike for my daughter. Yeah, and she was happy as Larry. Yeah, and she would go to the Boots house with me. My daughter had a great life, really. And she's got some good friends, and they used to go clubbing, and I'd pick them up at about 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll be downtown in my Freelander, picking up my daughter and her friends and taking them all home. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, memories, you know, this is it. My daughter, well, what can I say? You know, she's busy. You know, love you, Rebecca. You know, I miss you. Let's see now.
Whether that be with the number of people working, the type of work that you're doing, or the hours that you're working, if those aren't really regulated to any significant degree, then the risk of burnout is extremely high, and people do and will come to harm.
A group of 88 retailers is calling for more to be done about what they're calling a shoplifting epidemic. In a letter to the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, they've warned of unacceptable levels of violence and abuse against staff and called for stiffer sentences for offenders. The Police and Crime Commissioner for Sussex says her force is already tackling the issue.
Well, the Home Secretary was absolutely right when she said that all reasonable lines of inquiry where there is evidence should be followed up. And every single chief constable in the country has agreed to get behind this. Where they have got CCTV footage, where they have got evidence, totally the police should be. And we've done it in Sussex. You know, we've targeted those prolific offenders. We've gone after them. And in a quick 3-week spree, we managed to take 14 off the street.
I remember Granty, the family, right? I can't think who it was now. That it was actually going into town and robbing loads of decent shirts, really expensive shirts. And they were back at my mate's house in Lord's Hill, and I was waiting for a shirt, and I walked into his house, and I see one of the shirts I liked, and I picked it up. I think I did. And they were very upset with me because I went in their house and picked it up. And Granty, well, Simon, you're a good man. You know what I mean? What the fuck? You should come over and see me one day. Yeah. Yeah. Simon Grant. I used to take him clubbing. and more people as well, not just Simon, there are others as well. And we had limousines long ago. we used to get a limousine and go clubbing.
Affecting our southern counties.
And I had a minibus.
Maybe in double figures though tonight, and fog more widespread for tomorrow. It could be it lingers for much of the day, particularly close to the coast and around the Isle of Wight. Away from that, though, some sunshine and still feeling warm. Change occurs on Wednesday with some rain moving in later. Have a good day.
I'll be back for short bulletin at 5 to 8. But let's go back to John and Sally in Salford.
Hello,
this is Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay. Our main story for you this morning. More than 1,000 people have now been killed in Israel and Gaza following a massive coordinated assault by Hamas militants, which began early on Saturday morning. The group, which is designated as a terrorist organisation by many Western governments, including the UK, launched a wave of attacks, killing both soldiers and civilians in the biggest escalation between the two sides for decades. Well, this image here that we can show you shows emergency workers battling to put out fires following missile attacks on Israel. Elsewhere, Israeli rescuers say they have now recovered at least 260 bodies from the site of a music festival, which was one of the first targets for the Hamas insurgents. Meanwhile, Israel has responded with its own series of airstrikes on Gaza, where many areas are now without electricity. The UN have said Gaza's only power plant could run out of fuel within days. More than 120,000 Palestinians are also reported to be displaced in Gaza, with the majority seeking shelter in schools. We can get the very latest now from our World Affairs editor, John Simpson. Morning to you, John. I know it is a complicated picture, but just give us your assessment of the latest situation.
Well, I think the key thing now is how does Israel respond to this? This is a ferocious attack on Israel's own sense of itself, on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's own sense of how he runs the country and how the Israeli people see him and his control over the country. And how he responds is absolutely crucial. He's going to have to attack Gaza and perhaps other centers of opposition with the greatest ferocity, because that is what his supporters will be demanding. And when he does that, because I think it is a when, not an if, then I think we'll see the pattern of international responses changing, because we've seen how there's been strong international support for Israel up to now. But when the people of Gaza, the civilians of Gaza, the children of Gaza start really suffering from the Israeli counterattack, then I think we'll see a rather different approach internationally.
And John, are you able to give us an assessment of why Hamas launched this offensive and why now?
I can't see why now, particularly. I mean, there are all sorts of anniversaries and all sorts of things. I suspect that there isn't a specific reason for it, just simply that the opportunities started to grow with, I think we can be fairly certain, with Iran's advice and help, because Iran supports Hamas to a considerable extent, gives them, for instance, technology to create the kind of homemade rockets that they use to make them worse and stronger. The head of Hamas was in Iran only in June, meeting the top leaders of Iran. And I think there must be a clear feeling that
I'll tell you what, right? You got 2 minutes, right? I just want to say about all this. This is live in Oxford. Well, I'm live in Chelmsford in Hampshire, what it is, I want to say about this. Whatever happens in your life, you know, if you can imagine 18 years of me being locked up in sections and dragged around and thrown into section units, and forced medication I didn't want. When I was perfectly okay, there was nothing wrong with me. I've got my chin. Here it is. It's up, right? Chin up all the way, 100%, right? I've got my multivitamins. I'm taking slimming tablets. Look at my stomach. I've got to sort that out. I've got to get my stomach down. I've got to get rid of it. I'm not going to get an operation because NHS won't do nothing. They said it might take 6 months or whatever, but I mean, will they even bother? I don't know. So yeah, what you got to do is you got to say, well, I'm still alive. You know, this is it. And those that are not with us no more, you just have to carry on. You know, I mean, Keith Gordon across the road, he's dead. He killed himself. He was with me in Mowbray Lodge, right, and he's dead. So I get that feeling. I know the feeling they're getting with this war and everything. Yeah, they lost a lot of people from that party, that live, like a rave or whatever it was, wherever it was. I think it was Israel or whatever. I can't remember now. But anyway, the situation is a lot of people died, and all you can do now is carry on and keep your chin up. And I got snot, just there, snot. Oh my God, that's crazy. I can feel it. It's terrible. Yes. So yeah, just you know, build friends. You know, make friends. Try and resolve all the feelings, all the upset. Try and treat to defeat anxiety and upset. That's my words. You know my words. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Right now, this is a situation where you should treat to defeat anxiety and upset. All right. So go and see a person who lost someone and say, look, I'm going to treat you. I want you to feel good. I'm going to buy you some clothes. I'm going to take you out for a meal. I'm going to take you to the cinemas or whatever. Or do something. Yeah, treat to defeat anxiety and upset. All right. This is it. I'm going to go now. Right. It's 10 hours and 1 minute. It's time to say goodbye. I'll see you later. Look after yourself. Right. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. Right. To be as you wish to be. That is the answer. Right. Forget about to be or not to be. That is the question. There is no question. Right. It's to be as you wish to be. That is the answer. I'll see you later, right? Keep your chin up, right? All the way, 100%.